mother. Though they sometimes had to detour from their northerly direction because of a wide swing of the river, it was the kind of open grassland that made traveling on horseback such an advantage over traveling on foot. They made exceptionally good time, covering such long distances each day that they made up for previous delays. Jandalar was pleased to think that they were even compensating somewhat for his decision to take the long way around so they could visit the Sharamudoi. The crisp, cold, clear days gave them a wide panoramic view, obscured only by morning mists when the sun warmed the condensed moisture from the night to above freezing. To the east now were the mountains they had skirted when they followed the great river across the hot southern plains, the same mountains over whose southwest corner they had climbed. The glistening glaciered peaks moved imperceptibly closer as the range curved toward the northwest in a great arc. On their left, the highest chain of mountains on the continent, bearing a heavy crown of glacial ice that reached halfway down its flanks, marched in ridges from east to west. The towering, shining peaks loomed in the purple distance as a vaguely sinister presence, an apparently insurmountable barrier between the travelers and their ultimate destination. The great Mother River would take them around the broad northern face of the range to a relatively small glacier that covered with an armor of ice an ancient rounded massif at the northwestern end of the alpine foreland of the mountains. Lower and closer, beyond a grassy plain broken up by pine woods, another massif rose. The granite highland overlooked steppe meadows and the Mother, but gradually decreased as they continued north, blending into the rolling hills that continued all the way to the foothills of the western mountains. Fewer and fewer trees broke the openness of the grassy landscape, and those that did began to take on the familiar dwarfed contortions of trees sculptured by wind. Ayla and Jandalar had traveled nearly 3/4 of the entire distance from south to north of the immense central plains before the first snow flurries began. "Jandalar, look! It's snowing," Ayla said, and her smile was radiant. "It's the first snow of winter." She had been smelling snow in the air, and the first snow of the season always seemed special to her. "I can't understand why you look so happy about it," he said. But her smile was contagious, and he couldn't help smiling back. "You're going to be very tired of snow and ice before we see the last of it, I'm afraid." "You're right, I know, but I still love the first snow." After a few more paces, she asked, "Can we make camp soon?" "It's only a little past noon," Jandalar said, looking puzzled. "Why are you talking about making camp already?" "I saw some ptarmigan a little while ago. They have started to turn white, but with no snow on the ground they are easy to see right now. They won't be after it snows, and they always taste so good this time of year, especially the way Kreb liked them, but it takes a long time to cook them that way." She was remembering, looking off into the distance. "You have to dig a hole in the ground, line it with rocks, and build a fire in it, then put the birds in, all wrapped in hay, cover them up, and then wait." The words had tumbled out of her mouth so fast she almost tripped over them. "But it's worth the wait." "Slow down, Ayla. You're all excited," he said, smiling with amusement and delight. He loved to watch her when she was filled with such enthusiasm. "If you are sure they will be that delicious, then I guess we ought to make an early camp and go hunt ptarmigan." "Oh, they will be," she said, looking at Jandalar with a serious expression. "But you've eaten them that way. You know how they taste." Then she noticed his smile and realized he had been playing with her. She pulled her sling out of her waistband. "You make camp. I'll hunt ptarmigan. And if you'll help me dig the hole, I'll even let you taste one," she said, grinning as she urged Winnie on. "Ayla," Jandalar called before she got very far, "if you leave me the pole drag, I'll have camp all set up for you, woman who hunts." She looked startled. "I didn't know you remembered what Brun named me when he allowed me to hunt," she said, returning and stopping in front of him. "I may not have your clan memories, but I do remember some things, especially about the woman I love," he said, and he watched her full, lovely smile make her even more beautiful. "Besides, if you help me decide where to set up, You'll know where to come back and bring those birds. If I didn't see you, I would track you. But I will come and leave the drag. Winnie can't turn very fast with it." They rode until they saw a likely place to make camp, near a stream with a level area for the tent, a few trees, and most important to Ayla, a rocky beach with stones that could be used for her ground oven. "I might as well set up camp since I'm here," Ayla said, dismounting. "Go hunt your ptarmigan. Just tell me where you want me to start digging a hole," Jandalar said. Ayla paused, then nodded. The sooner the birds were killed, the sooner she could start cooking them, and they would take some time to cook and maybe to hunt. She walked over the area and picked a spot that looked right for the ground oven. "Over here," she said, "not too far from these stones." She scanned the beach, deciding that she might as well pick out some nice round stones for her sling while she was there. She signaled Wolf to come with her and backtracked along their trail, looking for the ptarmigan she had sighted. Once she started looking for the fat birds, she saw several species that resembled them. She was tempted first by the covey of gray partridges she saw pecking at the ripe seeds of ryegrass and einkorn wheat. She identified the surprisingly large number of young by their slightly less defined markings, not by their size. Though the middle-sized stocky birds laid as many as 20 eggs in a clutch, they were usually subject to such heavy predation that not many survived to adulthood. Gray partridges were also flavorful, but Ayla decided she would continue on, keeping their location in mind in case she didn't find the ptarmigan she had a taste for. A flock, several family coveys of smaller gregarious quails startled her as they took to wing. The rotund little birds were tasty, too, and if she had known how to use a throwing stick that could bring down several at one time, she might have tried for them. Since she had decided to pass by the others, Ayla was glad to see the usually well-camouflaged ptarmigan near the place she had seen them before. Though they still showed some patterning on their backs and wings, their predominantly white feathers made them stand out against the grayish ground and dark gold dry grass. The fat, stocky birds had already grown winter feathers on their legs, extending even to their feet for both warmth and for use as snowshoes. Though quail often traveled longer distances, both partridge and ptarmigan, the grouse that turned white in snow, normally stayed within a general area close to their birthplace, migrating only a short distance between winter and summer ranges. In the way of that wintry world, which allowed close associations of living things whose habitats would at other times be far apart, each had its niche, and both would stay on the central plains through the winter. While the partridge kept to the wind-blown open grassland, eating seeds and roosting at night in trees near rivers and highlands, the ptarmigan would stay in the drifting snow, burrowing out snow caves to keep warm, and living on twigs, shoots, and buds of brush, often varieties containing strong oils that were distasteful or even poisonous to other animals. Ayla signaled Wolf to stay while she picked out 2 stones from her pouch and readied her sling. From Winnie's back, she sighted on one nearly white bird and hurled the first stone. Wolf, understanding her motion as a signal, dashed for another bird at the same time. With a burst of wings and loud squawks of protest, the rest of the covey of heavy birds took to the air, their large flight muscles beating strongly. Their normal camouflaged markings on the ground made a startling change in the air when erect plumage displayed distinct patterns, making it easier for others of their kind to follow and keep together in a flock. After the impetus of the first surge of activity and sudden flash of feathers, the flight of the ptarmigan eased into a long glide. With a pressure and movement of her body that was second nature, Ayla signaled Winnie to follow the birds while she prepared to throw a second stone. The young woman grabbed the sling on the downstroke, slid her hand down to the loose end, and with a smooth, practiced action that moved with the motion, she brought it back to her throwing hand and dropped the second stone in the pocket before she let go. Though she sometimes took an extra swing for the first cast, she seldom required the build-up of momentum for her second throw. Her ability to cast stones so quickly was such a difficult skill that, had she asked, she would have been told it was impossible. but there was no one for her to ask, no one to tell her it couldn't be done. So Ayla had taught herself the double stone technique. Over the years she had perfected it, and she was very accurate with both stones. The bird she had aimed for on the ground never took flight. As the second bird came falling out of the sky, she quickly grabbed 2 more stones, but by then the flock was out of reach. Wolf trotted up with a third in his mouth. Ayla slid off the mare, and at her signal the wolf dropped the ptarmigan at her feet. Then he sat down, looking up at her, pleased with himself, a soft white feather clinging to the side of his mouth. "That was good, Wolf," she said, grabbing his winter-thickened ruff and touching her forehead to his. Then she turned to the horse. "This woman appreciates your help, Winnie," she said in her special language that was partly clan signs and soft horse nickers. The horse lifted her head, snorted, and stepped closer to the woman. Ayla held the mare's head up and blew into her nostrils, exchanging scents of recognition and friendship. She wrung the neck of one bird that wasn't dead. Then, using some tough grass, she tied the feathered feet of the birds together. She mounted the horse and draped them across the pack saddle basket behind her. On her way back, she came upon the partridges again, and she couldn't resist trying for a couple of them as well. With 2 more stones, she got 2 more birds, but she missed on her try for a third. Wolf got one, and this time she let him keep his. She thought she would cook them all at once to compare both kinds of fowl. She would save the leftovers for the next day or 2. Then she began to think about what she might stuff the cavities with. If they had been nesting, she would have used their own eggs, but she had used grains when she lived with the mamutoi. It would take a long time to pick enough grains, though. Harvesting wild grains was a time-consuming process best done with a group of people. The big ground roots might be good, maybe with wild carrots and onions. Thinking about the meal she was going to prepare, the young woman wasn't paying much attention to her surroundings, but she could hardly help noticing when Winnie came to a complete halt. The mare tossed her head and neighed, then stood perfectly still, but Ayla could feel her tension. The horse was actually shaking, and the woman understood why. 23. Ayla sat on Winnie's back, staring ahead, feeling an unaccountable apprehension, a fear welling up inside that sent a chill up her spine. She closed her eyes and shook her head to dispel the sensation. After all, there was nothing to fear. Opening her eyes, she looked again at the large herd of horses in front of them. What was so fearsome about a herd of horses? Most of the horses were looking in their direction, and Winnie's attention was just as intensely focused on the other members of her species as they were on her. Ayla signaled Wolf to stay, noticing that he was very curious and overly eager to investigate. Horses, after all, were often prey to wolves, and the wild ones wouldn't like it if he got too close. As Ayla studied the herd more closely, not quite sure what they or Winnie would do, she realized that it was not one but 2 different herds. Dominating the area were the mares with their young, and Ayla assumed that the one standing aggressively forward of the others was the lead mare. In the background was a smaller herd of bachelors. Suddenly she noticed one standing between them, and then she couldn't help staring. It was the most unusual horse she had ever seen. Most horses were variations of Winnie's shade of dun yellow, some tending more to tans, some more pale. Racer's dark brown coloring was unusual. She had never seen another horse as dark, but the coloring of the herd stallion was just as strange in the other direction. She had never seen a horse as light. The mature, well-formed stallion approaching warily was pure white. Before he noticed Winnie, the white had been keeping the other males at bay, making it clear that if they didn't come too close, they might be tolerated since it was not the season for horses to mate. But he was the only one who had the right to mingle with the females. The sudden appearance of a strange female, however, piqued his interest, and it caught the attention of the rest of the animals as well. Horses, by nature, were social animals. They liked to associate with other horses. Mares, in particular, tended to form permanent relationships, but unlike the pattern of most herding animals, where the daughters remained with their mothers in close kinship groups, horses generally formed herds of unrelated mares. Young females usually left their natal group when they were fully mature, at about 2 years old. They did establish dominance hierarchies, which brought privileges and benefits to mares of high rank and to their young, including first access to water and the best feeding areas. But their attachments were cemented by mutual grooming and other friendly activities. Although they playfully sparred with each other when they were colts, it was not until the young male horses joined the mature stallions at about 4 years old that they began training in earnest for the day when they would fight for the right to mate. Although they groomed each other in the bachelor herd, vying for dominance was the major activity. Beginning with pushing and shoving and ritualized defecating and sniffing, the contests escalated, especially during the spring rutting season, to rearing, biting necks, striking at knees, and kicking out hind legs toward faces, heads, and chests. It was only after several years in such associations that males were able to steal young females or displace an established herd male. As an unattached female who had wandered into their range, Whinny was the object of intense interest on the part of both the female herd and the individual bachelors. Ayla decided she didn't like the way the herd stallion was moving toward them, so proud and forceful, as though he was about to make a claim. "You don't have to stay any more, Wolf," she said, giving him a sign that released him, and she watched while he stalked. To Wolf, it was a whole herd of racers and whinnies, and he wanted to play with them. Ayla was sure that his actions would not pose a serious threat to the horses. He could not bring down such a strong animal alone anyway. That would have required a pack of wolves, and packs seldom attacked mature animals in the prime of health. Ayla urged Whinny to start back to the camp. The mare hesitated for a moment, but her habit of obeying the woman was stronger than her interest in the other horses. She started walking, but slowly, and with continual hesitations. Then Wolf dashed into the herd. He was having fun chasing them, and Ayla was glad to see them scatter. It drew their attention away from her Whinny. When Ayla arrived back at camp, everything was ready for her. Jondalar had just finished erecting the 3 poles to keep the food they carried out of the reach of most of the animals that might be interested in it. The tent was up, the hole was dug and lined with rocks, and he had even used some stones to make a boundary for the fireplace. "Look at that island," he told her as she dismounted. He pointed to a stretch of land built of accumulated silt in the middle of the river, with sedge, reeds, and several trees growing on it. "There's a whole flock of storks over there, black ones and white ones. I watched them land," he said with a pleased smile. "I kept wishing you would come. It was a sight worth seeing. They were diving and soaring, even flipping over. They just folded their wings and dropped from the sky to land. Then, when they were almost down, they opened their wings. It looked like they were heading south. They'll probably leave in the morning." Ayla looked across the water at the large, long-billed, long-legged, stately birds. They were actively feeding, walking or running on the land or in the shallow water, snapping at anything that moved with their long, strong beaks, taking fish, lizards, frogs, insects, and earthworms. They even ate carrion, judging from the way they went after the remains of a bison washed up on the beach. The 2 species were quite similar in general shape, though different in coloring. The white storks had black-edged wings, and there were more of them. The black storks had white underparts, and most of them were in the water after fish. "We saw a big herd of horses on the way back," Ayla said, reaching for the ptarmigan and partridges. "A lot of mares and young ones, but a male was close by. The herd stallion is white." "White?" "As white as those white storks. He didn't even have black legs," she said, unfastening the thongs of the pack saddle basket. "You'd never see him in snow." "White is rare. I've never seen a white horse," Jondalar said. Then, thinking back to Noria and the first rite ceremony, he recalled the white horsehide hanging on the wall behind the bed, decorated with the red heads of immature great spotted woodpeckers. "But I did once see the hide of a white horse," he said. Something about the tone of his voice made Ayla look closer. He saw her look, blushed a little as he turned away to lift the carrier basket off Whinny, then felt compelled to explain further. "It was during the ceremony with the Hadumai." "Are they horse hunters?" Ayla asked. She folded the riding blanket, then picked up the birds and walked to the edge of the river. "Well, they do hunt horses. Why?" Jondalar asked, walking along with her. "Remember Talut telling us about hunting the white mammoth? It was very sacred to the Mamutoi because they are the mammoth hunters," Ayla said. "If the Hadumai use a white horse hide during ceremonies, I wondered if they thought horses were special animals." "It's possible, but we weren't with them long enough to know," Jondalar said. "But they do hunt horses?" she asked, starting to pluck the feathers from the birds. "Yes, they were hunting horses when Thonolin met them. They weren't very happy with us at first because we had scattered the herd they were after, but we didn't know." "I think I will put Winnie's halter on tonight and tie her next to the tent," Ayla said. "If there are horse hunters out there, I'd rather have her close by. And besides, I didn't like the way that white stallion was coming for her." "You may be right. Maybe I should stake Racer down, too. I wouldn't mind seeing that white stallion, though," Jondalar said. "I'd rather not see him again. He was too interested in Winnie. But he is unusual and beautiful. You're right. White is rare," Ayla said. Feathers were flying as she pulled them out with rapid movements. She paused for a moment. "Black is rare, too," she said. "Do you remember when Rainik said that? I'm sure he meant himself as well, even though he was brown, not really black." Jondalar felt a pang of jealousy at the mention of the name of the man Ayla almost mated, even though she had come away with him instead. "Are you sorry you did not stay with the Mamutoi and mate with Rainik?" he asked. She turned and looked at him directly, her hand stopping her task. "Jondalar, you know the only reason I promised Rainik was that I thought you didn't love me any more, and I knew he did. But yes, I am a little sorry. I could have stayed with the Mamutoi. If I had not met you, I think I could have been happy with Rainik. I did love him in a way, but not the way I love you." "Well, that's an honest answer anyway," he said, frowning. "I could have stayed with the Sharamudoi, too. But I want to be where you are. If you need to return to your home, then I want to go with you," Ayla continued, trying to explain. Noticing his frown, she knew it wasn't quite the answer he wanted to hear. "You asked me, Jondalar. When you ask, I will always tell you what I feel. When I ask, I want you to tell me how you feel. Even if I don't ask, I want you to tell me if something is wrong. I don't ever want that kind of misunderstanding we had last winter to come between us, where I don't know what you mean and you won't tell me, or you guess that I feel something but you don't ask. Promise me that you will always tell me, Jondalar." She looked so serious and so earnest that it made him want to smile with affection. "I promise, Ayla. I would never want to go through a time like that again either. I couldn't stand it when you were with Rainik, especially when I could see why any woman would be interested in him. He was funny and friendly, and he was a fine carver, a true artist. My mother would have liked him. She likes artists and carvers. If things had been different, I would have liked him myself. He reminded me of Thonolin in a way. He may have looked different, but he was just like the Mamutoi, outspoken, confident." "He was a Mamutoi," Ayla said. "I do miss the lion camp. I miss the people. We haven't seen many people on this journey. I didn't know how far you had traveled, Jondalar, or how much land there is. So much land, and so few people." As the sun moved closer to the earth, the clouds over the high mountains to the west were reaching up to embrace the fiery orb and glowing pink in their excitement. The brightness settled into the brilliant enveloping display, then faded into darkness while Ayla and Jondalar finished their meal. Ayla got up to put the extra birds away. She had cooked much more than they could eat. Jondalar put cooking stones back in the fire in preparation for their evening tea. "They were delicious," Jondalar said. "I'm glad you wanted to stop early. It was worth it." Ayla happened to glance toward the island, and with a gasp, her eyes opened wide. Jondalar heard her startled intake of breath and looked up. Several people carrying spears had appeared out of the gloom and stepped into the edge of the light by the fire. Two of them wore capes of horsehide, with the dried head still attached and worn over the head like a hood. Jondalar stood up. One of the men pulled his horsehead hood back and walked toward him. "Zelandanyi," the man said, pointing at the tall blond man. Then he slapped himself on the chest. "Hadumai, Jaren." He was grinning broadly. Jondalar looked closely, then grinned back. "Jaren, is that you? Great Mother, I can't believe it. It is you." The man started talking in a language just as unintelligible to Jondalar as his was to Jaren, but the friendly smiles were understood. "Ayla," Jondalar said, motioning her over. "This is Jaren. He's the Hadumai hunter who stopped us when we were heading the other way. I can't believe it." Both were still grinning with delight. Jaren looked at Ayla, and his smile took on an appreciative gleam as he nodded at Jondalar. "Jaren, this is Ayla of the Mamutoi," Jondalar said, making formal introductions. "Ayla, this is Jaren, one of Haduma's people." Ayla held out both her hands. "Welcome to our camp, Jaren of Haduma's people," she said. Jaren understood the intent, although it wasn't a customary greeting among his people. He put his spear into a holder slung across his back, took both her hands, and said, "Ayla," knowing it was her name, but not comprehending the rest of the words. He slapped himself on the chest again. "Jaren," he said, then added some unfamiliar words. Then the man jerked with sudden apprehension. He had seen a wolf move to Ayla's side. Seeing his reaction, Ayla immediately knelt down and put an arm around the wolf's neck. Jaren's eyes opened with surprise. "Jaren," she said, standing up and making the motions of a formal introduction, "this is Wolf. Wolf, this is Jaren, one of Haduma's people." "Wolf?" he said, his eyes still full of concern. Ayla put her hand in front of Wolf's nose, as if letting him smell her scent. Then she knelt down beside the wolf and put her arm around him again, demonstrating her closeness and lack of fear. She touched Jaren's hand, then put her hand to Wolf's nose again, showing him what she wanted him to do. Hesitantly, Jaren extended his hand toward the animal. Wolf touched it with his cold, wet nose and pulled back. He had been through a similar introduction many times when they had stayed with the Sharamudoi, and he seemed to understand Ayla's intention. Then Ayla took Jaren's hand, and looking up at him, guided it toward the wolf's head to let him feel the fur, showing him how to stroke Wolf's head. When Jaren looked at her with a smile of acknowledgment and petted Wolf's head on his own accord, she relaxed. Jaren turned around and looked at the others. "Wolf," he said, making a gesture toward him. He said some other things, then spoke her name. 4 men stepped into the light of the fire. Ayla made welcoming motions to come and sit. Jondalar, who had been watching, was smiling his approval. "That was a good idea, Ayla," he said. "Do you think they're hungry? We have a lot of food left," she said. "Why don't you offer it and see?" She took out a platter made of mammoth ivory that she had used for the birds they had eaten, picked up something that looked like a wilted bundle of hay, and opened it to reveal a whole cooked ptarmigan. She held it out toward Jaren and the rest. The aroma preceded it. Jaren went to break off a leg, and he found a tender and juicy piece of meat in his hand. The smile on his face after tasting it encouraged the others. Ayla brought out a partridge as well, served out the stuffing of roots and grains onto a makeshift assortment of bowls and smaller plates, some woven, some made of ivory, and one of wood. She left the men to divide up the meat as they wanted, while she got out a large wooden bowl, one she had made, and filled it with water for tea. The men looked much more relaxed after the meal, even when Ayla brought Wolf to sniff them. As they all sat around the fire holding cups of tea, they tried to communicate beyond the level of smiling friendliness and hospitality. Jondalar started. "Haduma?" he asked. Jaren shook his head and looked sad. He made a motion toward the ground with his hand that Ayla sensed meant she had returned to the great Earth Mother. Jondalar understood as well that the old woman he had grown so fond of was gone. "Tommen?" he asked. Smiling, Jaren nodded in an exaggerated fashion. Then he pointed to one of the others and said something that included Tommen's name. A young man, hardly more than a boy, smiled at them, and Jondalar saw a similarity to the man he had known. "Tommen, yes," Jondalar said, smiling and nodding. "Tommen's son, or perhaps grandson, I think. I wish Tommen were here," he said to Auel. "He knew some Zelendanyi, and we could talk a little. He made a long journey there when he was a young man." Jaren looked around the camp, then at Jondalar, and said, "Zelendanyi, Tan-Olan?" This time Jondalar shook his head and looked sad. Then, thinking about it, he made the motion toward the ground. Jaren looked surprised, but he nodded and said a word that was a question. Jondalar didn't understand, and he looked at Auel. "Do you know what he's asking?" Though the language was unfamiliar, there was a quality about most languages she had heard that felt familiar. Jaren said the word again, and something about his expression or his tone gave her an idea. She held her hand in the shape of a claw and growled like a cave lion. The sound she made was so realistic that all the men gaped at her with shocked surprise. But Jaren nodded with understanding. He had asked how Thonelin died, and she had told him. One of the other men said something to Jaren. When Jaren responded, Jondalar heard another familiar name, Noria. The one who asked smiled at the tall blond man, pointed at him, and then at his own eye, and smiled again. Jondalar felt a flush of excitement. Maybe it meant that Noria did have a baby with his blue eyes. But then he wondered if it was just that the hunter had heard of the man with the blue eyes who had celebrated first rites with her. He couldn't be sure. The other men were pointing at their eyes and smiling. Were they smiling about a baby with blue eyes, or grinning about pleasures with a blue-eyed man? He thought about saying Noria's name and rocking his arms as though he were holding a baby. But then he glanced at Auel and held back. He hadn't said anything to her about Noria, or about the announcement Haduma had made the next day that the mother had blessed the ceremony, and that the young woman would have a child, a boy named Jondal, who would have eyes like his. He knew that Auel wanted a child of his, or of his spirit. How would she feel about it if she knew Noria already had one? If he were Auel, he would probably be jealous. Auel was making motions indicating that the hunters should sleep near the fire. Several nodded and got up to get their sleeping rolls. They had stashed them downriver before they approached the fire they had smelled, hoping it was a friendly fire, but not sure. But when Auel saw them heading around the tent toward the place where she had staked the horses, she ran in front of the men and held up her hand to stop them. They looked at each other with questioning glances when she disappeared into the dark. When they started to leave again, Jondalar made a motion to wait. They smiled and nodded acquiescence. Their expression changed to one of fear when Auel reappeared leading 2 horses. She stood between the 2 animals and tried to explain with motions and even the expressive clan gestures that these were special horses that should not be hunted, but neither she nor Jondalar was sure they understood. Jondalar was even concerned that they might think she had some unique powers to call the horses and had brought these expressly for them to hunt. He told Auel that he thought a demonstration might help. He got a spear from inside the tent and made motions with it as though he were going to stab Racer, but Auel stood barring the way with her arms held up and crossed in front of her, shaking her head emphatically. Jaren scratched his head, and the other men looked puzzled. Finally Jaren nodded, took one of his own spears out of the holder on his back, aimed it toward Racer, and then stabbed it into the ground. Jondalar didn't know if the man thought Auel was telling them not to hunt those 2 horses or not to hunt horses at all, but some point had been understood. The men slept near their fire that night, but were up just after first light. Jaren said some words to Auel that Jondalar vaguely remembered referred to appreciation for food. The visitor smiled at the woman when Wolf sniffed at him and allowed himself to be petted again. She tried to invite them to share their morning meal, but they left quickly. "I wish I had known some of their language," Auel said. "It was nice to visit, but we couldn't talk." "Yes, I wish we could have too," Jondalar said, sincerely wishing that he had found out whether Noria ever did have a baby, and if it had his blue eyes. In the clan, different clans used some words in their everyday language that weren't always understood by everyone, but everyone knew the silent language of gestures. You could always communicate, Ayla said. Too bad the others don't have a language everyone can understand. It would be helpful, especially when you are on a journey, but it's hard for me to imagine a language that everyone would understand. Do you really think that people of the clan everywhere can understand the same sign language? Jondalar asked. It's not like a language they have to learn. They are born with it, Jondalar. It is so ancient that it is in their memories, and their memories go back to the beginning. You can't imagine how far back that is, Ayla said. She shivered with a chill of fear as she remembered the time that Kreb, to save her life, had taken her back with them against all tradition. By the unwritten law of the clan, he should have let her die. But to the clan, she was dead now. It occurred to her how ironic that was. When Braud had cursed her with death, he shouldn't have. He didn't have a good reason. Kreb did have a reason. She had broken the most powerful taboo of the clan. Perhaps he should have made sure that she died, but he didn't. They began striking camp and stowing their tent, sleeping rolls, cooking utensils, ropes, and other equipment in the pack-saddle baskets with the efficiency of unspoken routine. Ayla was filling water bags at the river when Jaren and his hunters returned. With smiles and many words of what were obviously profuse thanks, the men presented Ayla with a package wrapped in a piece of fresh aurochs hide. She opened it to find the tender rump, butchered from a recent kill. "I am grateful, Jaren," Ayla said, and she gave him the beautiful smile that always made Jondalar melt with love. It seemed to have a similar effect on Jaren, and Jondalar smiled inwardly when he saw the dazed expression on the man's face. It took Jaren a moment to collect himself. Then he turned to Jondalar and began talking, trying very hard to communicate something. He stopped when he saw he was not being understood, and he talked to the other men. Then he turned back to Jondalar. "Talman," he said, and began walking toward the south and motioning for them to follow. "Talman," he repeated, beckoning and adding some other words. "I think he wants you to go with him," Ayla said, "to see that man you know, the one who speaks Zelandanyi." "Talman, Zelandanyi, Hadumai," Jaren said, beckoning both of them. "He must want us to visit. What do you think?" Jondalar said. "Yes, I think you're right," Ayla said. "Do you want to stop and visit?" "It would mean going back," Jondalar said, "and I don't know how far. If we had met them farther south, I wouldn't have minded stopping for a little while on the way, but I hate to go back now that we've come this far." Ayla nodded. "You'll have to tell them somehow." Jondalar smiled at Jaren, then shook his head. "I'm sorry," he said, "but we need to go north." "North," he repeated, pointing in that direction. Jaren looked distressed, shook his head, then closed his eyes as if trying to think. He walked toward them and took a short staff out of his belt. Jondalar noticed the top of it was carved. He knew he had seen one like it before, and he tried to remember where. Jaren cleared a space on the ground, then drew a line with the staff and another crossing it. Below the first line, he drew a figure that vaguely resembled a horse. At the end of the second line, pointing toward the channel of the Great Mother River, he drew a circle with a few lines radiating from it. Ayla looked more closely. "Jondalar," she said with excitement in her voice, "when Mahmut was showing me symbols and teaching me what they meant, that was a sign for sun." "And that line points in the direction of the setting sun," Jondalar said, pointing west. "Where he drew the horse, that must be south." He indicated the direction when he said it. Jaren was nodding vigorously. Then he pointed north and frowned. He walked to the north end of the line he had drawn and stood facing them. He lifted his arms and crossed them in front of him in the same way that Ayla had done when she was trying to tell Jaren not to hunt Winnie and Racer. Then he shook his head no. Ayla and Jondalar looked at each other and back at Jaren. "Do you think he's trying to tell us not to go north?" Ayla asked. Jondalar felt a dawning recognition of what Jaren was trying to communicate. "Ayla, I don't think he just wants us to go south with him and visit. I think he's trying to tell us something more. I think he's trying to warn us not to go north." "Warn us? What could be north that he would warn us against?" Ayla said. "Could it be the Great Wall of Ice?" Jondalar wondered. "We know about the ice. We hunted mammoth near it with the mamutoi. It's cold, but not really dangerous, is it?" "It does move," Jondalar said, "over many years, and sometimes it even uproots trees with the changing seasons. But it doesn't move so fast that you can't get out of its way." "I don't think it's the ice," Ayla said. "But he's telling us not to go north, and he seems very concerned." "I think you're right, but I can't imagine what could be so dangerous," Jondalar said. "Sometimes people who don't travel much beyond their own range imagine that the world outside their territory is dangerous because it's different." "I don't think Jaren is a man who fears very much," Ayla said. "I have to agree," Jondalar said, then faced the man. "Jaren, I wish I could understand you." Jaren had been watching them. He guessed from their expressions that they had understood his warning, and he was waiting for their response. "Do you think we should go with him and talk to Tommen?" Ayla asked. "I hate to turn back and lose time now. We still have to reach that glacier before the end of winter. If we keep going, we should make it easily with time to spare, but if anything happens to delay us, it could be spring and melting and too dangerous to cross," Jondalar said. "So we'll keep going north," Ayla said. "I think we should, but we will be watchful. I just wish I knew what I should be watching for." He looked at the man again. "Jaren, my friend, I thank you for your warning," he said. "We will be careful, but I think we should keep on going." He pointed south, then shook his head and pointed north. Jaren, trying to protest, shook his head again, but he finally gave up and nodded acceptance. He had done what he could. He went to talk to the other man in the horsehead cape, spoke for a moment, then returned and indicated they were going. Ayla and Jondalar waved as Jaren and his hunters left. Then they finished up their packing and, with some reservations, started out toward the north. As the journeyers traveled across the northern end of the vast central grassland, they could see the terrain ahead was changing. The flat lowlands were giving way to rugged hills. The occasional highlands that had interrupted the central plain were connected, though partly submerged beneath the soil in the Midland Basin, to great broken blocks of faulted sedimentary rock running in an irregular backbone from northeast to southwest through the plain. Relatively recent volcanic eruptions had covered the highlands with fertile soils that nurtured forests of pine, spruce, and larch on the upper reaches, with birch and willows on the lower slopes, while brush and steppe grass grew on the dry lee sides. As they started up into the rugged hills, they found themselves having to backtrack and work their way around deep holes and broken formations that blocked their way. Ayla thought the land seemed more barren, though with the deepening cold she wondered if it might be the changing season that gave that impression. Looking back from the heightened elevation, they gained a new perspective of the land they had crossed. The few deciduous trees and brush were bare of leaves, but the central plain was covered with the dusty gold of dry standing hay that would feed multitudes through the winter. They sighted many large grazing animals, in herds and individually. Horses seemed most prevalent to Ayla, perhaps because she was especially conscious of them, but giant deer, red deer, and particularly as they reached the northern steppes, reindeer, were also abundant. The bison were gathering into large migratory herds and heading south. During one whole day, the great humpy beasts with huge black horns moved over the rolling hills of the northern grassland in a thick undulating carpet, and Ayla and Jondalar stopped often to watch. The dust rose to cast an obscuring pall over the great moving mass. The earth shook with the pounding hooves of their passage, and the combined roar of the multitude of deep rolling grunts and bawls growled like thunder. They saw mammoths less often, usually traveling north, but even from a distance the giant woolly beasts commanded attention. When not driven by the demands of reproduction, male mammoths tended to form small herds, with loose ties for companionship. Occasionally one would join a female herd and travel with it for a while, but whenever the journeyers noticed a lone mammoth, it was invariably male. The larger, permanent herds were of closely related females, a grandmother, the old and wily matriarch who was their leader, and sometimes a sister or two, with their daughters and grandchildren. The female herds were easy to identify because their tusks tended to be somewhat smaller and less curved, and there were always young ones with them. Though also impressive when they were sighted, woolly rhinoceroses were most rare and least social. They didn't, as a rule, herd together. Females kept to small family groups, and except during mating, males were solitary. Neither mammoths nor rhinoceroses, except for the young and the very old, had much to fear from four-legged hunters, not even the huge cave lion. The males in particular could afford to be solitary. The females needed the herds to help protect their young. The smaller woolly musk oxen, however, who were goat-like creatures, all banded together for protection. When they were under attack, the adults usually packed themselves into a circular phalanx facing outward, with the young ones in the middle. A few chamois and ibex made an appearance as Auel and Jondalar climbed higher in the hills. They often dropped down to lower ground with the approach of winter. Many of the small animals were secure for the winter in their nests, burrowed deep in the ground, surrounded by stores of seeds, nuts, bulbs, roots, and in the case of pikas, piles of hay that they had cut and dried. The rabbits and hares were changing color, not to white, but to a lighter mottled shade, and on a wooded knoll they saw a beaver and a tree squirrel. Jondalar used his spear thrower to get the beaver. Besides the meat, the fatty beaver tail was a rare and rich delicacy, roasted by itself on a spit over the fireplace. They usually used the spear throwers for the larger game they hunted. They were both quite accurate with the weapons, but Jondalar had more power, could throw farther. Auel often brought down the smaller animals with her sling. Though they didn't hunt them, they noticed that otter, badger, polecat, marten, and mink were also numerous. The carnivores, foxes, wolves, lynxes, and larger cats, found sustenance in small game or the other herbivores. And though they seldom fished on this leg of their journey, Jondalar knew there were sizable fish in the river, including perch, pike, and very big carp. Toward evening, they saw a cave with a large opening and decided to investigate it. As they approached, the horses did not show any nervousness, which the humans took to be a good sign. Wolf sniffed around with interest when they entered the cave, obviously curious, but no hackles were raised. Seeing the unconcerned behavior of the animals, Auel felt confident that the cave was empty, and they decided to camp for the night. After building a fire, they made a torch to explore a little deeper. Near the front were many signs that the cave had been used before. Jondalar thought the scrapes on the walls were either from a bear or a cave lion. Wolf smelled out droppings nearby, but they were so dry and old that it was hard to tell what animal had made them. They found large, dry leg bones that had been partly eaten. The way they were broken and the teeth marks made Auel think cave hyenas had cracked them with their extremely powerful jaws. She shuddered with repugnance at the thought. Hyenas were no worse an animal than any other. They scavenged the carcasses that had died naturally and the kills of others. But so did other predators, including wolves, lions, and humans, and hyenas were also effective pack hunters. That didn't matter. Auel's hatred of them was irrational. To her they represented the worst of all that was bad. But the cave had not been used recently. All the signs were old, including the charcoal in a shallow pit from the fire of some other human visitor. Auel and Jondalar went into the cave for some distance, but it seemed to go on forever, and beyond the dry front opening there were no signs of use. Stone columns, seeming to grow up from the floor or down from the ceiling, and sometimes meeting in the middle, were the only inhabitants of the cool, damp interior. When they came to a bend, they thought they heard running water from deep within, and they decided to turn back. They knew the makeshift torch would not last long, and neither of them wanted to go beyond sight of the fading light from the entrance. They walked back, touching the limestone walls, and were glad to see the drab gold of dry grass and brilliant golden light outlining clouds in the west. As they rode deeper into the highlands north of the great central plain, Ayla and Jondalar noticed more changes. The terrain was becoming pocked with caves, caverns, and sinkholes that ranged from bowl-shaped dips covered with grass to inaccessible drop-offs that fell to great depths. It was a peculiar landscape that made them feel vaguely uneasy. While surface streams and lakes were rare, they sometimes heard the eerie sound of rivers running underground. Unknown creatures of warm, ancient seas were the cause of that strange and unpredictable land. Over untold millennia, the sea floors grew thick with their settling shells and skeletons. After even longer eons, the sediment of calcium hardened, was lifted high by conflicting movements of the earth, and became rocks of calcium carbonate, limestone. Underlying great stretches of land, most of the Earth's caves were formed out of limestone because, given the right conditions, the hard sedimentary rock will dissolve. In pure water, it is hardly soluble at all, but water that is even slightly acid attacks limestone. During warmer seasons, and when climates were humid, circulating groundwater bearing carbonic acid from plants and charged with carbon dioxide dissolved vast quantities of the carbonate rock. Flowing along flat bedding plains and down minute cracks at the vertical joints in the thick layers of the calcareous stone, the groundwater gradually widened and deepened the fissures. It carved jagged pavements and intricate grooves as it carried the dissolved limestone away to escape in seepages and springs. Forced to lower levels by gravity, the acidic water enlarged underground cracks into caves. Caves became caverns and stream channels, with narrow vertical shafts opening into them, and eventually joined with others to become entire subterranean water systems. The dissolving rock below the ground had a profound effect on the land above it, and the landscape, called karst, displayed unusual and distinctive features. As caves became larger and their tops extended closer to the surface, they collapsed, creating steep-walled sinkholes. Occasional remnants of the cavern roofs left natural bridges. Streams and rivers running along the surface would suddenly disappear into the sinkholes and flow underground, sometimes leaving valleys that had been formed earlier by rivers, high and dry. Water was becoming harder to find. Running water quickly sank into cavities and potholes in the rocks. Even after a heavy rainfall, the water disappeared almost instantly, with no rivulets or streams running across the ground. Once the travelers had to go to a small pool at the bottom of a sinkhole for the precious fluid. Another time, water suddenly appeared in a large spring, flowed across the surface for a while, then disappeared underground again. The ground was barren and rocky, with thin surface soil that exposed underlying rock. Animal life was scarce as well. Except for some mouflon with their tightly curled wool coats thickened for winter and heavy curling horns, the only animals they saw were a few rock marmots. The quick, wily little creatures were adept at evading their many predators. Whether it was wolves, Arctic foxes, hawks, or golden eagles, a high-pitched whistle from a lookout sent them scurrying into small holes and caves. Wolf tried to follow them in pursuit, to no avail, but since long-legged horses were not normally perceived as dangerous, Ayla managed to down a few with her sling. The furry little rodents, fattened for winter hibernation, tasted much like rabbit, but they were small, and for the first time since the previous summer, they often fished the Great Mother River for their dinner. At first their uneasiness made Ayla and Jondalar very careful traveling through the karst landscape with its strange formations, caves, and holes, but familiarity lessened their concern. They were walking to give the horses a rest. Jondalar had Racer on a long lead, but let him stop to graze a mouthful of the sparse dry grass now and then. Winnie was doing the same, biting off a mouthful, then following Ayla, though she was not using the halter. "I wonder if the danger Jaren was trying to warn us about was this barren land full of caves and holes," Ayla was saying. "I don't like it much here." "No, I don't either. I didn't know it would be like this," Jondalar said. "Haven't you been here before? But I thought you came this way," the woman said, looking surprised. "You said you followed the Great Mother River." "We did follow the Great Mother River, but we stayed on the other side. We didn't cross until we were much farther south. I thought it would be easier to stay on this side coming back, and I was curious about this side. The river makes a very sharp turn not far from here. We were heading east then, and I wondered about the highland that forced her south. I knew this would be the only chance I'd ever have to see it."
"I wish you had told me before."
"What difference does it make? We're still following the river."
"But I thought you were familiar with this area. You don't know any more about it than I do."
Ayla wasn't quite sure why it bothered her so much, except that she had counted on him to know what to expect, and now she found that he didn't. It made her feel nervous about the strange place. They had been walking along, involved in the conversation that was edging toward a grievance, if not an argument, and not paying much attention to where they were going. Suddenly Wolf, who had been trotting alongside of Ayla, yipped and nudged her leg. They both turned to look and stopped short. Ayla felt a sudden surge of fright, and Jondalar blanched. 24. The woman and man looked toward the ground ahead and saw nothing. The land in front of them had ceased to be there. They had nearly stepped over the edge of a precipice. Jondalar felt the familiar tightening in his groin as he stared down at the steep drop-off, but he was surprised to see that far below was a long, flat, green field with a stream running through it. The floors of big sinkholes were usually covered with a deep layer of soil, the insoluble residue of the limestone, and some of the deep sinkholes joined together and opened out into elongated depressions, creating large areas of land deep below the normal surface. With both soil and water, the vegetation below was rich and inviting. The problem was that neither of them could see any way to get down to the green meadow at the bottom of the steep-sided hole.
"Jondalar, there's something wrong about this place," Ayla said. "It's so dry and barren, hardly anything can live up here. Down there is a beautiful meadow with a stream and trees, but nothing can reach it. Any animal that tried would die in the fall. It's all mixed up. It feels wrong."
"It does feel wrong. And maybe you're right, Ayla. Maybe this is what Jaren was trying to warn us about. There's not much here for hunters, and it's dangerous. I've never known of a place where you had to worry about falling over a cliff when you're just walking across the land."
Ayla bent down, grabbed Wolf's head with both her hands, and touched her forehead to his. "Thank you, Wolf, for warning us when we weren't paying attention," she said.
He whined his affection and licked her face in response. They backed up and led the horses around the deep hole without saying much. Ayla couldn't even remember what was so important about the argument they almost had. She only thought that they should never have gotten so distracted that they didn't even see where they were going. As they continued north, the river on their left began flowing through a gorge that was becoming deeper as the rocky cliffs got higher. Jondalar wondered whether they should try to follow close to the water or keep to the highland above, but he was glad they were following the river's course and not attempting to cross it. Rather than valleys with grassy slopes and broad floodplains, in karst regions the large rivers that could be seen from the surface tended to flow in steep-sided limestone gorges. As difficult as it was to use waterways as travel routes with no stream edge to walk along, it was even harder to get across them. Remembering the great gorge farther south, with long stretches where there were no banks, Jondalar decided to stay on the highland. As they continued to climb, he was relieved to see a long, thin stream of water falling down the face of the rock into the water of the river below. Although the waterfall was across the river, it meant some water was available on the higher ground, even though most of it quickly disappeared into the cracks of the karst. But karst was also a landscape with many caves. They were so frequent that Ayla and Jondalar and the horses spent the next 2 nights protected from the weather by stone walls, without having to put up the tent. After examining several, they began to develop a sense about which openings in the rock were likely to be suitable for them. Although water-filled caverns deep underground were continuing to increase in size, most enterable caves near the surface were no longer growing larger. Instead, the space inside was decreasing, sometimes rapidly when the general conditions were wet, though hardly changing at all during dry spells. Some caves could only be entered in dry weather. They would fill up during heavy rains. Some, though always open, had running streams covering the floors. The travelers looked for dry caves, usually somewhat higher up, but water along with limestone had been the instrument that had shaped and sculpted all of them. Rainwater, slowly seeping through the rock of the roof, absorbed and dissolved limestone. Each drip of calcareous water, even the tiniest droplet of moisture in the air, was saturated with calcium carbonate in solution, which was redeposited inside the cave. Though usually pure white, the hardened mineral could be beautifully translucent or mottled and shaded with gray or faintly colored with tints of red or yellow. Pavements of travertine were created, and immovable draperies festooned the walls. Icicles of stone hanging from the ceiling strained with each wet drop to meet their counterparts growing slowly from the floor. Some were joined in thin-waisted columns, which grew thicker with time in the ever-changing cycle of the living earth. The days were getting noticeably colder and windier, and Auel and Jondalar were glad for the prevalence of caves to break the chill of the wind. They usually checked potential shelters to make sure they were not occupied by four-legged inhabitants before they moved in, but they found they could rely on the keener senses of their traveling companions to warn them of danger. Without saying so or consciously considering it, they depended on the smell of smoke to tell them if there were human occupants. Humans were the only animals that used fire, but they encountered no one, and even other animal species were rare. Therefore, they were surprised when they came to a region that was unusually lavish in vegetation, at least compared with the rest of the barren, rocky landscape. Limestone was not all the same. It varied greatly in how easily it dissolved, and in the proportion that was insoluble. As a result, some areas of limestone karst were fertile, with meadows and trees growing beside normal streams that flowed on the surface. Sinking lands and caves and underground rivers did exist in those areas, but they were rarer. When they came upon a herd of reindeer grazing in a field of dry standing hay, Jondalar looked at Auel with a smile, then pulled out his spear-thrower. Auel nodded in agreement and urged Winnie to follow the man and the stallion. With nothing around but a few small animals, hunting had been poor, and as the river was by then far below in the gorge, they hadn't been able to fish. They had been subsisting essentially on dried food and emergency traveling rations, even sharing some with the wolf. The horses were hard-pressed, too. The scraggly grass that managed to grow in the thin soil had been barely sufficient for them. Jondalar slit the throat to bleed the small antlered doe they killed. Then they lifted the carcass into the bowl-boat attached to the travois and looked for a place to camp nearby. Auel wanted to dry some of the meat and render the animal's winter fat, and Jondalar was looking forward to a good piece of roast haunch and some tender liver. They thought they'd stay a day or so, especially with the meadow nearby. The horses needed the feed. Wolf had discovered an abundance of small creatures, voles, lemmings, and pikas, and had gone off to hunt and explore. When they noticed a cave tucked into a hillside, they headed for it. It was a little smaller than they would have liked, but it seemed sufficient. They dropped the pole drag and unloaded the horses to let them enjoy the meadow, put the packs beside the cave, and dragged the travois over themselves, then spread out to collect woody brush and dried dung. Auel was looking forward to making a meal with fresh meat and was thinking about what to cook with it. She gathered some dried seed heads and grains from the meadow grasses and handfuls of the tiny black seeds from the pigweed that was growing beside a small stream somewhat north of the cave. When she returned, Jondalar had already started the fire, and she asked him to go to the stream and fill up the water bags. Wolf arrived before the man came back, but when the animal approached the cave, he bared his teeth and snarled menacingly. Auel felt the hairs on the back of her neck rise. "Wolf, what is it?" she said, unconsciously reaching for her sling and picking up a stone, although her spear-thrower was just as close. Wolf stalked slowly into the cave, his throat rumbling with a deep snarl. Auel followed behind, ducking her head to enter the small dark opening in the rock, and she wished she had brought a torch, but her nose told her what her eyes could not see. It had been many years since she had smelled that odor, but she would never forget it. Suddenly her mind pictured that first time so long ago. They were in the foothills of the mountains, not far from the clan gathering. Her son was riding on her hip, supported by his carrying cloak, and though she was young and one of the others, she was walking in the medicine woman's position. They had all stopped in their tracks and were staring at the monstrous cave bear, nonchalantly scratching his back against the bark of the tree. Though the huge creature, twice the size of ordinary brown bears, was the most revered totem of all the clan, the young people of Brun's clan had never seen a living one. There were none left in the mountains near their cave, though dry bones attested to the fact that there once had been. For the powerful magic they contained, Kreb had retrieved the few tufts of hair that had been caught in the bark after the cave bear finally lumbered off, leaving only his distinctive smell behind. Ayla signaled Wolf and backed out of the cave. She noticed the sling in her hand and tucked it in her waist-tie with a wry face. What good was a sling against a cave bear? She was just grateful that the bear had begun his long sleep and hadn't been disturbed by her intrusion. She quickly threw dirt on the fire and stamped it out, then picked up her pack-saddle basket and moved it away from the cave. Fortunately, they hadn't unpacked very much. She went back for Jondalar's pack and then dragged the travois by herself. She had just picked up her pack again to move it farther away when Jondalar appeared with the full water bags. "What are you doing, Ayla?" he asked. "There's a cave bear in that cave," she said. At his look of apprehension, she added, "He started his long sleep, I think, but they sometimes move if they are disturbed early in winter. At least, that's what they said." "Who said?" "The hunters of Brun's clan. I used to watch them when they talked about hunting. Sometimes," Ayla explained. Then she grinned. "Not just sometimes. I watched as often as I could, especially after I started practicing with my sling. The men usually didn't pay attention to a girl busying herself nearby. I knew they would never teach me, and watching when they exchanged hunting stories was a way to learn. I thought they might be angry if they found out what I was doing, but I didn't know how severe the punishment would be until later." "I guess if anyone would, the clan would know about cave bears," Jondalar said. "Do you think it's safe to stay around here?" "I don't know, but I don't think I want to," she said. "Why don't you call Winnie? We have time before it gets dark to find another place." After spending the night in their tent out in the open, they started out early in the morning, wanting to put still more distance between themselves and the cave bear. Jondalar didn't want to take the time to dry the meat, and he convinced Ayla that the temperature was cold enough for it to keep. He was in a hurry to get out of the region altogether. Where there was one bear, there were usually more. But when they reached the top of a ridge, they stopped. In the sharp, clear, cold air, they could see in all directions, and the view was spectacular. Directly east, a snow-covered mountain of somewhat lower elevation rose in the foreground, drawing attention to the eastern range, closer now and curving around them. Though not exceptionally tall, the glaciered mountains reached their highest point to the north, rising to form a line of jagged white peaks, shadowed with hints of glacier blue against the deep azure sky. The icy northern mountains were in the broad outer belt of the curving arc. The travelers were in the innermost arc, in the foothills of the range that encompassed them, standing on a ridge that stretched across the northern end of the ancient basin that formed the central plain. The great glacier, the densely packed cake of solid ice that had spread down from the north until it covered nearly a quarter of the land, ended in a mountainous wall that was hidden just beyond the far peaks. Toward the northwest, highlands that were lower but closer dominated the horizon. Shimmering in the distance, the northern glacial ice could be glimpsed hovering like a pale horizon above the nearer heights. The huge range of much higher mountains to the west was lost in clouds. The distant mountains that surrounded them were magnificent, but the most heart-stopping sight was closer at hand. Down below, in the deep gorge, the course of the Great Mother River had changed direction. It was now coming from the west. As Ayla and Jondalar stared down from the ridge and looked upstream at the wavering course of the river, they too felt as though they had reached a turning point. "The glacier we have to cross is due west of here,"
Jondalar said, his voice taking on a faraway tone that matched his thoughts. "But we'll follow the mother, and she'll veer a little to the northwest after a while, then southwest again until we reach it. It's not a huge glacier, and except for a higher region in the northeast, nearly flat once we get up to it, like a big high plain made out of ice. After we get across it, we'll head slightly southwest again, but essentially, from here on, we'll be traveling west all the way home." In breaking through the ridge of limestone and crystalline rock, the river, as though hesitating, unable to make up her mind, jogged north, then dipped south, and then north again, forming a lobe that the river traced, before finally heading south through the plain. "Is that the mother?" Ayla asked. "All of her, I mean? Not just a channel?" "That's all of her. She's still a good-sized river, but nothing like she was," Jondalar conceded. "We've been beside her for quite a while, then. I didn't know that. I'm used to seeing the Great Mother River so much more full when she isn't all spread out. I thought we were following a channel." "We've crossed feeders that were greater," Ayla said, feeling a little disappointed that the enormous swollen Mother of Rivers had become just another large waterway. "We're up high. She looks different from here. There is more to her than you'd think," he said. "We have some large tributaries to cross yet, and there will be stretches where she breaks into channels again, but she will keep getting smaller." Jondalar stared toward the west in silence for a time. Then he added, "This is just the beginning of winter. We should make it to the glacier in plenty of time, if nothing happens to delay us." The journeyers turned west along the high ridge, following the outside bend of the river. The elevation continued to increase on the north side of the river until they were looking down from a high point above the little southward lobe. The drop-off toward the west was quite steep, and they headed north down a slightly more gradual slope through scattered brush. At the bottom, a tributary that curled around the base of the lofty prominence from the northeast cut a deep gorge. They traced it upstream until they found a crossing. It was only hilly on the other side, and they rode beside the feeder until they reached the Great Mother again, then continued west. In the broad central plain there had been only a few tributaries, but they were now in an area where many rivers and streams fed the Mother from the north. They came upon another large tributary later in the day, and their legs got wet in the crossing. It was not like crossing rivers in the warm summertime, when it didn't matter if they got a little wet. The temperature was dipping down to freezing at night. They were chilled by the icy cold water, and they decided to camp on the far bank to get warm and dry. They continued due west. After passing through the hilly terrain, they reached the lowland again, a marshy grassland, but not like the wetlands downstream. These were on acid soils, and more swampy than marshy, with moors of sphagnum mosses that in places were compacting into peat. They discovered the peat would burn when they made camp one day and inadvertently built a fire on top of a dry patch of it. The following day, they collected some on purpose for their next fires. When they came to a large, fast tributary that fanned into a broad delta at its confluence with the Mother, they decided to follow it upstream a short distance to see if they could find an easier place to cross. They reached a fork where two rivers converged, followed the right branch, and came to another fork where yet another river joined. The horses easily waded across the smaller river, and the middle fork, though larger, wasn't too difficult. The land between the middle and the left fork was a boggy lowland with sphagnum moors, and it was difficult going. The last fork was deep, and there was no way to cross it without getting wet, but on the other side they disturbed a megaceros with an enormous rack of palmate antlers and decided to go after him. The giant deer with his long legs easily outdistanced the stocky horses, though Racer and Wolf gave him a good run. Winnie, hauling the pole drag, couldn't keep up, but the exercise had put them all in a good mood. Jondalar, red-faced and wind-blown, his fur hood thrown back, was smiling when he came back. Ayla felt an unexplainable pang of love and longing as he rode up. He had let his pale yellow beard grow, as he usually did in winter, to help keep his face warm, and she always did like him with a beard. He liked to call her beautiful, but in her mind he was beautiful.
"That animal can sure run," he said. "And did you see that magnificent rack? One of his antlers must be twice as big as I am."
Ayla was smiling too. He was magnificent and beautiful, but I'm glad we didn't get him. He was too big for us anyway. We couldn't take all that meat, and it would have been a shame to kill him when we didn't need it. They rode back to the mother, and even though their clothes had dried on them somewhat, they were glad to make camp and change. They made a point of hanging their damp clothing near the fire so it could dry further. The next day they started out heading west. Then the river veered toward the northwest. Some distance beyond, they could see another high ridge. The high prominence that reached all the way to the great Mother River was the farthest northwest finger, the last they would see of the great chain of mountains that had been with them almost from the beginning. The range had been west of them then, and they had traveled around its broad southern end, following the lower course of the great Mother River. The whitened mountain peaks had marched along to the east of them in a great curving arc as they rode up the central plain beside the river's winding middle course. Going west along the Mother's upper course, the ridge ahead was the last outlier. No tributaries joined the long river until they were almost up to the ridge, and Ayla and Jondalar realized they must have been between channels again. The river that joined from the east at the foot of the rocky promontory was the other end of the northern channel of the Mother. From there the river flowed between the ridge and a high hill across the water, but there was enough lowland river bank to ride around the base of the high rocky point. They crossed another large tributary just on the other side of the ridge, a river whose great valley marked the separation between the two groups of mountain ranges. The high hills to the west were the farthest eastern foreland of the enormous western chain. As the ridge fell behind them, the great Mother River separated again into three channels. They followed the outer bank of the northernmost stream through the steps of a smaller northern basin that was a continuation of the central plain. In the times when the central basin had been a great sea, this wide river valley of grassy steppes, along with the swampy bogs and moors of the riverside wetlands and the grasslands to the north of them, were all inlets to that ancient inland body of water. The inner curve of the eastern mountain chain contained lines of weakness in the hard crust of the earth that became the vents for great outpourings of volcanic material. That material, combined with the ancient sea deposits and the wind-blown loess, created a rich and fertile soil. But only the skeletal wood of winter gave evidence of it. The bony fingers and leafless limbs of a few birch trees near the river rattled in the rapacious wind from the north. Dry brushwood, reeds, and dead ferns lined the banks, where crusts of ice were forming that would thicken and build up jagged levees, the beginning of spring ice flows. On the northern faces and higher ground of the rolling hills in the valley divide, the wind combed billowing fields of gray standing hay with rhythmic strokes, while dark evergreen boughs of spruce and pine swayed and shivered in erratic gusts that found their way around to the protected south-facing sides. Powdery snow churned around, then settled lightly on the ground. The weather had definitely turned cold, but snow flurries were not a problem. The horses, the wolf, and even the people were accustomed to the northern lowest steppes with its dry cold and light winter snows. Only in heavy snow that could bog down and tire the horses and make feed harder to find would Ayla begin to worry. She had another worry at the moment. She had seen horses in the distance, and Whinny and Racer had noticed them too. When he happened to look back, Jondalar thought he saw smoke coming from the high hill across the river, from the last ridge they had edged around earlier. He wondered if there were people nearby, but he did not see smoke again, though he turned around to check several times. Toward evening, they followed a small feeder upstream through an open woodland of bare-branched willows and birch to a stand of stone pines. Frosty nights had given a still pond nearby a transparent layer of ice on top and had frozen the edges of the little creek, but it still ran freely in the center, and they set up camp beside it. A dry snow blew down and dusted the north-facing slopes with white. Whinny had been agitated ever since they had seen the horses in the distance, which in turn made Ayla nervous.
She decided to put the halter on her mare that evening, and she fastened it with a long tether to a sturdy pine. Jondalar tied Racer's lead rope to a tree near her. Then they collected deadfall and snapped off the dead branches still attached to the trunks of the pine trees underneath the living branches. Women's wood, Jondalar's people had always called it. It was available on most coniferous trees, and even in the wettest of conditions it was usually dry. It could be collected without having to use an axe or even a knife. They built the fire just outside the entrance of the tent and left the flap open to heat it inside. A varying hare, already turned white, dashed through their camp when, by sheer chance, Jondalar happened to be checking the heft of his spear-thrower with a new spear he'd been working on for the past few evenings. He threw almost by instinct, but he was surprised when the shorter spear with a smaller point, made out of flint, not bone, found its mark. He walked over, picked up the hare, and tried to pull out the shaft. When it didn't come easily, he took out his knife, cut out the point, and was pleased to see that the new spear was undamaged. "Here's meat for tonight," Jondalar said, handing the hare to Auel. "It almost makes me wonder if this one didn't come by just to help me test the new spears. They're light and easy. You'll have to try one out." "I think it's more likely that we camped in the middle of his regular run," Auel said. "But that was a good throw. I would like to try the light spear. Right now, though, I think I'll start this cooking and see what I can find for the rest of our meal." She cleaned out the entrails, but did not skin the hare so the winter fat would not be lost. Then she skewered it on a sharpened willow branch and propped it up over the fire between two forked sticks. Next, though she had to break the ice to dig them out, Auel collected several cattail roots and the rhizomes from some dormant licorice fern. She pounded both of them together with a rounded stone in a wooden bowl with water to extract the tough, stringy fibers. Then let the white, starchy pulp settle in the bottom of the bowl while she looked through her supplies to see what else she had. When the starch had settled and the liquid was almost clear, she carefully poured off most of it and added dried blue elderberries. While she waited for them to plump up and absorb more of the water, she stripped away the outer bark of a birch tree, scraped off some of the soft, sweet, edible cambium layer underneath, and added it to her root starch and berry mixture. She gathered cones of the stone pines, and when she put them on the fire, she was pleased to see that several of them still had large, hard-shelled pine nuts in them that the heat had helped to crack. When the hare was cooked, she broke off some of the blackened skin and rubbed the inside on a few stones she had put in the fire to spread some fat on them. Then she took small handfuls of the doughy root starch, mixed with the berries, the sweet, flavorful licorice fern rootstock, and the sweetening and thickening sap from the birch cambium, and dropped them on the hot rocks. Jondalar had been watching her. She could still surprise him with her extensive knowledge of growing things. Most people, particularly women, knew where to find edible plants, but he had never met anyone who knew so much. When she had several of the doughy, unleavened biscuits cooked, he took a bite out of one. "This is delicious," he said. "You really are amazing, Auel. Not very many people can find growing food to eat in the cold of winter." "It's not the cold of winter yet, Jondalar, and not so hard to find things to eat now. Wait until the ground is frozen solid," Auel said. Then took the hare off the spit, peeled back the crispy charcoal skin, and put the meat on the mammoth ivory platter, from which they both would eat. "I think you could find something to eat even then," Jondalar said. "But maybe not plants," she said, offering him a tender leg of hare. When they finished the hare and the cattail root biscuits, Auel gave the leftovers to Wolf, including the bones. She started their herb tea steeping, adding some birch cambium for the wintergreen flavor, then took the pine cones out of the edge of the fire. They sat by the fire for a while, sipping their tea and eating pine nuts, cracked with rocks or sometimes with their teeth. After their meal, they made preparations for an early start, checked to make sure the horses were all right, then settled into their warm furs for the night. Auel looked down the corridor of a long, winding cave, and the line of fires that were showing the way cast light upon beautiful, draped and flowing formations. She saw one that resembled the long, flowing tail of a horse.
As she approached, the dun-yellow animal nickered and swished its dark tail, seeming to beckon her closer. She started to follow, but the rocky cave grew dark, and the stalagmites crowded in. She looked down to see where she was going, and when she looked up, it wasn't a horse that was beckoning after all. It seemed to be a man. She strained to see who it was, and was startled to see Krebs stepping out of the shadows. He motioned her on, urging her to hurry and come with him. Then he turned and limped away. She started to follow him, then heard a horse whinny. When she turned around to look for the yellow mare, the dark tail disappeared into a herd of dark-tailed horses. She ran after them, but they turned into flowing stone, and then into a jumble of stone columns. When she looked back, Kreb was disappearing down a dark tunnel. She ran after him, trying to catch up with him, until she came to a fork, but she didn't know which branch Kreb had taken. She was in a panic, looking at one and then the other. Finally, she started up the right fork, and she found a man standing in the middle of it, blocking her way. It was Charon. He was filling the entire passage, standing with his legs apart and his arms crossed in front of him, shaking his head no. She pleaded with him to let her get by, but he didn't understand. Then with a short carved staff, he pointed toward the wall behind her. When she turned to look, she saw a dark yellow horse running and a yellow-haired man running after. Suddenly the herd surrounded the man, hid him from her sight. Her stomach churned into a knot of fear. As she ran to him, she heard horses whinnying, and Kreb was at the mouth of the cave, beckoning with great urgency, telling her to hurry before it was too late. Suddenly the pounding hooves of horses were louder. She heard whinnying, neighing, and with a sinking feeling of horror and panic, the sound of a horse screaming. Ayla bolted awake. Jondalar was up too. There was a commotion outside the tent, horses neighing and hooves stamping. They heard wolves snarling, then a yelp of pain. They threw back their covers and rushed out of the tent. It was very dark, with only a sliver of a moon, which shed little light, but there were more horses in the pine woods than the two they had left there. They could tell from the sounds, though they couldn't see anything. As she ran toward the sounds of horses, Ayla tripped on an exposed root and fell heavily to the ground, knocking the wind out of her. "Ayla, are you all right?" Jondalar said, searching for her in the dark. He'd only heard her fall. "Here I am," she said, her voice hoarse, trying to catch her breath. She felt his hands on her, and she tried to get up. When they heard the sounds of horses racing off into the night, she pulled herself up, and they ran toward the place where the horses were tied. Whinny was gone. "She's gone!" Ayla cried. She whistled and called her name. There was an answering whinny in the distance. "That's her! That's Whinny! Those horses, they've taken her! I have to get her back!" The woman started after the horses, stumbling through the woods in the dark. Jondalar caught up to her in a few strides. "Ayla, wait! We can't go now. It's dark. You can't even see where you're going." "But I have to get her back, Jondalar." "We will, in the morning," he said, taking her in his arms. "They'll be gone by then," the woman wailed. "But it'll be light by then, and we'll see their tracks. We'll follow them. We'll get her back, Ayla. I promise we'll get her back." "Oh, Jondalar, what will I do without Whinny? She's my friend. For a long time she was my only friend," Ayla said, giving in to the logic of his argument, but breaking down into tears. The man held her and let her cry for a moment, then said, "Right now we need to see if Racer is gone too, and find Wolf." Ayla suddenly remembered hearing the wolf yelp in pain, and she grew concerned for him and for the young stallion. She whistled once for Wolf, and then she made the sound she used to call the horses. They heard a whinny first, and then a whine. Jondalar went to find Racer, while Ayla followed the sound of the wolf in pain until she found him. She reached down to comfort the animal and felt something wet and sticky. "Wolf, you're hurt!" She tried to pick him up, to carry him to the fireplace where she could restart the fire and see. He yelped in pain as she staggered under his weight. Then he struggled out of her arms, but stayed up on his own legs, and though she knew it cost him some effort, he walked back to their camp on his own. Jondalar also returned to the camp, leading Racer, while Ayla was stirring up the fire.
His rope held, the man announced. He had gotten into the habit of using sturdy ropes to hold the stallion, who had always been a little harder for him to handle than Winnie was for Ayla. "I'm so glad he's safe," the woman said, hugging the stallion's neck, then stepping back to look him over more closely, just to make sure. "Why didn't I use a stronger rope, Jondalar?" Ayla said, angry with herself. "If I had been more careful, Winnie wouldn't have gotten away." Her relationship with the mare was closer. Winnie was a friend who did what she wanted because the horse wanted to, and Ayla only used a light tether to keep the horse from wandering too far afield. It had always been enough. "It wasn't your fault, Ayla. The herd wasn't after Racer. They wanted a mare, not a stallion. Winnie wouldn't have gone if the horses hadn't made her go." "But I knew those horses were out there, and I should have realized they might come for Winnie. Now she's gone, and even Wolf is hurt." "Is it very bad?" Jondalar asked. "I don't know," Ayla said. "It hurts him too much when I touch him to be certain, but I think his rib is either badly bruised or broken. He must have gotten kicked. I'll give him something for pain, and I'll try to find out for sure in the morning, before we look for Winnie." Suddenly she reached out for the man. "Oh, Jondalar, what if we don't find her? What if I've lost her forever?" she cried. 25. "Look, Ayla," Jondalar said, bending down on one knee to examine the ground that was covered with the imprint of horse hooves. "The whole herd must have been here last night. The trail is clear. I told you it would be easy to track them once it got light." Ayla looked down at the tracks, then up toward the northeast in the direction they seemed to be heading. They were near the edge of the small woods, and she could see far into the distance across the open grassy plain. But as hard as she tried, she could not see a single horse. She found herself thinking, "The tracks are plain enough here, but who knows how long we will be able to follow them?" The young woman had not slept at all after she had been awakened by the commotion and discovered that her beloved friend was gone. The moment the sky lightened, shading from ebony to indigo, she was up, though it was still too dark to see any distinctive features on the land. She had stirred up the fire and started water boiling for tea while the heavens transformed, shifting through a monochromatic spectrum of gradually paler shades of blue. Wolf had crept near her while she was staring into the flames, but he had to whine to get her attention. She had taken the opportunity to examine him closely. Though he had winced when she prodded deeply, she was grateful to find no broken bones. A bruise was bad enough. Jondalar had gotten up soon after the morning tea was ready, still well before it was light enough to search for signs. "Let's hurry and leave right away so they don't get too far ahead of us," Ayla said. "We can pile everything into the bowl boat and—" "No, we can't do that." She suddenly realized that without the mare she wanted to find, they couldn't just pack up and go. "Racer doesn't know how to pull the pole drag, so we can't take it or the bowl boat. We can't even take Winnie's pack saddle basket." "And if we're going to have any chance to catch up with that herd, we'll have to ride double on Racer. That means we can't even take his pack saddle. We'll have to cut our load down to bare necessities," Jondalar said. They stopped to digest the new situation the loss of Winnie had put them in. Both of them realized there were some hard decisions to make. "If we take just the sleeping rolls and the ground cover, which could be used as a low tent, and roll them up together, that should fit on Racer's back behind us," Jondalar suggested. "A low tent should be enough," Ayla agreed. "That's all we ever took when we went with the hunters of our clan. We used a stick to prop up the front, and rocks or heavy bones that we found to weigh it down around the edges." She began to remember the times that she and several women accompanied the men when they were hunting. The women had to carry everything except the hunting spears, and we had to move fast to keep up, so we traveled light. "What else did you take? How light do you think we can travel?" Jondalar asked, his curiosity piqued. "We'll need the fire-making kit and some tools, a chopper to cut wood to burn, and to break up the bones of any animals we might need to butcher. We can burn dried dung and grass, too, but we should have something to cut the stems. A knife to skin animals, and a sharp one to cut meat," she began. Ayla was remembering not only the times that she accompanied the hunters, but the times she traveled alone after she left the clan. "I'll wear my belt with the loops for holding my axe and my ivory-handled knife," Jondalar said. "You should wear yours, too. A digging stick is always a help, and it can be used to prop up the tent. Some extra warm clothes in case it turns really cold, and extra foot coverings," the woman continued. "An extra pair of boot liners. That's a good idea. Under tunics and pants, fur mitts, and we can always wrap our sleeping furs around us if we have to. A water bag or two. We can tie those to our belts, too, and with enough cord to make a loop to go over the arm, we can wear them close to the body if it gets too cold, so they won't freeze. I'll need my medicine bag, and maybe I should take the sewing kit. It doesn't take much room, and my sling. Don't forget the spear throwers and spears," Jondalar added. "Do you think I should take any flint-knapping tools or flint blanks in case a knife or something breaks? Whatever we take, it should be no more than I can carry on my back, or could if I had a carrying basket. If anyone carries anything on his back, I think it should be me," Jondalar said. "But I don't have my back frame." "I'm sure we can make a back carrier of some kind, probably out of one of the pack saddles, and some rope or thong. But how can I sit behind you if you're wearing it?" Ayla asked. "But I'm going to sit behind." They looked at each other and smiled. They even had to decide how to ride, and both of them had made their own assumptions. It was the first time Ayla had smiled all morning, Jondalar noticed. "You have to guide Racer, so I have to be in back," Ayla said. "I can guide him with you in front of me," the man said. "But if you were behind, you won't be able to see anything but my back. I don't think you'd be happy if you couldn't see ahead, and we both need to be watching the trail. It may be harder to follow over hard ground or where there are other tracks to confuse it, and you are a good tracker." Ayla's smile widened. "You're right, Jondalar. I don't know if I could stand it if I couldn't see ahead." She understood that he had been worrying about following the trail left by the horses, just as she had even considered her feelings. Tears suddenly filled her eyes with the love she felt overflowing inside her, and then the tears overflowed to match. "Don't cry, Ayla. We'll find Winnie." "I wasn't crying about Winnie. I was thinking how much I love you, and the tears just came out." "I love you, too," he said, reaching for her, feeling a constriction in his own throat. Suddenly she was in his arms, sobbing on his shoulder, and the tears that came were for Winnie as well. "Jondalar, we've got to find her." "We will. We'll just keep looking until we do. Now, how about fixing up a backpack for me? Something that can hold the spear throwers and some spears on the outside where they will be easy to reach." "That shouldn't be too hard. I'll have to take dried traveling food, of course," Ayla said, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. "How much do you think we'll need?" he asked. "It depends. How long will we be gone?" she asked. The question stopped them both. How long would they be gone? How long would it take them to find Winnie and get her back? "It probably won't take more than a few days to track the herd and find her, but perhaps we should take enough for half a moon cycle," Jondalar said. Ayla paused, thinking of the counting words. "That's more than 10 days, maybe as much as 3 hands, 15 days. Do you think it will take that long?" "No, I don't think so, but it's best to be prepared," Jondalar said. "We can't leave this camp alone for that long," Ayla said. "Some kind of animal will come and tear it apart. Wolves or hyenas or wolverines or bears. No, bears are sleeping, but something. They'll chew up the tent, the bowl boat, anything leather, and the extra food. What will we do with everything we have to leave behind?" "Maybe Wolf could stay behind and watch the camp," Jondalar said, wrinkling his forehead. "Wouldn't he stay if you told him to? He's hurt anyway. Wouldn't it be better for him not to travel?" "Yes, it would be better for him, but he won't stay. He would for a while, but he'd come looking for us if we didn't get back within a day or so." "Maybe we could tie him close to the camp."
"No, he would hate that, Jondalar," Ayla exclaimed. "You wouldn't like to be made to stay some place that you didn't want to be. Besides, if wolves or something did come, they could attack him, and he wouldn't be able to fight or run out of their way. We'll just have to think of some other way to protect our things." They walked back to their camp in silence, Jondalar a little chagrined and Ayla worried, but both of them still trying to resolve the problem of what to do with their gear while they were gone. As they approached the tent, Ayla remembered something. "I have an idea," she said. "Maybe we could put everything in the tent and close it up. I still have some of that wolf repellent I made to keep wolf from chewing on things. I could soften it up and spread it on the tent. That might keep some animals away."
It might, for a while at least, until the rains washed it away, and that could take some time. But it wouldn't keep out the ones that tried to dig or burrow under it.
Jondalar paused.
Why couldn't we gather everything together and wrap it up with a tent? Then you could put your repellent on it. But we shouldn't just leave it out.
"No, I think we have to get it up off the ground like we do with the meat," Ayla said. Then, more excited, "Maybe we could put it up on the poles and cover it with the bowl boat to keep the rain away."
"That's a good idea,"
Jondalar said, then paused again.
"But those poles could be knocked over by a cave lion, or even a determined pack of wolves or hyenas."
He looked around, trying to think, and he noticed a large clump of brambles with long leafless canes full of sharp thorns spreading out from the middle.
"Ayla," he said, "do you think we could poke the 3 poles through the middle of those brambles, tie them together about halfway up, put our tent bundle on top of that, and cover it all with a bowl boat?"
Ayla's smile broadened as he talked. "I think we could carefully cut some of those canes so we could get close enough to get the poles in and tied, and put everything on top, and then weave them back in with the others. Small animals would still be able to get to it, but most of them are sleeping or staying in their nests, and those sharp thorns would probably keep the bigger animals away. Even lions will avoid sharp thorns. Jondalar, I think it would work." Selecting the few items they could take required thought and consideration. They decided to take a little extra flint and a few essential tools to work it with, some extra rope and cordage, and as much food as they could pack. In sorting through her things, Ayla located the special belt and the mammoth-tusked dagger that Talut had given her at the ceremony when she was adopted by the lion camp. The belt had thin leather thongs threaded through it that could be pulled out into loops for carrying things, in particular the dagger, although the carrying belt could also be used to hold many other useful objects close at hand. She tied the belt around her hips over her outer fur tunic, then took the dagger out and turned it over in her hands, wondering if she should take it. Though its point was very sharp, it was more ceremonial than practical. Mahmoud had used one like it to cut her arm, and then with the blood he had drawn, to mark the ivory plaque that he had worn around his neck, counting her among the Mamutoi. She had also watched a similar dagger used to make tattoos by cutting fine lines in the skin with the point. Black charcoal from ash wood was then put into the resulting wounds. She didn't know that ash trees produced a natural antiseptic that inhibited infection, and it was unlikely that the Mammut who told her knew exactly why it worked. She only knew that it had been strongly impressed on her never to use anything but burned ash wood to darken the scar when making a tattoo. Ayla put the dagger back in its rawhide sheath and left it there. Then she picked up another leather sheath that protected the extremely sharp flint blade of a small ivory-handled knife Jondalar had made for her. She put it through a loop in her belt, and then she put the handle of the hatchet he had given her through yet another loop. The stone head of the small axe was also wrapped in leather to protect it. She decided that there was no reason the belt couldn't hold her spear-thrower. Then she tucked her sling through it, and she finally tied on the pouch that held stones for her sling. She felt weighted down, but it was a convenient way to carry things when they had to travel with very little. She added her spears to the ones Jondalar had already put in the carrier of the backpack. It took longer than they had thought to decide what to take, and even more time to safely stow everything they were leaving behind. Ayla felt anxious over the delay, but by noon they were finally mounted and leaving. When they started out, Wolf loped along beside them,
but he soon lagged behind, obviously in some pain. Ayla worried about him, not sure how far or how fast he could travel, but she decided she would have to let him follow at his own pace, and if he couldn't keep up, he would have to catch up when they stopped. She was torn by concern for both animals, but Wolf was nearby, and though injured, she felt confident that he would recover. Winnie could be anywhere, and the longer they delayed, the farther away she might be. They followed the trail of the herd more or less northeast for some distance. Then the tracks of the horses inexplicably changed direction. Ayla and Jandalar overshot the turn and thought for a moment that they had lost the trail. They turned back, but it was late afternoon by the time they found it again, going east, and it was near nightfall when they came to a river. It was evident that the horses had crossed, but it was getting too dark to see the hoof prints, and they decided to camp beside the river. The question was, which side? If they crossed now, their wet clothes would probably dry before morning, but Ayla was afraid Wolf would not be able to find them if they crossed the water before he caught up with them. They decided to wait for him and set up their camp where they were. With their minimal gear, the camp felt bare and depressing. They hadn't seen any more than tracks the whole day. Ayla was beginning to worry that they might be following the wrong herd, and she was worried about Wolf. Jandalar tried to ease her anxieties, but when Wolf hadn't appeared by the time the night sky was filled with stars, her concern for him grew. She waited up quite late, but when Jandalar finally convinced her to join him in their sleeping furs, she still couldn't go to sleep, though she was tired. She had almost dozed off when she felt a cold, wet nose nuzzle her.
"Wolf, you made it! You're here! Jandalar, look, Wolf is here!"
Ayla cried, feeling him wince under her hugs. Jandalar felt relieved and glad to see him too, though he told himself his happiness was mostly for Ayla's sake. At least she might get some sleep. But first she got up to give the animal the share she had saved for him of their meal, a stew made of dried meat, roots, and a cake of traveling food. Earlier she had mixed dried willow bark tea into a bowl of water she had put aside for him, and he was thirsty enough to lap it up, pain-killing medication and all. He curled up beside their sleeping roll, and Ayla fell asleep with one arm around him, while Jandalar cuddled close and put an arm around her. In the freezing cold but clear night, they slept in their clothes, except for their boots and fur outer garments, and they didn't bother with setting up the low tent. Ayla thought Wolf seemed better in the morning, but she took more willow bark out of her otter skin medicine bag and added a cup of the decoction to his food. They all had to face crossing the cold river, and she wasn't sure how it would affect the animal's injury. It might chill him too much, but on the other hand, the cold water might actually relieve the healing wound and the internal bruising. But the young woman wasn't any too eager to get her clothing wet. It wasn't the dousing of cold water so much. She had often bathed in colder water. It was the idea of wearing wet trousers and footwear in the near-freezing air. When she started to wrap the upper leather of her high-topped moccasin-like boots around her calf, she suddenly changed her mind. "I'm not going to wear these into the water," she declared. "I'd rather go barefoot and get my feet wet. At least I'd have dry footwear to put on when we get across." "That may not be a bad idea," Jandalar said. "In fact, I'm not even going to wear these," Ayla said, pulling off her trousers and standing there bare from her tunic down, which made Jandalar smile and want to do something else besides chase horses. But he knew Ayla was too concerned about Winnie to think about dallying. As funny as it might look, he had to admit it was an intelligent thought. The river wasn't exceptionally large, though it did look swift. They could cross the water riding double on Racer, with bare legs and feet, then put dry clothes on when they reached the other side. It would not only be more comfortable, it would keep them from a prolonged chill. "I think you're right, Ayla. It's better not to get these wet," he said, pulling off his leg coverings. Jandalar put on the backpack, and Ayla held the sleeping roll, just to make sure it wouldn't get wet. The man felt a little silly getting up on the horse with his lower half bare, but feeling Ayla's skin between his legs made him forget it. The obvious result of his thoughts was not lost on her. If she hadn't been so filled with her need to hurry, she too could have been tempted to stay a little longer. In the back of her mind, she thought that some other time they might ride double again just for fun. But this was not the time for fun. The water was icy cold when the brown stallion entered the stream, breaking through the crust of ice near the edge. Though the river was swift and soon deep enough to wet their legs to midway up their thighs, the horse did not lose his footing. It was not so deep that he had to swim. Racer's two riders tried to curl their legs out of the water at first, but soon felt numbed to the cold river. About halfway across, Ayla turned around to look for Wolf. He was still on the bank, pacing back and forth, avoiding the initial plunge as he often did. Ayla whistled to encourage him on, and she saw him finally jump in. They reached the opposite shore without incident, except for feeling cold. The chill wind blowing on their wet legs when they dismounted didn't help. After pushing most of the water off with their hands, they hurried to put on their pants and moccasin boots, with liners of downy chamois wool felted together, a departing gift from the Sharamudoi, for which they were more than grateful at the moment. Their legs and feet tingled with the returning warmth. When Wolf reached the shore, he climbed on the bank and shook himself. Ayla checked him over to satisfy herself that he was none the worse for the cold swim. They located the trail easily and remounted the young stallion. Wolf again tried to keep up, but he soon lagged behind. Ayla worriedly watched him falling farther and farther back. That he had found them the night before eased her fears a little, and she consoled herself with the knowledge that he had often run off hunting or exploring on his own and had always caught up with them again. She hated to leave him behind, but they had to find Winnie. It was mid-afternoon before they finally caught sight of horses in the distance. As they drew nearer, Ayla strained to find her friend amidst the others. She thought she caught a glimpse of a familiar hay-colored coat, but she couldn't be sure. There were too many other horses with coats that were similar, and when the wind carried their scent to the herd, they raced away. "Those horses have been hunted before," Jandalar remarked, but he was glad that he had caught himself in time before he voiced his next thought out loud. There must be people in this region who like horse meat. He didn't want to upset Ayla even more. The herd soon outdistanced a young stallion that was carrying 2 passengers, but they continued to follow the trail. It was all they could do for now. The herd turned south, for some reason only they knew, heading back toward the Great Mother River. Before long, the ground began to slope up. The land became rugged and rocky, and the grass more sparse. They continued until they came to a broad field, high above the rest of the landscape. When they caught sight of water sparkling below, they realized they were on a plateau on top of the prominence they had skirted around the base of a few days before. The river they had crossed hugged its western face before joining the mother. As the herd started to graze, they moved in closer. "There she is, Jandalar," Ayla said with excitement, pointing to a particular animal. "How can you be sure? Several of those horses have a similar color." Though her coloration was similar to others, the woman knew the particular conformation of her friend too well to doubt it. She whistled, and Winnie looked up. "I told you, it is her." She whistled again, and Winnie started toward her, but the lead mare, a large, graceful animal with darker than usual grayish-gold coat, saw the newest addition to the herd moving away from the fold and moved in to head her off. The herd stallion joined in to help. He was a big, stunning, cream-colored horse with a high, standing silver mane, a gray stripe down his back, and a flowing silvery tail that looked almost white when he swished it. His lower legs were silver-gray, too. He nipped at Winnie's hocks and herded her toward the rest of the females, who were watching with nervous interest. Then he cantered back to challenge the younger stallion. He pawed the ground, then reared and neighed, daring Racer to fight. The young brown stallion backed away, intimidated, and could not be coaxed to move in closer, much to the frustration of his human companions. From a safe distance he neighed to his dam, and they heard Winnie's familiar answering nicker. Ayla and Jandalar dismounted to discuss the situation. "What are we going to do, Jandalar?" Ayla wailed. "They won't let her go. How are we going to get her?" "Don't worry, we will," he said. "If necessary, we'll use the spear throwers, but I don't think we'll have to." His assurance calmed her, and she hadn't thought of the spear throwers. She didn't want to kill any horses if she didn't have to, but she'd do anything to get Winnie back. "Do you have a plan?" she asked. "I'm pretty sure this herd has been hunted before, so they have some fear of people. That gives us an advantage. The herd stallion probably thinks Racer was trying to challenge him. He and that big mare were trying to keep him from stealing one of their herd, so we have to keep Racer away," Jandalar began. "Winnie will come when you whistle for her. If I can distract the stallion, you can help her avoid the mare until you get close enough to get on her back. Then if you shout at the big mare, or even poke her with your spear if she crowds in on Whinny, I think she'll keep her distance until you ride away."
Ayla smiled, feeling relieved. "It sounds easy enough. What will we do with Racer?"
"There was a rock a little ways back with a couple of bushes growing near it. I can tether him to one of them. It wouldn't hold if he really fought it, but he's used to being tied, and I think he'll stay there."
Taking the young stallion's lead rope, Jondalar started back with long strides. When they reached the rock, Jondalar said,
"Here, take your spear thrower and a spear or two."
Then he slipped off the backpack.
"I'm going to take this off and leave it for now. It limits my movement."
He took his own thrower and spears out of the holder.
"Once you get Whinny, you can get Racer and come back for me."
The highland angled in a northeast to southwest direction, with a gradual incline on the north that became somewhat steeper toward the east. At the southwestern end, it jutted up like a precipice. On the western side, facing the river they had crossed earlier, it fell off sharply enough, but toward the south and the Great Mother River, there was a high precipice with a sheer drop. As Ayla and Jondalar walked back toward the horses, the day was clear, and the sun was high in the sky, though well past its zenith. They looked over the steep western edge, then shied back from it, afraid that a misstep or a stumble might carry them down. When they got closer to the grazing herd, they stopped and tried to find Whinny. The herd, mares, foals, and yearlings, was grazing in the middle of a field of waist-high dry grass. The herd stallion was off to one side, somewhat away from the others. Ayla thought she saw her horse far back, toward the south. She whistled. The dun-yellow mare's head came up, and Whinny started toward them. With his spear-thrower in hand and a spear in place ready to go, Jondalar slowly edged toward the cream-colored stallion, attempting to get between him and the herd, while Ayla walked toward the mares, determined to reach Whinny. While she was working her way toward the mare, some of the horses stopped grazing and looked up, but they weren't looking at her. She had a sudden feeling that something was not right. She turned around to look for Jondalar, and she saw a wisp of smoke, and then another. It was the smell of smoke she had noticed. The field of dry grass was ablaze in several places. Suddenly, through the haze of smoke, she saw figures running toward the horses, shouting and brandishing torches. They were chasing the horses toward the edge of the field, toward the sharp drop-off, and Whinny was among them. The horses were beginning to panic, but among the high-pitched sounds she thought she heard a familiar neigh coming from another direction. Looking north, she spied Racer with his lead rope dragging behind, running toward the herd. Why did he have to break loose now? And where was Jondalar? The air was filled with more than smoke. She could feel the tension and smell the contagious fear of the horses as they started moving away from the fire. Horses were jostling around her, and she couldn't see Whinny anymore, but Racer was coming toward her, running fast, caught up in the panic. She whistled loud and long, then made a dash for him. He slowed and turned in her direction, but his ears were laid flat back and his eyes were rolling with fear. She reached him and grabbed for the rope dangling from his halter, yanking his head around. He screamed and reared as horses dodged around him. The rope burned as he yanked it through Ayla's hand, but she held on, and when his forefeet touched the ground, she grabbed his mane and leaped up on his back. Racer reared again. Ayla was nearly thrown, but she held on. The horse was still full of fear, but he was used to a weight on his back. There was a comfort in it, and in the familiar woman. He settled down to a run, but it was difficult for her to control the horse Jondalar had trained. Though she had ridden Racer a few times and knew the signals that had been developed for the horse, she was not accustomed to guiding with reins or a rope. The man had used both with equal ease, and the stallion knew the confidence of his usual rider. He did not respond well to Ayla's first tentative attempts, but she was looking for Whinny while trying to settle him down, and she was distracted by her anxious need to find her friend. Horses were running, crowding together all around her, neighing, whinnying, screaming, and their fear was strong in her nostrils. She whistled again, loud and piercing, but she wasn't sure if she could be heard above the din, and she knew the urge to run was powerful. Suddenly, in the haze of dust and smoke, Ayla saw a horse slow, try to turn away and resist the urgings of the panicked horses racing past her, communicating their fear of the fire. Though her coat was the color of the choking air, Ayla knew it was Whinny. She whistled again to encourage her, and she saw her beloved mare stop, undecided. The instinct to run with the herd was strong in her, but that whistle had always meant safety, security, love, and she was not as frightened of the fire. She had been raised with the smell of smoke nearby. It had only signaled the proximity of people. Ayla saw Whinny standing her ground, while other horses brushed close or bumped her while trying to avoid her. The woman urged Racer forward. The mare started to turn back toward the woman, but a light-colored horse suddenly appeared, seemingly out of the dust. The big herd stallion tried to head her off, screaming a warning challenge at Racer, even in his panic, trying to keep his new mare away from the younger male. This time Racer screamed a response, then pranced and pawed the ground and started for the bigger animal, forgetting in all the excitement that he was too young and inexperienced to fight a mature stallion. Then, for some reason, a sudden change of mind or contagion of fear, the stallion wheeled and pounded away. Whinny started to follow, and Racer rushed to overtake her. As the herd raced closer and closer to the edge of the cliff and the sure death waiting below, the mare with a coat the color of sun-ripened hay and the young brown stallion she had foaled, with a woman on his back, were being carried along with them. With fierce determination, Ayla pulled Racer to a stop in front of his dam. He whinnied with fear, wanting to run in panic with the rest of the horses, but he was held in check by the woman and the commands he was trained to obey. Then all the horses had passed her by. As Whinny and Racer stood shivering with fear, the last of the herd disappeared over the edge of the cliff. Ayla shuddered at the distant sound of neighing, screaming, whinnying horses, and then she was stunned by the silence. Whinny and Racer and she, herself, could have been with them. She breathed deeply at the close call, then looked around for Jondalar. She didn't see him. The fire was moving south, but east. The wind was blowing away from the southwestern edge of the field, but the flames had served their purpose. She looked in all directions, but Jondalar was nowhere in sight. Ayla and the two horses were alone on the smoking field. She felt a lump of fear and anxiety rise in her throat. What had happened to Jondalar? She slid off Racer and, still holding his lead rope, leaped easily onto Whinny's back, then headed back to the place where they had separated. She scanned the area carefully, walking back and forth, looking for tracks, but the ground was covered with hoof prints. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she spied something and ran to see what it was. With her heart pounding in her throat, she picked up Jondalar's spear-thrower. Looking more closely, she saw footprints, obviously many people, but distinctive among them were the imprints of Jondalar's large feet, encased in his well-worn boots. She had seen those prints too many times at their campsites to be mistaken. Then she saw a dark spot on the ground. She reached down to touch it and pulled back a fingertip red with blood. Her eyes opened wide, and fear caught in her throat. Standing where she was, so as not to disturb the signs, she carefully looked around, trying to piece together some sense of what had happened. She was an experienced tracker, and to her trained eye, it soon became clear that someone had hurt Jondalar and dragged him away. She followed the tracks north for a while. Then she took note of her surroundings so she could pick up the trail again, mounted Whinny with Racer's lead firmly in hand, and turned west to retrieve the backpack. As she rode toward the west, she was scowling, and the hard, angry frown expressed exactly how she felt, but she had to think things out and decide what to do. Someone had hurt Jondalar and taken him away, and no one had the right to do that. Perhaps she didn't understand all the ways of the others, but that was one thing she knew. She knew something else, too. She didn't know how yet, but she was going to get him back. She was relieved when she saw the backpack still standing against the rock, just as they'd left it. She dumped everything out of it and made a few adjustments so Racer could carry it on his back, then began to repack. She had left off her carrying belt that morning. It had felt rather clumsy, and stuffed everything into the backpack. She lifted the belt and examined the sharp ceremonial dagger that was still in the loop, accidentally pricking herself with the point. She stared at the tiny drop of blood beating up, and for some strange reason she felt like crying. She was alone again. Someone had taken Jondalar away. Suddenly she put the belt on again and stuffed her dagger, knife, hatchet, and hunting weapons back into it. He wasn't going to be gone for long. She packed the tent on Racer's back, but she kept the sleeping roll with her. Who could tell what kind of weather she might run into?
She kept a water bag, too. Then she took out a cake of traveling food and sat down on the rock. It wasn't so much that she was hungry, but she knew she had to keep her strength up if she was going to follow the trail and find Jondalar. The other nagging worry that had been bothering her besides the missing man was the missing wolf. She couldn't leave to find Jondalar until she found Wolf. He was more than just an animal companion that she loved. He could be essential in following the trail. She hoped he would appear before nightfall, and she wondered if she could backtrack over their trail until she found him. But what if he was hunting? She might miss him. As impatient as it made her feel, she decided it was best to wait. She tried to think about what she could do, but she couldn't even think of possible courses of action. The very act of hurting someone and taking him away was so alien to her that it was hard to think beyond it. It seemed such an unreasonable, illogical thing to do. Intruding on her thoughts, she heard a whine and then a yip. She turned to see Wolf running toward her, obviously happy to see her. She was greatly relieved. "Wolf," she cried with joy, "you made it, and much earlier than yesterday. Are you better?" After greeting him affectionately, she examined him and was glad when she confirmed again that although he was definitely bruised, nothing was broken, and he seemed much improved. She decided to leave immediately so she could pick up the trail while it was still light. She tied Racer's lead to a strap that held Winnie's riding blanket on, then mounted the mare. Calling Wolf to follow her, she started back toward the trail, then rode all the way to the place where she had found his footprints along with the others, his spear-thrower, and the spot of blood, now a slightly brownish stain on the ground. She dismounted to examine the place again. "We have to find Jondalar, Wolf," she said. The animal looked at her quizzically. She lowered herself and, sitting comfortably on her haunches, looked more closely at the footprints, making an effort to identify individuals so she could estimate how many there were, and to commit the size and shapes of them to memory. The wolf waited, sitting on his haunches and staring at her, sensing something unusual and important. Finally she pointed to the bloodstain. "Someone hurt Jondalar and carried him away. We need to find him." The wolf sniffed the blood, then wagged his tail and yipped. "That's Jondalar's footprint," she said, pointing to the distinctive large impression among the smaller ones. Wolf again sniffed where she pointed, then looked at her, as if waiting for her next move. "They took him away," she said, indicating the other imprints of human feet. Suddenly she stood up and walked over to Racer. She took Jondalar's spear-thrower out of the pack on Racer's back and knelt to let the wolf sniff it. "We have to find Jondalar, Wolf. Someone took him away, and we're going to get him back." 26. Jondalar slowly became aware that he was awake, but caution made him lie still until he could sort out what was wrong, because something most certainly was. For one thing, his head was throbbing. He opened his eyes a crack. There was only dim light, but enough to see the cold, hard-packed dirt he was lying on. Something felt dry and caked on the side of his face, but when he attempted to reach up and find out what it was, he discovered that his hands were tied together behind his back. His feet were tied together, too. He rolled to his side and looked around. He was inside a small, round structure, a kind of wooden frame covered with skins, which he sensed was inside a larger enclosure. There were no sounds of wind, no drafts, no billowing of the hides as there would have been if he had been outside. And though it was cool, it wasn't freezing, and he suddenly realized that he was no longer wearing his fur parka. Jondalar struggled to sit up, and a wave of dizziness washed over him. The throbbing in his head localized to a sharp pain above his left temple, near the dry, caked residue. He stopped when he heard the sound of voices drawing near. 2 women were speaking an unfamiliar language, though he thought he detected a few words that sounded vaguely Mamutoi. "Hello out there. I'm awake," he called out in the language of the mammoth hunters. "Will someone come and untie me? These ropes aren't necessary. I'm sure there has been a misunderstanding. I mean no harm." The voices stopped for a moment, then continued, but no one answered or came. Jondalar, lying face down on the dirt, tried to remember how he had gotten there and what he might have done that would have prompted someone to tie him up. In his experience, the only time people were tied up was when they behaved wildly and tried to hurt someone. He recalled a wall of fire and horses racing toward the drop-off at the edge of the field. People must have been hunting the horses, and he'd been caught up in the middle of it. Then he remembered seeing Ayla riding Racer, but having trouble controlling him. He wondered how the stallion had ended up in the middle of the stampeding herd when he had left him tied to a bush. Jondalar had almost panicked then, afraid the horse would respond to his herding instinct and follow the others over the edge, taking Ayla with him. He remembered running toward them with his spear ready in his spear thrower. As much as he loved that brown stallion, he would have killed Racer before allowing him to carry Ayla over the cliff. That was the last thing he remembered, except for a fleeting recollection of a sharp pain before everything went dark. Someone must have hit me with something, Jondalar thought. It was a hard blow, too, because I don't remember anything about being brought here, and my head still hurts. Did they think I was spoiling their hunting strategy? The first time he'd met Jaron and his hunters, it had been under similar circumstances. He and Thonelin had inadvertently run off a herd of horses the hunters had been driving toward a trap. But Jaron had understood, once he got over his anger, that it wasn't intentional, and they had become friends. I didn't spoil the hunt of these people, did I? He tried again to sit up. Bracing himself on his side, he pulled his knees up, then strained to roll and bob up into a sitting position. It took a few tries and left his head throbbing from the effort, but he finally succeeded. He sat with his eyes closed, hoping the pain would soon subside. But as it eased off, his concern for Ayla and the animals grew. Had Winnie and Racer been swept over the edge with the herd? And had Racer taken Ayla with him? Was she dead? He felt his heart beat with fear just thinking about it. Were they all gone, Ayla and the horses? What about Wolf? When the injured animal finally reached the field, he would find no one. Jondalar imagined him sniffing around, trying to follow a trail that went nowhere. What would he do? Wolf was a good hunter, but he was hurt. How well could he hunt for himself with his injury? He would miss Ayla and the rest of his pack. He wasn't used to living alone. How would he get along? What would happen when he came up against a pack of wild wolves? Would he be able to defend himself? Is anyone going to come? I'd like a drink of water, Jondalar thought. They must have heard me. I'm hungry, too, but mostly thirsty. His mouth felt drier and drier, and his craving for water grew stronger. "Hey, out there! I'm thirsty. Can't someone bring a man a drink of water?" he shouted. "What kind of people are you, tying a man up and not even giving him a drink of water?" No one answered. After shouting a few more times, he decided to save his breath. It was only making him more thirsty, and his head still hurt. He considered lying down, but it had taken so much effort to get up that he wasn't sure if he could do it again. As more time passed, he began to feel morose. He was weak, bordering on delirious, and he imagined the worst, vividly. He convinced himself that Ayla was dead, and both the horses as well. When he thought of Wolf, he pictured the poor beast wandering alone, injured and unable to hunt, looking for Ayla and open to attack by local wolves or hyenas or some other animal. Better, perhaps, than dying of starvation. He wondered if he was going to be left to die of thirst, and then almost hoped he would if Ayla was gone. Identifying with the plight he envisioned for the wolf, the man decided that he and Wolf must be the last surviving members of their unusual band of travelers, and that they would soon be gone. He was pulled out of his despair by the sound of people approaching. The entrance flap of the small structure was thrown back, and through the opening he saw a figure standing, feet apart and hands on hips, silhouetted by torchlight. She issued a sharp command. 2 women entered the enclosed space, walked to either side of him, lifted him up, and dragged him out. They propped him up on his knees in front of her, his hands and feet still bound. His head was throbbing again, and he leaned unsteadily against one of the women. She pushed him away. The woman who had ordered him to be brought forward looked down at him for a moment or two, and then she laughed. It was harsh and dissonant, a demented, jarring curse of a sound. Jondalar recoiled involuntarily and felt a shudder of fear. She spoke a few sharp words at him. He didn't understand, but he tried to straighten up and look at her. His vision blurred, and he weaved unsteadily. The woman scowled, barked more orders, then turned on her heel and stalked out. The women who were holding him up dropped him and followed her, along with several others. Jondalar toppled over on his side, dizzy and weak. He felt the bindings on his feet being cut. And then water was poured on his mouth. It almost choked him, but he tried eagerly to swallow some. The woman who was holding the water bag spoke a few words in tones of disgust, and then she thrust the bladder of liquid at an older man. He came forward and held the water bag to Jondalar's mouth, then tipped it up, not more gently exactly, but with more patience, so that Jondalar could swallow and finally slake his ravenous thirst. Before he was fully satisfied, the woman impatiently spat out a word, and the man took the water away. Then she pulled Jondalar to his feet. He staggered with dizziness as she pushed him ahead, out of the shelter, and in with a group of other men. It was cold, but no one offered him his fur parka or even untied his hands so he could rub them together. But the cool air revived him, and he noticed that some of the other men had their hands tied behind their backs too. He looked more closely at the people among whom he had been thrust. They were all ages, from young men, more like boys actually, to oldsters. All of them looked thin, weak, and dirty, with tattered, inadequate clothes and matted hair. A few had untended wounds, full of dried blood and dirt. Jondalar tried to speak to the man standing next to him in Mamutoi, but he just shook his head. Jondalar thought he didn't understand, so he tried Sharamudoi. The man looked away just as a woman holding a spear came and threatened Jondalar with it, barking a sharp command. He didn't know her words, but her actions were plain enough, and he wondered if the reason the man had not spoken was that he didn't understand him, or if he had not wanted to speak. Several women with spears spaced themselves around the group of men. One of them shouted some words, and the men started walking. Jondalar used the opportunity to look around and try to get a sense of where he was. The settlement, consisting of several rounded dwellings, felt vaguely familiar, which was strange because the countryside was totally unknown to him. Then he realized it was the dwellings. They resembled Mamutoi earth lodges. Though they were not exactly the same, they appeared to be constructed in a similar fashion, probably using the bones of mammoths as structural supports that were covered with thatch, then sod, and clay. They started walking uphill, which afforded Jondalar a broader view. The countryside was mostly grassy steppe-land or tundra, treeless plains on land with frozen subsoil that thawed to a black, mucky surface in summer. Tundra was able to support only dwarfed herbs, but in spring their conspicuous blossoms added color and beauty, and they fed musk oxen, reindeer, and other animals that could digest them. There were also stretches of taiga, low-growing evergreen trees, so uniform in height that their tops could have been sheared off by some gigantic cutting tool, and in fact they were. Icy winds driving needles of sleet or sharp bits of gritty loess cut short any individual twig or tip that dared to strive above its brethren. As they trudged higher, Jondalar saw a herd of mammoths grazing far to the north, and somewhat closer, reindeer. He knew horses roamed nearby, the people had been hunting them, and he guessed that bison and bear frequented the region in the warmer seasons. The land resembled his own country more than it did the dry, grassy steppes to the east, at least in the types of plants that grew, although the dominant vegetation was different, and probably the proportional mix of animals, too. Out of the corner of his eye, Jondalar caught movement to the left. He turned in time to see a white hare dash across the hill, chased by an Arctic fox. As he watched, the large rabbit suddenly bounded in another direction, passing by the partially decomposed skull of a woolly rhinoceros, then scooted into its hole. Where there are mammoths and rhinoceroses, Jondalar thought, there are cave lions, and with the other herding animals, probably hyenas and certainly wolves. Plenty of meat and fur-bearing animals and food that grows. This is a bountiful land. Making such an assessment was second nature to him, as it was to some degree to most people. They lived off the land, and careful observations about its resources were necessary. When the group reached a high, level place on the side of the hill, they stopped. Jondalar looked down the hillside and saw that the hunters who lived in this area had a unique advantage. Not only could the animals be seen from a distance, the vast and various herds that roamed the land had to pass through a narrow corridor below that lay between steep walls of limestone and a river. They would be easy to hunt right here. That made him wonder why they had been hunting horses near the Great Mother River. A keening wail brought Jondalar's attention back to his immediate surroundings. A woman with long, stringy, disheveled gray hair was being supported by two somewhat younger women as she wailed and cried in obvious grief. Suddenly she broke free, fell on her knees, and draped herself over something on the ground. Jandalar edged forward to get a closer look. He was a good head taller than most of the other men, and with a few steps he understood the woman's grief. This was obviously a funeral. Stretched out on the ground were 3 people, young, probably late teens or early 20s, he guessed. 2 of them were definitely male. They were bearded. The biggest one was probably the youngest. His light facial hair was still somewhat sparse. The gray-haired woman was sobbing over the body of the other male, whose brown hair and short beard were more apparent. The third one was fairly tall but thin, and something about the body and the way it lay made him wonder if that person had had some physical problem. He could see no facial hair, which made him think it was a woman at first, but it also could have been a rather tall young man who shaved just as easily. The details of clothing were not much help. They were all dressed in leg coverings and loose tunics that disguised distinguishing characteristics. The clothes appeared to be new, but lacked decoration. It was almost as though someone didn't want them recognized in the next world and had attempted to make them anonymous. The gray-haired woman was lifted, almost dragged, though not roughly, away from the body of the young man by the 2 women who had tried to support her. Then another woman stepped forward, and something about her made Jandalar look again. Her face was strangely skewed, oddly unsymmetrical, with one side seemingly pushed back and slightly smaller than the other. She made no attempt to hide it. Her hair was light-colored, perhaps gray, pulled back and piled up into a bun on top of her head. Jandalar thought she was about his mother's age, and she moved with the same grace and dignity, although there was no physical resemblance to Marthona. In spite of her slight deformity, the woman was not unattractive, and her face commanded attention. When she caught his eye, he realized he had been staring, but she looked away first, rather quickly, he thought. As she began to speak, he realized that she was conducting the funeral ceremony. She must be a Mammut, he thought, a woman who communicates with the spirit world, a Zelendani for these people. Something made him turn and look to the side of the congregation. Another woman was staring at him. She was tall, quite muscular, and strong-featured, but a handsome woman with light brown hair and, interestingly, very dark eyes. She did not turn away when he looked at her, but appraised him quite frankly. She had the size and shape, the general appearance of a woman that he would ordinarily be attracted to, he thought, but her smile made him uneasy. Then he noticed she was standing with her legs apart and her hands on her hips, and suddenly he knew who she was, the woman who had laughed so menacingly. He fought an urge to move back and hide among the other men, knowing he couldn't even if he tried. He was not only a head taller, he was far healthier and more muscular than they. He would be conspicuous no matter where he stood. The ceremony seemed rather perfunctory, as if it were an unpleasant necessity rather than a solemn, important occasion. With no burial shrouds, the bodies were simply carried to a single shallow grave, one at a time. They were limp when they were picked up, Jandalar noted. They could not have been dead very long. No stiffness had set in yet, and there was no smell. The tall, thin body went in first, placed on its back, and powdered red ochre was sprinkled on the head and, strangely, over the pelvis, the powerful generative area, making Jandalar wonder if, perhaps, it was indeed a woman. The other 2 were handled differently, but even more strangely. The brown-haired male was put in the common grave to the left of the first corpse from Jandalar's viewpoint, but on the figure's right, and placed on his side, facing the first body. Then his arm was stretched out so that his hand rested on the red-ochred pubic region of the other. The third body was almost thrown into the grave face down, on the right side of the body that had been put in first. Red ochre was also sprinkled on both of their heads. The sacred red powder was obviously meant for protection, but for whom, and against what, Jandalar wondered. Just as the loosely piled dirt was being scooped back into the shallow grave, the gray-haired woman broke loose again. She ran to the grave and threw something in it. Jandalar saw a couple of stone knives and a few flint spear points. The dark-eyed woman strode forward, clearly incensed. She cracked an order to one of the men, pointing at the grave. He cringed, but did not move. Then the shaman stepped forward and spoke, shaking her head. The other woman screamed at her in anger and frustration, but the shaman stood her ground and continued to shake her head. The woman pulled back and slapped her face with the back of her hand. There was a collective gasp, and then the angry woman stalked off with a coterie of spear-carrying females following her. The shaman did not acknowledge the blow, not even to put her hand to her cheek, though Jondalar could see the growing redness even from where he stood. The grave was hurriedly filled in, with soil that had several pieces of loose charcoal and partially burned wood mixed in. Large bonfires must have burned here, Jondalar thought. He glanced down at the narrow corridor below. With dawning insight, it occurred to him that this high ground was a perfect lookout from which fires could be used to signal when animals, or anything else, approached. As soon as the bodies were covered, the men were marched back down the hill and taken to an area surrounded by a high palisade of trimmed tree trunks, placed side by side and lashed together. Mammoth bones were piled against a section of the fence, and Jondalar wondered why. Perhaps the bones helped to prop it up. He was separated from the others and taken back to the earth lodge, then shoved toward the small, circular, hide-covered enclosure again. But before he went in, he noted how it was made. The sturdy frame was constructed of poles made from slender trees. The thicker butt ends had been buried in the ground. The tops were bent together and joined. Leather hides covered the frame on the outside, but the entrance flap he had seen from inside was barred on the outside with a gate-like closure that could be secured shut with lashings. Once inside, he continued his examination of the structure. It was completely bare, lacking even a sleeping pallet. He could not stand up straight, except in the very middle, but he bent over to get close to the side, then walked slowly around the small, dark space, studying it very carefully. He noticed that the hides were old and torn, some in such shreds that they seemed almost rotten, and they had been only roughly sewn together as though done in a hurry. There were gaps at the seams through which he could see some of the area beyond his cramped quarters. He lowered himself to the ground and sat watching the entrance of the earth lodge, which was open. A few people walked past, but none entered. After a time, he began to feel an urge to pass his water. With his hands tied, he could not even bare his member to relieve himself. If someone didn't come and untie him soon, he would wet himself. Besides that, his wrists were getting raw where the ropes were rubbing. He was getting angry. This was ridiculous. It had gone far enough. "Hey, out there!" he shouted. "Why am I being held like this, like an animal in a trap? I have done nothing to harm anyone. I need my hands free. If someone doesn't untie me soon, I will wet myself." He waited for a while, then shouted again. "Someone out there? Come and untie me! What kind of strange people are you?" He stood up and leaned against the structure. It was well made, but it gave a little. He stepped back and, aiming with his shoulder, ran into the framing, trying to break it down. It gave a little more, and he rammed it again. With a feeling of satisfaction, he heard a piece of wood crack. He stepped back, ready to try again, when he heard people running into the earth lodge. "It's about time someone came! Let me out of here! Let me out of here now!" he shouted. He heard the rustlings of someone unlashing the gate. Then the entrance flap was thrown back to reveal several women holding spears aimed at him. Jondalar ignored them and pushed his way out of the opening. "Untie me," he said, turning to the side so they could see him raising up the hands that were tied behind his back. "Get these ropes off me." The older man, who had helped him drink water, stepped forward. "Zelendanyi, you far away," he said, obviously struggling to remember the words. Jondalar hadn't realized that in his anger he had been speaking in his native tongue. "You speak Zelendanyi?" he said to the man with surprise, but his overwhelming need came first. "Then tell them to get these ropes off me before I make a mess all over myself." The man spoke to one of the women. She answered, shaking her head, but he spoke again. Finally, she took a knife out of a sheath at her waist, and with a command that made the rest of the women surround him with pointing spears, she stepped forward and motioned him around. He turned his back to her and waited while she hacked at his bindings. They must need a good flint knapper around here, he couldn't help but think. Her knife is dull. After what seemed forever, he felt the ropes fall away. Immediately he reached to unfasten his closure flap, and, too much in need to be embarrassed, he pulled out his organ and frantically looked for a corner or some out-of-the-way place to go. But the spear-holding women would not let him move. In anger and defiance, he purposely turned to face them, and with a great sigh of relief, let his water come. He watched them all as the long yellow stream slowly emptied his bladder, steaming as it hit the cold ground and raising up a strong smell. The woman in command seemed appalled, though she tried not to show it. A couple of the women turned their heads or averted their eyes. Others stared in fascination, as if they'd never seen a man pass his water before. The older man was trying very hard not to smile, though he couldn't hide his delight. When Jondalar was through, he tucked himself back in and then faced his tormentors, determined not to let them tie his hands again. He addressed himself to the man. "I am Jondalar of the Zelendanyi, and I am on a journey." "You journey far, Zelendanyi, maybe too far." "I have traveled much farther. I wintered last year with the Mamutoi. I am returning home now." "That's what I thought I heard you speaking before," the old man said, shifting into the language in which he was much more fluent. "There are a few here who understand the language of the mammoth hunters, but the Mamutoi usually come from the north. You came from the south. If you heard me speaking before, why didn't you come? I'm sure there's been some misunderstanding. Why was I tied up?" The old man shook his head. Jondalar thought with sadness. "You will find out soon enough, Zelendanyi." Suddenly the woman interrupted with a spate of angry words. The old man started to limp away, leaning on a staff. "Wait! Don't go! Who are you? Who are these people? And who is that woman who told them to take me here?" Jondalar asked. The old man halted and looked back. "Here, I am called Ardaman. The people are the Sarmunai, and the woman is Ataroa." Jondalar missed the emphasis that had been put on the name of the woman. "Sarmunai? Where have I heard that name before? Wait, I remember. Laduni, the leader of the Losadunai." "Laduni is leader?" Ardaman said. "Yes, he told me about the Sarmunai when we were traveling east, but my brother didn't want to stop," Jondalar said. "It's well you didn't, and too bad you are here now." "Why?" The woman in command of the spear-holders interrupted again with a sharp order. "Once I was a Losadunai. Unfortunately, I made a journey," Ardaman said as he limped out of the earth lodge. After he left, the woman in command said some sharp words to Jondalar. He guessed that she wanted to lead him someplace, but he decided to feign complete ignorance. "I don't understand you," Jondalar said. "You'll have to call Ardaman back." She spoke to him again, more angrily, then poked her spear at him. It broke the skin, and a line of blood trickled down his arm. Anger flared in his eyes. He reached over and touched the cut, then looked at his bloody fingers. "That wasn't he started to say. She interrupted with more angry words. The other women circled him with their weapons as the woman walked out of the earth lodge. Then they prodded Jondalar to follow. Outside, the cold made him shiver. They went past the palisaded enclosure, and though he couldn't see in, he sensed that he was being watched through the cracks by those inside. The whole idea puzzled him. Animals were sometimes driven into surrounds like that so they couldn't get away. It was a way of hunting them. But why were people kept there, and how many were in there? "It's not all that large," he thought. "There can't be too many in there." He imagined how much work it must have taken to fence in even a small area with wooden stakes. Trees were scarce on the hillside. There was some woody vegetation in the form of brush, but the trees for the fence had come from the valley below. They had to chop the trees down, trim them of branches, carry them up the hill, dig holes deep enough to hold them upright, make rope and cord, and then tie the trees together with it. Why had these people been willing to put forth so much effort for something that made so little sense? He was led toward a small creek, largely frozen over, where Ataroa and several women were overseeing some young men who were carrying large, heavy mammoth bones. The men all looked half-starved, and he wondered where they found the strength to work so hard. Ataroa eyed him up and down once, her only acknowledgment of him, then ignored him. Jondalar waited, still wondering about the behavior of these strange people. After a while he became chilled, and he began moving around, jumping up and down and beating his arms, trying to warm himself. He was getting more and more angry at the stupidity of it all, and finally deciding he wasn't going to stand there any longer, he turned on his heel and started back. In the earth lodge, at least he'd be out of the wind. His sudden movement caught the spear-wielders by surprise, and when they put up their phalanx of points, he pushed them aside with his arm and kept on going. he heard shouts, which he ignored. He was still cold when he got inside the earth lodge, looking around for something to warm himself. He strode to the round structure, ripped off the leather cover, and wrapped it around him. Just then, several women burst in, brandishing their weapons again. The woman who'd pricked him before was among them, and she was obviously furious. She lunged at him with her spear. He ducked aside and grabbed for it, but they were all stopped in their tracks by harsh and sinister laughter.
"Zelendanyi!"
Ataroa sneered, then spoke other words that he didn't understand.
"She wants you to come outside,"
Ardaman said. Jondalar hadn't noticed him near the entrance.
"She thinks you are clever. Too clever. I think she wants you where she can have her women surround you."
"What if I don't want to go outside?" Jondalar said.
"Then she'll probably have you killed here and now."
The words were said by a woman, speaking in perfect Zelendanyi, without even a trace of an accent. Jondalar shot a look of surprise in the direction of the speaker. It was the shaman.
"If you go outside, Ataroa will probably let you live a little longer. You interest her, but eventually she'll kill you anyway."
"Why? What am I to her?" Jondalar asked.
"A threat."
"A threat? I've never threatened her."
"You threaten her control. She'll want to make an example of you."
Ataroa interrupted, and though Jondalar didn't understand her, the barely restrained fury of her words seemed to be directed at the shaman. The older woman's response was reserved but showed no fear. After the exchange, she spoke again to Jondalar.
"She wanted to know what I said to you. I told her."
"Tell her I'll come outside," he said. When the message was relayed, Ataroa laughed, said something, then sauntered out. "What did she say?" Jondalar asked.
"She said she knew it. Men will do anything for one more heartbeat of their miserable lives."
"Perhaps not anything," Jondalar said, starting out. Then he turned back to the shaman. "What is your name?"
"I am called Sarmuna," she said.
"I thought you might be. Where did you learn to speak my language so well?"
"I lived among your people for a time," Sarmuna said,
but then she cut off his obvious desire to know more.
"It's a long story."
Though the man had rather expected to be asked to give his identity in return, Sarmuna simply turned her back. He volunteered the information. "I am Jondalar of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi," he said. Sarmuna's eyes opened with surprise.
"The 9th cave?"
she said. "Yes," he said. He would have continued to name his ties, but he was stopped by the look on her face, though he could not fathom its meaning. A moment later her expression showed nothing, and Jondalar wondered if he had imagined it.
"She's waiting," Sarmuna said, leaving the earth lodge.
Outside, Ataroa was sitting on a fur-covered seat on a raised platform of earth, which had been dug from the floor of the large semi-subterranean earth lodge just behind her. She was opposite the fenced area, and as he walked past it, Jondalar sensed again that he was being watched through the cracks. As he drew near, he was sure the fur on her seat was from a wolf. The hood of her parka, thrown back off her head, was trimmed with wolf fur, and around her neck she wore a necklace made primarily of the sharp canine teeth of wolves, although there were some from Arctic fox, and at least one cave bear tooth. She was holding a carved staff, similar to the speaking staff Talut had used when there were issues to be discussed or arguments to be resolved. That stick had helped to keep the talk orderly. Whoever held it had the right to speak, and when someone else had something to say, it was necessary first to ask for the speaking staff. Something else was familiar about the staff she held, though he couldn't quite place it. Could it be the carving? It bore the stylized shape of a seated woman, with an enlarging series of concentric circles representing breasts and stomach, and a strange triangular head, narrow at the chin, with a face of enigmatic designs. It wasn't like mamutoi carving, but he felt he'd seen it before. Several of her women surrounded Ataroa. Other women he hadn't noticed before, only a few of them with children, were standing nearby. She observed him for a while, then she spoke, looking at him. Ardaman, standing off to the side, began a stumbling translation into Zelendanyi. Jondalar was about to suggest that he speak mamutoi, but Sarmuna interrupted, said something to Ataroa, then looked at him. "I will translate," she said. Ataroa made a sneering comment that made the women around her laugh,
But Sarmuna did not translate it. "She was speaking to me," was all she said, her face impassive. The seated woman spoke again, this time to Jandalar. "I speak now as Ataroa," Sarmuna said, beginning to translate. "Why did you come here?"
"I did not come here voluntarily. I was brought here tied up," Jandalar said, while Sarmuna translated almost simultaneously. "I am on my journey, or I was. I don't understand why I was tied up. No one bothered to tell me."
"Where did you come from?" Ataroa said through Sarmuna, ignoring his comments.
"I wintered last year with the Mamutoi."
"You lie. You came from the south."
"I came the long way around. I wanted to visit kin who live near the Great Mother River at the south end of the eastern mountains."
"Again you lie. The Zelendanyi live far to the west of here. How can you have kin to the east?"
"It is not a lie. I traveled with my brother. Unlike the Sarmunai, the Sharamudoi welcomed us. My brother mated a woman there. They are my kin through him."
Then, full of righteous indignation, Jandalar continued. It was the first chance he'd had to speak to someone who was listening.
"Don't you know those on a journey have rites of passage? Most people welcome visitors. They exchange stories, share with them. But not here. Here I was hit on the head, and though I was injured, my wound was left untreated. No one gave me water or food. My fur parka was taken from me, and it was not given back even when I was made to go out."
The more he spoke, the angrier he got. He had been very badly treated.
"I was brought outside in the cold and left standing. No other people on my long journey have ever treated me like this. Even animals of the plains share their pasture, their water. What kind of people are you?"
Ataroa interrupted him. "Why did you try to steal our meat?" She was fuming, but she tried not to show it. Although she knew everything he said was true, she didn't like being told that she was somehow less than others, especially in front of her people.
"I wasn't trying to steal your meat,"
Jandalar said, denying the accusation vigorously. Sarmuna's translation was so smooth and quick, and Jandalar's need to communicate so intense, that he almost forgot his interpreter. He felt he was talking directly with Ataroa. "You are lying. You were seen running into that herd we were after with a spear in your hand."
"I am not lying. I was only trying to save Ayla. She was on the back of one of those horses, and I couldn't let them carry her along."
"Ayla?
Didn't you see her? She is the woman I have been traveling with."
Ataroa laughed. "You were traveling with a woman who rides on the backs of horses? If you are not a traveling storyteller, you have missed your calling." Then she leaned forward, and jabbing her finger at him for emphasis, said, "Everything you've said is untrue. You are a liar and a thief."
"I am neither a liar nor a thief. I have told the truth, and I have stolen nothing,"
Jandalar said with conviction. But in his heart, he couldn't really blame her for not believing him. Unless someone had seen Ayla, who would believe that they had traveled by riding on the backs of horses? He began to worry about how he would ever convince Ataroa that he wasn't lying, that he had not intentionally interfered with their hunt. If he'd known the full extent of his plight, he would have been more than concerned. Ataroa studied the tall, muscular, handsome man standing in front of her, wrapped in the hides he had torn from his cage. She noticed that his blond beard was a shade darker than his hair, and that his eyes, an unbelievably vivid shade of blue, were compelling. She felt strongly attracted to him, but the very strength of her response dredged up painful memories long suppressed and provoked a powerful but strangely twisted reaction. She would not allow herself to be attracted to any man, because to have feelings for one might give him control over her, and never again would she allow anyone, particularly a man, to have control over her. She had taken his parka and left him standing in the cold for the same reason she had withheld food and water. Deprivation made men easier to control. While they still had the strength to resist, it was necessary to keep them tied. But the Zelendanyi man, wrapped in those hides he was not supposed to have, showed no fear, she thought. Look at him standing there, so sure of himself. He was so defiant and cocky. He had even dared to criticize her in front of everyone, including the men in the holding. He did not cringe or plead or hurry to please her as they did. But she vowed that he would before she was through with him. She was determined to bring him down. She would show them all how to handle a man like that, and then he would die.
"But before I break him," she said to herself, "I will play with him for a while. Besides, he's a strong man, and he'll be hard to control if he decides to resist. He's suspicious now, so I need to make him lower his guard. He needs to be weakened. Sarmuna will know of something." Ataroa beckoned to the shaman and spoke to her privately. Then she looked at the man and smiled, but the smile held such malice that it sent a chill up his spine. Jondalar not only threatened her leadership, he threatened the fragile world that her sick mind had led her to create. He even threatened her tenuous hold on reality, which had recently been stretched very thin. "Come with me," Sarmuna said when she left Ataroa. "Where are we going?" Jondalar asked as he stepped in beside her. 2 women with spears followed behind. "Ataroa wants me to treat your wound." She led Jondalar to a dwelling on the far edge of the settlement, similar to the big earth lodge that Ataroa had been seated near, but smaller and more dome-shaped. A low, narrow entrance led through a short passageway to another low opening. Jondalar had to bend over and walk bent-kneed for a few paces, then step down 3 stairs. No one, except a child, could enter her dwelling easily, but once inside, the man was able to stand to his full height with room to spare. The 2 women who had followed stayed outside. After his eyes adjusted to the dim interior, he noticed a bed platform against the far wall. It was covered with a white fur of some kind. The rare and unusual white animals were held sacred among his people, and he had discovered in his travels by many others as well. Dried herbs hung from roof supports and racks, and many of the baskets and bowls on shelves along the walls probably contained more. Any Mammut or Zelandani could have moved in and been completely at home, except for one thing. Among most people, the hearth or dwelling place of the one who served the mother was a ceremonial area, or adjacent to one, and the larger space was also where visitors stayed. But this was not a spacious and inviting area for activities and visitors. It had a closed and secretive feeling. Jondalar felt sure that Sarmuna lived alone and that other people seldom entered her domain. He watched her stir up the fire, add dried dung and a few sticks of wood, and pour water into a blackened pouch-like container, formerly the stomach of an animal attached to a frame of bone. From a basket on one of her shelves, she added a small handful of some dried material, and when the water began to soak through the container, she moved it directly over the flames. As long as there was liquid in it, even if it was boiling, the pouch could not catch fire. Though Jondalar did not know what it was, the odor that rose from the pot was familiar, and strangely made him think of home. With a sudden flash of memory, he knew why. It was a smell that had often emanated from a Zelandani's fire. They used the decoction to wash wounds and injuries. "You speak the language very well. Did you live among the Zelandani long?" Jondalar asked. Sarmuna looked up at him and seemed to consider her reply. "Several years," she said. "Then you know that the Zelandani welcome their visitors. I don't understand these people. What could I possibly have done to deserve such treatment?" Jondalar said. "You shared the hospitality of the Zelandani. Why don't you explain to them about rites of passage and courtesy to strangers? It's really more than a courtesy. It's an obligation." Sarmuna's only response was a sardonic glance. He knew he wasn't handling the situation well, but he was still so incredulous over his recent experiences that he found himself with an almost childish need to explain how things should be, as if that would put them right. He decided to try another approach. "I wonder, since you lived there so long, if you knew my mother. I am the son of Marthona." He would have continued, but the expression on her somewhat misshapen face stopped him. She registered such shock that it contorted her features even more. "You are the son of Marthona, born to the hearth of Jokonan?" she finally said, more as a question. "No, that's my brother Joharan. I was born to Dalinar's hearth, the man she mated later. Did you know Jokonan?" "Yes," Sarmuna said, looking down, then turning her attention back to the skin pot that was almost boiling. "Then you must have known my mother, too." Jondalar was excited. "If you knew Marthona, then you know I am not a liar. She would never put up with that in a child of hers. I know it sounds unbelievable. I'm not even sure I'd believe it if I didn't know better. but the woman I was traveling with was sitting on the back of one of those horses that was being chased over the cliff. It was one she raised from a foal, not one that really belonged to that herd. Now I don't even know if she's alive. You must tell Ataroa I'm not lying. I've got to look for her. I've got to know if she's still alive." Jondalar's impassioned plea elicited no response from the woman. She did not even look up from the pouch of boiling water she was stirring. But unlike Ataroa, she did not doubt him. One of Ataroa's hunters had come to her with a story about seeing a woman riding on one of the horses, afraid because she thought it was a spirit. Sarmuna thought there could be something to Jondalar's story, but she wondered whether it was real or supernatural. "You did know Marthona, didn't you?" Jondalar asked, walking to the fire to get her attention. He had gotten her to respond before by invoking his mother. When she looked up, her face was impassive. "Yes, I knew Marthona once. I was sent when I was young to be trained by the Zelendani of the Ninth Cave. Sit here," she said. Then she moved the frame back from the fire, turned away from him, and reached for a soft skin. He winced when she washed his injury with the antiseptic solution she had prepared, but he was sure her medicine was good. She had learned it from his people. After it was clean, Sarmuna looked closely at his wound. "You were stunned for a while, but it is not serious. It will heal by itself." She averted her eyes, then said, "But you probably have a headache. I will give you something for it." "No, I don't need anything now, but I am still thirsty. All I really want is some water. Is it all right if I drink from your water bag?" Jondalar said, walking over to the large damp bladder of water from which he had filled the pot. "I'll refill it for you if you'd like. Do you have a cup I can use?" She hesitated, then got a cup from a shelf. "Where can I fill your water bag?" he asked when he was through. "Is there a favorite place nearby?" "Don't worry about the water," she said. He walked closer and looked at her, realizing she was not going to let him walk freely, not even for water. "We weren't trying to hunt the horses they were after. Even if we had been, Ataroa should have known we would have offered something to compensate. Although with that whole herd driven off the cliff, there should have been plenty. I just hope Ayla isn't with them. Sarmuna, I need to go and look for her." "You love her, don't you?" Sarmuna asked. "Yes, I love her," he said. He saw her expression change again. There was an element of gloating bitterness, but something softer, too. "We were on our way back to my home to be mated, but I also need to tell my mother about the death of my younger brother, Thonolin. We started out together, but he died. She will be very unhappy. It's hard to lose a child." Sarmuna nodded, but made no comment. "That funeral earlier, what happened to those youngsters?" "They weren't much younger than you are," Sarmuna said. "Old enough to make some wrong decisions for themselves." Jondalar thought she looked distinctly uncomfortable. "How did they die?" "They ate something that was bad for them." Jondalar didn't believe she was quite telling the truth, but before he could say more, she handed him his hide coverings and led him back out to the two women who had been guarding the entrance. They marched on either side of him, but this time he was not taken back to the Earth Lodge. Instead, he was led to the fenced enclosure, and the gate was opened, just enough to push him inside. 27. Ayla sipped tea at her afternoon campfire and stared, unseeing, across the grassy landscape. When she had stopped to let Wolf rest, she noticed a large rock formation outlined against the blue sky to the northwest, but as the conspicuous limestone hill faded into mists and clouds in the distance, it receded from memory as her thoughts focused inward, worrying about Jondalar. Between her tracking skills and Wolf's keen nose, they had managed to follow the trail that she felt sure was left by the people who had taken Jondalar. After making a gradual descent off the highland, traveling north, they had turned west until they reached the river she and Jondalar had crossed earlier, but they did not cross over. They turned north again along the river, leaving a trail that was easier to follow. Ayla camped the first night beside the flowing stream and continued tracking the next day. She wasn't sure how many people she was following, but she occasionally saw several sets of footprints on the muddy banks of the river, a couple of which she was beginning to recognize. None of them, however, were Jondalar's large prints, and she began to wonder if he was still with them. Then she recalled that occasionally something large was put down, flattening the grass or leaving an impression in the dust or damp ground beneath it, and she remembered seeing that sign along with the tracks and other signs from the beginning. It wouldn't have been horse meat, she reasoned, because the horses had been driven over the edge, and this load had been carried down from the top. She decided it had to be the man who was being carried on some kind of litter, which caused her both worry and relief. If they'd had to carry him, it must mean he couldn't walk himself, so the blood she had found did indicate a serious injury. But they certainly would not bother to carry him if he was dead. She drew the conclusion that he was still alive, but seriously hurt, and she hoped they were taking him someplace where his injuries could be treated. But why would anyone hurt him in the first place? Whoever she was following had been moving fast, but the trail was getting colder, and she knew she was falling behind. The telltale signs showing the way they had gone were not always easy to find, which slowed her down, and even Wolf had some trouble keeping up. Without the animal, she wasn't sure if she could have tracked them this far, especially over areas of rocky ground, where the subtle marks of their passing were all but non-existent. But more than that, she didn't want to let Wolf out of her sight and risk losing him, too. Nonetheless, she felt an anxious need to hurry, and she was grateful that he seemed better each day. She had awakened that morning with a strong sense of foreboding, and she was glad to see that Wolf seemed eager to start out, but by afternoon she could tell he was tiring. She decided to stop and make a cup of tea to let him rest and give the horses time to graze. Not long after starting out again, she came to a fork in the river. She had easily crossed a couple of small streams flowing down from the highlands, but she wasn't sure if she should cross the river. She hadn't seen tracks for some time, and she didn't know whether to take the east fork or make the crossing and follow the west one. She kept to the east for a while, weaving back and forth, trying to find the trail, and just before nightfall she saw an unusual sight that clearly showed her the way to go. Even in the failing light, she knew the posts sticking out of the water had been put there for a purpose. They had been pounded into the riverbed near several logs that were lodged into the bank. From the time she spent with the Sharamudoi, she recognized the construction as a rather simple docking place for some kind of watercraft. Ayla started to make her camp beside it, then changed her mind. She didn't know anything about the people she was following, except that they had hurt Jondalar and then taken him with them. She did not want such people to come upon her unawares while she was sleeping and vulnerable. She chose a place around a bend in the river instead. In the morning, she carefully examined the wolf before entering the river. Though not especially wide, the water was cold and deep, and he would have to swim it. His bruises were still tender to the touch, but he was very much improved, and he was eager to go. He seemed to want to find Jondalar as much as she did. Not for the first time, she decided to remove her leggings before getting on Winnie's back so they would not get wet. She didn't want to take the time to worry about drying clothes. Much to her surprise, Wolf did not hesitate to enter the water. Instead of pacing back and forth on the bank, he jumped in and paddled after her, as though he no more wanted to let her out of his sight than she wanted to let him out of hers. When they reached the other side, Ayla moved out of the way to avoid the spray from the animals shaking off excess moisture while she donned her legwear. She checked the wolf again, just to satisfy herself, though he showed no discomfort when he shook himself vigorously and then began searching for the trail. Somewhat downstream of their landing, Wolf discovered the watercraft that had been used by the one she was tracking to make the crossing, hidden in some brush and trees that grew near the water. It took her a while, however, to understand it for what it was. She had assumed the people would use a boat, something similar to the Sharamudoi boats, beautifully crafted dugouts with gracefully pointed prows and sterns, or perhaps like the more pedestrian but practical bowl boat that she and Jondalar used. But the contrivance Wolf found was a platform of logs, and she was unfamiliar with a raft. Once she understood its purpose, she thought it was rather clever, if somewhat ungainly. Wolf sniffed around the crude craft curiously. When he came to a certain place, he stopped and made a low growl deep in his throat. "What is it, Wolf?" Ayla said. Looking more closely, she found a brown stain on one of the logs and felt a touch of panic drain her face. It was dried blood, she was sure, probably Jondalar's blood. She patted the canine's head. "We'll find him," she said, to reassure herself as much as the wolf, but she wasn't at all sure that they would find him alive. The trail leading from the landing ran between fields of tall, dry grass intermixed with brush, and was much easier to follow. The problem was that it was so well used that she couldn't be sure it had been taken by the one she was pursuing. Wolf was in the lead, for which Auel was soon more than grateful. They had not been on the path long when he stopped in his tracks, wrinkling his nose and baring his teeth in a snarl. "Wolf, what is it? Is someone coming?" Auel said, even as she turned Whinny off the path and headed for some thick brush, signaling Wolf to follow. She slid off the mare's back as soon as they were screened by the tall, bare branches and grass, grabbed Racer's lead rope to guide him behind the mare, since he was wearing the pack, and hid between the horses herself. She knelt on one knee and put an arm around Wolf's neck to keep him quiet, then waited. Her assessment was not wrong. Before long, 2 young women ran past, obviously heading for the river. She signaled Wolf to stay, and then, using the stealth she had learned when tracking carnivores as a girl, she followed them back, creeping close through the grass, then hiding behind some brush to watch. The 2 women talked to each other as they uncovered the raft, and though the language was unfamiliar, she noticed a similarity to Mamutoi. She wasn't quite able to understand them, but she thought she caught the meaning of a word or two. The women pushed the log platform almost into the water, then retrieved 2 long poles that had been underneath it. They fastened one end of a large coil of rope around a tree, then climbed on. As one began to pole across the river, the other played out the rope. When they were near the other side, where the current was not as swift, they started poling upstream until they reached the docking place. With ropes fastened to the raft, they secured it to the poles sticking up from the water and stepped off to the logs stuck into the bank. Leaving the raft, they started running back the way Auel had just come. She returned to the animals, thinking about what to do. She felt sure the women would be returning soon, but soon could be this day or the next or the one after. She wanted to find Jondalar as soon as possible, but she didn't want to continue following the trail and have them catch up with her. She was also reluctant to approach them directly until she knew more about them. She finally decided to look for a place to wait for them where she could watch them coming without being seen. She was pleased that her wait was not too long. By afternoon, she saw the 2 women returning, along with several other people, all carrying litters of butchered meat and sections of horse. They were moving surprisingly fast in spite of their loads. When they drew nearer, Auel realized there was not a single man in the hunting party. All the hunters were women. She watched them load the meat on the raft, then pole across using the rope for a guide. They hid the raft after unloading it, but they left the guide rope strung across the river, which puzzled her. Auel was again surprised at how fast they traveled as they started up the trail. Almost before she knew it, they were gone. She waited some time before she followed, and she kept well behind. Jondalar was appalled at the conditions inside the fence. The only shelter was a rather large, crude lean-to, which offered scant protection from rain or snow, and the fence of posts itself, which blocked the wind. There were no fires, little water, and no food available. The only people within the holding were male, and they showed the effects of the poor conditions. As they came out of the shelter to stand and stare at him, he saw that they were thin, dirty, and ill-clad. None of them had sufficient clothing for the weather, and they probably had to huddle together in the lean-to in an attempt to keep warm. He recognized 1 or 2 from the walk up to the funeral, and he wondered why the men and boys were living in such a place. Suddenly, several puzzling things came together. The attitude of the women with spears, the strange comments of Ardaman, the behavior of the men walking to the funeral, the reticence of Sarmuna, the belated examination of his wounds, and their generally harsh treatment of him. Maybe it wasn't the result of a misunderstanding that would be cleared up as soon as he convinced Ataroa that he wasn't lying. The conclusion he was forced to seemed preposterous, but the full realization struck him with a force to shatter his disbelief. It was so obvious that he wondered why it had taken him so long to see it. The men were kept here against their will by the women. But why? It was such a waste to keep people inactive like this when they could all be contributing to the welfare and benefit of the entire community.
He thought of the prosperous lion camp of the Mamutoi, with Tulut and Tuli organizing the necessary activities of the camp for the benefit of everyone. They all contributed, and they still had plenty of time to work on their own individual projects. Ataroa! How much was her doing? She was obviously the head woman or leader of this camp. If she wasn't entirely responsible, at least she seemed determined to maintain the peculiar situation. These men should be hunting and collecting food, Jandalar thought, and digging storage pits, making new shelters and repairing old ones. Contributing, not huddling together trying to keep warm. No wonder these people were out hunting horses this late in the season. Did they even have enough food stored to last through the winter? And why did they hunt so far away when they had such a perfect hunting opportunity so close at hand? "You're the one they call the Zelendanyi man," one of the men said, speaking Mamutoi. Jandalar thought he recognized him as one whose hands had been tied when they marched up to the funeral. "Yes, I am Jandalar of the Zelendanyi." "I am Ebulan of the Sarmunai," he said, then added sardonically, "In the name of Muna, the mother of all, let me welcome you to the holding, as Ataroa likes to call this place. We have other names, the men's camp, the mother's frozen underworld, and Ataroa's man-trap. Take your pick." "I don't understand. Why are you, all of you, here?" Jandalar asked. "It's a long story. But essentially we were all tricked one way or another," Ebulan said. Then, with an ironic grimace, he continued, "We were even tricked into building this place, or most of it." "Why don't you just climb over the wall and get out?" Jandalar said. "And get pierced by Epidoa and her spear stickers," another man said. "Olaman is right. Besides, I'm not sure how many could make the effort anymore. Ataroa likes to keep us weak, or worse." "Worse," Jandalar said, frowning. "Show him, Samadan," Ebulan said to a tall, cadaverously thin man with gray matted hair and a long beard that was almost white. He had a strong, craggy face with a long, high-bridged beak of a nose and heavy brows that were accented by his gaunt face. But it was his eyes that captured the attention. They were compelling, as dark as Ataroa's, but rather than malice they held depths of ancient wisdom, mystery, and compassion. Jandalar wasn't sure what it was about him, some quality of carriage or demeanor, but he sensed that this was a man who commanded great respect, even in these wretched conditions. The old man nodded and led the way to the lean-to. As they neared, Jandalar could see that a few people were still inside. As he ducked under the sloping roof, an overpowering stench assaulted him. A man was lying on a plank that might have been torn from the roof, and he was covered with only a ripped piece of hide. The old man pulled back the cover and exposed a putrefying wound in his side. Jandalar was aghast. "Why is this man here?" "Epidoa's spear stickers did that," Ebulan said. "Does Sarmuna know about this? She could do something for him." "Sarmuna, ha! What makes you think she would do anything?" said Olaman, who was among those who had followed them. "Who do you think helped Ataroa in the first place?" "But she cleaned the wound on my head," Jandalar said. "Then Ataroa must have plans for you," Ebulan said. "Plans for me? What do you mean?" "She likes to put the men who are young and strong enough to work, as long as she can control them," Olaman said. "What if someone doesn't want to do her work?" Jandalar asked. "How can she control them?" "By withholding food or water. If that doesn't work, by threatening kin," Ebulan said. "If you know that the man of your hearth or your brother will be put in the cage without food or water, you'll usually do what she wants." "The cage?" "The place you were kept," Ebulan said. Then he smiled wryly. "Where you got that magnificent cloak." Other men were smiling too. Jandalar looked at the ragged hide he had torn from the structure inside the earth lodge and wrapped around him. "That was a good one," Olaman said. "Ardaman told us how you almost broke down the cage, too. I don't think she expected that." "Next time she makes stronger cage," said another man. It was obvious that he was not entirely familiar with the language. Ebulan and Olaman were so fluent that Jandalar had forgotten that Mamutoi was not the native language of these people. But apparently others knew some, and most seemed to understand what was being said. The man on the ground moaned, and the old man knelt to comfort him.
Jondalar noticed a couple of other figures stirring, farther back under the lean-to. "It won't matter. If she doesn't have a cage, she'll threaten to hurt your kin to make you do what she wants. If you were mated before she became head woman and were unlucky enough to have a son born to your hearth, she can make you do anything," Ebulon said. Jondalar didn't like the implication, and he frowned deeply. "Why should it be unlucky to have a son born to your hearth?" Ebulon glanced toward the old man. "Samudon?"
"I will ask if they want to meet the Zelendanyi," he said. It was the first time Samudon had spoken, and Jondalar wondered how a voice so deep and rich could emanate from so spare a man. He went to the back of the lean-to, bending down to talk to the figures huddled in the space where the slanting roof reached the ground. They could hear the deep, mellow tones of his voice, but not his words, and then the sound of younger voices. With the old man's help, one of the younger figures got up and hobbled toward them.
"This is Ardoban," the old man announced. "I am Jondalar of the 9th cave of the Zelendanyi, and in the name of Dani, the great Earth Mother, I greet you, Ardoban," he said with great formality, holding out both his hands to the youngster, somehow feeling that the boy needed to be treated with dignity. The boy tried to stand straighter and take his hands, but Jondalar saw him wince with pain. He started to reach for him to support him, but caught himself. "I really prefer to be called Jondalar," he said with a smile, trying to gloss over the awkward moment. "I called Doban, not like Ardoban. Ataroa always say Ardoban. She wants me say Sataroa. I not say any more." Jondalar looked puzzled. "It's hard to translate. It's a form of respect," Ebulon said. "It means someone held in the highest regard."
"And Doban does not respect Ataroa anymore."
"Doban hate Ataroa," the youngster said, his voice rising to the edge of tears as he tried to turn away and hobble back. Sarmadon waved them out as he helped the youngster. "What happened to him?" Jondalar asked, after they were outside and somewhat away from the lean-to. "His leg was pulled until it became dislocated at the hip," Ebulon said. "Ataroa did it, or rather, she told Epidoa to do it." "What?" Jondalar said, his eyes open wide in disbelief. "Are you saying she purposely dislocated the leg of that child? What kind of abomination is this woman?" "She did the same thing to the other boy, and Odavan's younger." "What possible justification can she even give to herself for doing such a thing?" "With the younger one, it was to make an example. The boy's mother didn't like the way Ataroa was treating us, and she wanted her mate back at her hearth. Avanoa even managed to get in here sometimes and spend the night with him, and she used to sneak extra food to us. She's not the only woman who does that sometimes, but she was stirring up the other women, and Armadan, her man, was resisting Ataroa, refusing to work. She took it out on the boy. She said at 7 years he was old enough to leave his mother and live with the men, but she dislocated his leg first." "The other boy is 7 years?" Jondalar said, shaking his head and shuddering with horror. "I have never heard of anything so terrible."
"Odavan is in pain, and he misses his mother, but Ardaban's story is worse."
It was Samudon who spoke. He had left the lean-to and just joined the group.
"It's hard to imagine anything worse," Jondalar said. "I think he suffers more from the pain of betrayal than from the physical pain," Samudon said. "Ardaban thought of Ataroa as his mother. His own mother died when he was young, and Ataroa took him in, but she treated him more like a favored plaything than a child. She liked to dress him in girls' clothes and adorn him with silly things, but she fed him well, and she often gave him special tidbits. She even cuddled him sometimes and took him to her bed to sleep with her when she was in the mood. But when she got tired of him, she'd push him out and make him sleep on the ground. A few years ago, Ataroa began to think people were trying to poison her."
"They say that's what she did to her mate," Olaman interjected.
"She made Ardaban taste everything before she ate it," the old man continued, "and when he got older, she tied him up sometimes, convinced he was going to run away. But she was the only mother he knew. He loved her and tried to please her. He treated the other boys the same way she treated the men, and he began telling the men what to do. Of course, she encouraged him."
"He was insufferable," Ebulon added. You'd think the whole camp belonged to him, and he made the other boys' lives miserable."
"But what happened?" Jandalar asked. "He reached the age of manhood," Samadin said. Then, seeing Jandalar's puzzled look, he explained, "The mother came to him in his sleep in the form of a young woman and brought his manhood to life."
"Of course, that happens to all young men," Jandalar said.
"Ataroa found out," Samadin explained, "and it was as though he had purposely turned into a man just to displease her. She was livid. She screamed at him, called him terrible names, then banished him to the men's camp, but not before she had his leg dislocated."
"With Odovan it was easier," Ebulon said. "He was younger. I'm not even sure if they originally intended to tear his joint loose. I think they just wanted to make his mother and her mate suffer by listening to his screams. But once it happened, I think Ataroa thought it would be a good way to disable a man, make him easier to control."
"She had Ardaman as an example," Olaman said.
"Did she dislocate his leg too?" Jandalar asked. "In a way," Samadin said. "It was an accident, but it happened when he was trying to get away. Ataroa would not allow Sarmuna to help him, although I believe she wanted to."
"But it was harder to disable a boy of 12 years. He fought and screamed, but it did no good," Ebulon said. "And I will tell you, after listening to his agony, no one here could be angry with him any more. He more than paid for his childish behavior."
"Is it true that she has told the women that all children, including the one that is expected, if they are boys, will have their legs dislocated?" Olaman asked.
"That's what Ardaman said," Ebulon confirmed.
"Does she think she can tell the mother what to do? Force her to make only girl babies?" Jandalar asked. "She is tempting her fate, I think."
"Perhaps," Ebulon said, "but it will take the mother herself to stop her, I'm afraid."
"I think the Zelendanyi may be right," Samadin said. "I think the mother has already tried to warn her. Look how few babies have been born in the last several years. This latest outrage of hers, injuring children, may be more than she will stand for. Children are supposed to be protected, not harmed."
"I know Ayla would never stand for it.
She wouldn't stand for any of this," Jandalar said. Then, remembering, he frowned and lowered his head.
"But I don't even know if she's alive."
The men glanced at each other, hesitant to speak, though they all thought the same question.
Finally, Ebulon found his voice. "Is that the woman you claimed could ride on the backs of horses? She must be a woman of great powers if she can control horses like that."
"She wouldn't say so," Jandalar smiled, "but I think she has more power than she will acknowledge. She doesn't ride all horses. She only rides the mare that she raised, although she has ridden my horse too, but he's a little harder to control. That was the problem."
"You can ride horses too?" Olaman said, in tones of disbelief.
"I can ride one. Well, I can ride hers too, but—"
"Are you saying that the story you told Ataroa is true?" Ebulon said.
"Of course it's true. Why would I make up something like that?" He looked at the skeptical faces. "Maybe I'd better start at the beginning. Ayla raised a little filly."
"Where did she get a filly?"
Olaman asked. "She was hunting and killed its dam, and then she saw the foal."
"But why would she raise it?"
Ebulon asked. "Because it was alone, and she was alone, and that's a long story," Jandalar sidestepped. "But she wanted company and decided to take in the filly. When Winnie grew up, Ayla named the horse Winnie. She gave birth to a colt just about the time we met. She showed me how to ride and gave me the colt to train. I named him Racer. That's a Zelendanyi word that means a fast runner, and he likes to run fast. We have traveled all the way from the Mamutoi summer meeting, around the southern end of those mountains to the east, riding those horses. It really doesn't have anything to do with special powers. It's a matter of raising them from the time they are born, just like a mother would take care of a baby."
"Well, if you say so," Ebulon said.
"I say so because it's true," Jandalar countered, then decided it was worthless to pursue the subject. They would have to see it to believe it, and it was unlikely that they ever would. Ayla was gone, and so were the horses. Just then the gate opened, and they all turned to see. Epidoa entered first, along with a few of her women. Now that he knew more about her, Jandalar studied the woman who had actually caused such great pain to the two children. He wasn't sure who was more of an abomination, the one who conceived of the idea or the one who carried it out.
Though he had no doubt that Ataroa would have done it herself, it was evident that something was wrong with her. She was not whole. Some dark spirit must have touched her and stolen a vital part of her being. But what about Epidoa? She seemed sound and whole, but how could she be and still be so cruel and unfeeling? Was she also lacking some essential part? To everyone's surprise, Ataroa herself came in next.
"She never comes in here," Oleman said. "What can she want?"
Her unusual behavior frightened him. Behind her came several women carrying steaming trays of cooked meat, along with tightly woven baskets of some delicious-smelling rich and meaty soup. Horse meat. Have the hunters returned? Jondalar wondered. He hadn't eaten horse meat for a long time. The thought of it didn't usually appeal to him, but at the moment it smelled delicious. A large, full water bag with a few cups was also carried in. The men watched the arriving procession avidly, but none of them moved anything except his eyes, afraid to do anything that might cause Ataroa to change her mind. They feared that it might be another cruel trick, to bring it in and show them, and then take it away.
"Zelendanyi,"
Ataroa said, making the words sound like a command. Jondalar looked at her closely as he approached. She seemed almost masculine. No, he decided, not exactly that. Her features were strong and sharp, but cleanly defined and well-shaped. She was actually beautiful in her way, or could have been, if she had not been so hard. But there was cruelty in the set of her mouth, and the lack in her soul showed in her eyes. Sarmuna appeared at her side. She must have come in with the other women, he thought, though he hadn't noticed her before.
"I now speak for Ataroa," Sarmuna said in Zelendanyi.
"You have a lot to answer for yourself," Jondalar said. "How could you allow it? Ataroa lacks reason, but you do not. I hold you responsible." His blue eyes were icy with outrage. Ataroa spoke angrily to the shaman.
"She does not want you to speak to me. I am here to translate for her. Ataroa wants you to look at her when you speak," Sarmuna said.
Jondalar looked at the head woman and waited while she spoke. Then Sarmuna began the translation.
"Ataroa is speaking now. How do you like your new accommodations?"
"How does she expect me to like them?" Jondalar said to Sarmuna, who avoided his look and spoke to Ataroa. A malicious smile played across the head woman's face.
"I'm sure you've heard many things about me already, but you should not believe everything you hear."
"I believe what I see," Jondalar said.
"Well, you saw me bring food in here."
"I don't see anyone eating it, and I know they are hungry." Her smile broadened when she heard the translation.
"They shall, and you must too. You will need your strength."
Ataroa laughed out loud. "I'm sure I will," Jondalar said. After Sarmuna translated, Ataroa left abruptly, signaling the woman to follow. "I hold you responsible," Jondalar said to Sarmuna's retreating back. As soon as the gate closed, one of the guard women said, "You'd better come and get it before she changes her mind." The men rushed for the platters of meat on the ground. As Samadin passed by, he stopped. "Be very careful, Zelendanyi. She has something special in mind for you." The next few days passed slowly for Jondalar. Some water, but little additional food was brought in, and no one was allowed out, not even to work, which was very unusual. It made the men uneasy, especially since Ardaman was also kept inside the holding. His knowledge of several languages had made Ardaman first a translator and then a spokesman between Ataroa and the men. Because of his lame, dislocated leg, she felt he posed no threat, and further, would not be able to run away. He was given more freedom to move about the camp, and he often brought back bits of information about the life outside the men's camp, and occasionally extra food. Most of the men passed the time playing games and gambling for future promises, using as playing pieces small sticks of wood, pebbles, and even some broken pieces of bone from meat they had been given. The leg bone from the shank of horse meat had been put aside after it was stripped clean and cracked for the marrow for just such a possible purpose. Jondalar spent the first day of his confinement examining in close detail and testing the strength of the entire fence that surrounded them. He found several places that he thought he could have broken through or climbed over, but through the cracks Epidoa and her women could be seen diligently guarding them, and the terrible infection of the man with the wound deterred him from such a direct approach. He also looked over the lean-to, thinking of several things that could be done to repair it and make it more weatherproof, if only he'd had the tools and materials. By mutual consent, one end of the enclosed space, behind a jumble of stones, the only other feature beside the lean-to in their barren confinement, had been set aside for passing water and eliminating their wastes. Jondalar became nauseatingly aware of the smell permeating the entire enclosure on the second day. It was worse near the lean-to, where the putrefying flesh of morbid infection added its malodorous aroma, but at night he had no choice. He huddled together with the others for warmth, sharing his makeshift cloak with those who had even less to cover them. In the days that followed, his sensitivity to the odor dulled, and he hardly noticed his hunger, but he did seem to feel the cold more, and was dizzy and light-headed occasionally. He wished for some willow bark for his headache, too. The circumstances began to change when the man with the wound finally died. Ardaman went to the gate and asked to speak to Ataroa or Epidoa so the body could be removed and buried. Several men were let out for the purpose, and later they were told that all who could would attend the burial rites. Jondalar was almost ashamed by the excitement he felt at the thought of getting out of the holding, since the reason for the temporary release was a death. Outside, long shadows of a late afternoon sun spread across the ground, highlighting features of the distant valley and river below, and Jondalar felt an almost overwhelming sense of the beauty and grandeur of the open landscape. His appreciation was interrupted by a prick of pain on his arm. He looked down with annoyance at Epidoa and 3 of her women surrounding him with spears, and it took a large measure of self-control to prevent himself from pushing them out of his way.
"She wants you to put your hands behind your back so they can tie them," Ardaman said. "You can't go if your hands are not tied."
Jondalar scowled, but he complied. As he followed Ardaman, he thought about his predicament. He wasn't even sure where he was or how long he had been here, but the thought of spending any more time cooped up in that holding with nothing but the fence to look at was more than he could bear. One way or another, he was getting out, and soon. If he didn't, he could foresee a time when he might not be able to. A few days without food was no great problem, but if it continued for very long, it could become one. Besides, if there was any chance that Ayla was still alive, hurt perhaps, but still alive, he had to find her fast. He didn't know yet how he was going to accomplish it. He only knew he was not going to stay there very much longer. They walked some distance, crossing a stream and getting wet feet along the way. The perfunctory funeral was over quickly, and Jondalar wondered why Ataroa bothered with a burial ceremony at all when she showed no concern for the man while he was alive. If she had, he might not have died. He had not known the man. He didn't even know his name. He had only seen him in his suffering, unnecessary suffering. Now he was gone, walking in the next world, but free from Ataroa. Perhaps that was better than spending years looking at the inside of a fence. As short as the ceremony was, Jondalar's feet were cold from standing in wet footwear. On the way back, he paid more attention to the small waterway, trying to find a stepping stone or a way across that would keep his feet dry. But when he looked down, he didn't care. Almost as though it were intended, he saw 2 stones next to each other at the edge of the stream. One was a small but adequate nodule of flint. The other was a roundish stone that looked as though it would just fit in his hand, the perfect shape for a hammerstone.
"Ardaman,"
he said to the man in back of him, then spoke in Zalandanyi.
"Do you see these 2 stones?"
He indicated them with his foot.
"Can you get them for me? It's very important."
"That is flint?"
"Yes, and I am a flint napper."
Suddenly Ardaman appeared to trip, and he fell down heavily. The crippled man had trouble getting up, and a woman with a spear approached. She spoke sharply to one of the men, who offered his hand to help him up. Epidoa marched back to see what was holding up the men. Ardaman got to his feet just before she arrived, and he stood contritely apologetic while she railed at him. When they got back, Ardaman and Jondalar went to the end of the holding where the stones were, to pass their water. When they returned to the lean-to, Ardaman told the men that the hunters had returned with more meat from the horse kill, but something had happened while the second group was returning. He didn't know what it was, but it was causing some commotion among the women. They were all talking, but he hadn't been able to overhear anything specific. That evening, food and water were brought to the men again, but not even the servers were allowed to stay and slice the meat. It had been pre-cut into chunks and left for the men on a few logs, with no conversation. The men talked about it while they were eating. "Something strange is going on," Ebulon said, switching to Mamutoi so Jandalar could understand. "I think the women were ordered not to speak to us." "That doesn't make sense," Olaman said. "If we did know something, what could we do about it?"
"You're right, Olaman. It doesn't make sense, but I agree with Ebulon. I think the women were told not to speak," Samadin said. "Maybe this is the time, then," Jandalar said. "If Epidoa's women are busy talking, maybe they won't notice."
"Notice what?" Olaman said.
"Ardaman managed to pick up a piece of flint."
"So that's what it was all about," Ebulon said. "I couldn't see anything that would make him trip and fall." "But what good is a piece of flint?" Olaman said. "You have to have tools to make it into anything. I used to watch the flint knapper before he died."
"Yes, but he also picked up a hammerstone, and there is some bone around here. It's enough to make a few blades and shape them into knives and points, and a few other tools, if it's a good piece of flint."
"You're a flint knapper?" Olaman said.
"Yes, but I'm going to need some help. Some noise to cover up the sound of stones hitting stones," Jandalar said.
"But even if he can make some knives, what good will they be? The women have spears." "For one thing, they're good for cutting the rope off someone whose hands are tied," Ebulon said. "I'm sure we can think of a competition or game that will cover up the noise. The light is almost gone, though."
"There should be enough. It won't take me long to make the tools and the points. Then tomorrow I can work inside the lean-to where they can't see. I'll need that leg bone and those logs and maybe a piece of a plank from the lean-to. It would help if I had some sinew, but thin strips of leather should work. And Ardaman, if you find any feathers while you are out of the holding, I could use them."
Ardaman nodded. Then he said, "You're going to make something that will fly, like a throwing spear?"
"Yes, something that will fly. It will take careful whittling and shaping, and that will take some time. But I think I can make a weapon that might surprise you," Jandalar said. 28. The next morning, before Jandalar began further work on the flint tools, he talked to Samadin about the 2 injured youngsters. He had thought about it the night before, and recalling how Darvo had taken to flint knapping even as a young boy, he felt that if they could be taught a craft like flint knapping, they could lead independent and useful lives even though they were crippled. "With Ataroa as head woman, do you really think they will ever have the opportunity?" Samadin asked. "She allows Ardaman more freedom. She might feel that the 2 boys will not be a threat either, and let them out of the holding more often. Even Ataroa might be persuaded to see the logic of having a couple of tool-makers around. Her hunter's weapons are poorly made," Jandalar said. "And who knows, she may not be a leader much longer."
Samadin eyed the blond stranger speculatively.
"I wonder if you know something I don't," he said. "In any case, I will encourage them to come and watch you."
Jandalar had worked outside the evening before, so the sharp chips that broke off in the process of knapping the flint would not be scattered around their only shelter. He had picked a spot somewhat behind the stone pile, near the place where they passed their waists. Because of the smell, it was the end of the enclosure that the guards tended to avoid, and was watched the least. The blade-shaped pieces he had quickly detached from the flint core were at least 4 times as long as they were wide, with rounded ends, and these were the blanks from which other tools would be made. The edges were razor-sharp as they were cleaved from the flint core, sharp enough to cut through tough leather as if it were congealed fat. The blades were so sharp, in fact, that often the edges had to be dulled so the tool could be handled without cutting the user. Inside the lean-to the following morning, the first thing Jandalar did was to select a place under a crack in the roof so he would have sufficient light to work by. Then he cut off a piece of leather from his makeshift cloak and spread it out on the ground to catch the inevitable sharp bits of flint debris. With the 2 lame boys and several others seated around him, he proceeded to demonstrate how a hard oval stone and a few pieces of bone could be used to make tools of flint, which in turn could be used to shape and make things out of leather, wood, and bone. Though they had to be careful not to draw attention to their activity, getting up occasionally to maintain a normal routine, then coming back and huddling together for warmth, which also served to block the view of their guards, they all watched with fascination. Jondalar picked up a blade and examined it critically. There were several different tools he wanted to make, and he was trying to decide which of them would lend itself best to this particular blank. One long, sharp edge was nearly straight. The other wavered somewhat. He started by dulling the uneven edge by scraping the hammerstone across it a few times. He left the other edge as it was. Then, with the long, tapered end of a broken leg bone, he pressure-flaked the rounded end, breaking off carefully controlled small chips until it was a point. If he'd had sinew or glue or pitch or a number of other materials with which to attach it, he could have added a handle, but when he was through, it was an adequate knife as it was. As the tool was passed around and tested on the hair of an arm or bits of leather, Jondalar picked up another blade blank. Both edges of it dipped into a narrow waist near the middle. Applying careful pressure with the knobby, rounded end of the leg bone, he broke off only the sharpest edge of both ends, which dulled them only slightly, but more important, strengthened them, so this piece could be used as a scraper to shape and smooth a piece of wood or bone. He showed how it was used and passed it around too. With the next blank, he dulled both edges so the tool could be handled easily. Then, with two carefully placed blows at one end of it, he detached a couple of spalls, leaving a sharp, chisel-like point. To demonstrate its use, he cut a groove into a piece of bone, then went over the groove many times, making it deeper and deeper and creating a little pile of curled shavings. He explained how a shaft or a point or a handle could be cut out with roughly the desired shape, then finished by scraping or smoothing. Jondalar's demonstration was almost a revelation. None of the boys or younger men had ever seen an expert flint-knapping toolmaker work, and few of the older men had ever seen one so skilled. In the few moments of twilight the night before, he had managed to cleave off nearly 30 usable blanks from the single nodule of flint before the flint core was too small to work. By the next day, most of the men had used one or more of the tools he had made from them. Then he tried to explain the hunting weapon he wanted to show them. Some of the men seemed to understand immediately, although they invariably questioned the accuracy and speed he claimed for a spear thrown with a spear thrower. Others couldn't seem to grasp the concept of it at all, but it didn't matter. Having good serviceable tools in their hands and working on something constructive with them gave the men a sense of purpose, and doing anything that opposed Ataroa and the conditions she had forced upon them lifted the despair of the men's camp and fostered the hope that it might be possible someday to regain control of their own destiny. Epidoa and her guards sensed a change in attitude over the next few days, and she felt sure something was going on. The men seemed to walk with a lighter step, and they smiled too much, but as hard as she looked, she couldn't see anything different. The men had been extremely careful to hide not only the knives and scrapers and chisels Jondalar had made and the objects they were making, but even the waste products of their efforts. The smallest flint chip or spall, the tiniest curled shaving of wood or bone, was buried inside the lean-to and covered with a roof plank or a piece of leather. But the greatest change of all was in the two crippled boys. Jondalar not only showed the youngsters how the tools were made, he made special tools for them and then showed them both how to use them. They stopped hiding in the shadows of the lean-to and began to get acquainted with the other older boys in the holding. Both idolized the tall Zelendanyi, Doban in particular, who was old enough to comprehend more, though he was reluctant to show it. For as long as he could remember living with the disturbed and irrational Ataroa, Artaban had always felt helpless, completely at the mercy of circumstances beyond his control. In a tiny corner of his being, he had always expected something terrible to happen to him, and after the excruciatingly painful and terrifying trauma of his experience, he was convinced that his life would only get worse. He often wished he were dead. But watching someone take 2 stones that he had found near a stream and with them, using the skill of his hands and the knowledge of his mind, offer the hope of changing his world, made a deep impression. Doban was afraid to ask. He still couldn't trust anyone. but more than anything, he wanted to learn to make tools out of stone. The man sensed his interest and wished that he had more flints so he could begin to teach him, at least to get him started. Did these people go to any kind of summer meetings or gatherings, he wondered, where ideas and information and goods could be exchanged? There had to be some flint knappers in the region who could train Doban. He needed to learn a skill like that, where being lame wouldn't matter. After Jondalar made a sample spear thrower out of wood to show them what it looked like and how to make it, several of the men began to make copies of the strange implement. He also made flint spear points from some of the blanks, and out of the strongest leather they had, he cut thin strips for bindings to fasten them with. Ardaman even found the ground nest of a golden eagle and brought back some good flight feathers. The only thing lacking were the shafts for the spears. Trying to make one out of the scanty materials that were available, Jondalar cut a fairly long, thin piece out of a plank with the sharp chisel tool. He used it to show the younger men how to fasten the point and attach the feathers, and he demonstrated how to hold the spear thrower and the basic technique for using it without actually casting the spear. But cutting a spear shaft out of a plank was a long and tedious job, and the wood was dry and brittle, with no spring, and it broke easily. What he needed were young, straight saplings, or reasonably long branches that could be straightened, though for that he needed the heat of a fire. He felt so frustrated, stuck in the holding. If only he could get out and look for something with which to make shafts, if only he could convince Ataroa to let him out. When he mentioned his feelings to Ebulon as they were getting ready to sleep, the man looked at him strangely, started to say something, then shook his head, closed his eyes, and turned away. Jondalar thought it was a strange reaction, but he soon forgot about it and fell asleep, thinking about the problem. Ataroa had been thinking about Jondalar, too. She was looking forward to the diversion he would give her through the long winter, gaining control over him and seeing him do her bidding, showing everyone that she was more powerful than the tall, handsome man. Then, when she was through with him, she had other plans for him. She had been wondering if he was ready to be let out and set to work. Epidoa had told her that she thought something was going on inside the holding and that the stranger was involved, but she hadn't yet discovered what it was. Perhaps it was time to separate him from the other men for a while, Ataroa thought. Maybe put him back in the cage. It was a good way to keep them all unsettled. In the morning she told her women that she wanted a work crew and to include the Zelendanyi man. Jondalar was glad just to be getting out where he could see something besides bare earth and desperate men. It was the first time he had been allowed outside the holding to work, and he had no idea what she planned to have him do, but he hoped he would have an opportunity to look for young, straight trees. Finding a way to get them into the holding would be another problem. Later in the day, Ataroa strode out of her earth lodge, accompanied by 2 of her women and Sarmuna, and flaunting Jondalar's fur parka. The men had been carrying mammoth bones that had been brought earlier from some other place, and they were piling them up where Ataroa wanted. They had worked all morning and into the afternoon, with nothing to eat and little to drink. Even though he was out of the holding, he had not been able to look for potential spear shafts, much less think of a way of cutting them down and bringing them back. He was watched too closely and given no time to rest. He was not only frustrated, he was tired and hungry and thirsty and angry. Jondalar put down one end of the leg bone that he and Olaman were carrying, then stood up and faced the approaching women. As Ataroa neared, he noticed how tall she was, taller than many men. She could have been very attractive. What had happened to make her hate men so much, he wondered. When she spoke to him, her sarcasm was clear, though he didn't understand her words. "Well, Zelendanyi, are you ready to tell us another story like your last?" "I'm ready to be entertained," Sarmuna translated, complete with sarcastic intonation. "I did not tell you a story. I told you the truth," Jondalar said. "That you were traveling with a woman who rides on the backs of horses? Where is this woman, then? If she has the power you say, why hasn't she come to claim you?" Ataroa said, standing with her hands on her hips as though to face him down. "I don't know where she is. I wish I did. I'm afraid she went over the cliff with the horses you were hunting," Jondalar said. "You lie, Zelendanyi. My hunters saw no woman on the back of a horse, and no body of a woman was found with the horses. I think you have heard that the penalty for stealing from the Sarmunai is death, and you are trying to lie your way out of it," Ataroa said. No body was found? Jandalar was elated in spite of himself when Sarmuna translated, feeling a surge of hope that Ayla might still be alive. "Why do you smile when I have just told you that the penalty for stealing is death? Do you doubt that I will do it?" Ataroa said, pointing to him and then to herself for emphasis. "Death," he said, then paled. Could someone be put to death for hunting food? He had been so happy to think that Ayla might still be alive that he hadn't really comprehended what she had said. When he did, his anger returned. "Horses were not given to the Sarmunai alone. They are here for all of Earth's children. How can you call hunting them stealing? Even if I had been hunting the horses, it would have been for food." "Ha! See, I've caught you in your lies. You admit you were hunting the horses." "I did not. I said even if I had been hunting the horses. I didn't say that I was." He looked at the translator. "Tell her, Sarmuna, Jandalar of the Zelendanyi, son of Marthona, former leader of the 9th cave, does not lie." "Now you say you are the son of a woman who was a leader? This Zelendanyi is an accomplished liar, covering one lie about a miraculous woman with another about a woman leader." "I've known many women who were leaders. You are not the only head woman at Ataroa. Many Mamutoi women are leaders," Jandalar said. "Co-leaders. They share leadership with a man." "My mother was a leader for 10 years. She became leader when her mate died, and she shared it with no one. She was respected by both women and men, and gave the leadership over to my brother Joharan willingly. The people did not wish it." "Respected by women and men? Listen to him. You think I don't know men, Zelendanyi? You think I was never mated? Am I so ugly no man would have me?" Ataroa was nearly screaming at him, and Sarmuna was translating almost simultaneously, as though she knew the words the head woman would be saying. Jandalar could almost forget that the shaman was speaking for her. It seemed as though he were hearing and understanding Ataroa herself. But the shaman's unemotional tone gave the words a strange detachment from the woman who was behaving so belligerently. A bitter, deranged look came into her eyes as she continued to harangue Jandalar. "My mate was the leader here. He was a strong leader, a strong man." Ataroa paused. "Many people are strong. Strength doesn't make a leader," Jandalar said. Ataroa didn't really hear him. She wasn't listening. Her pause was only to hear her own thoughts, to gather her own memories. "Brukar was such a strong leader that he had to beat me every day to prove it," she sneered. "Wasn't it a shame that the mushrooms he ate were poisonous?" Her smile was malignant. "I beat his sister's son in a fair fight to become leader. He was a weakling. He died." She looked at Jandalar. "But you are no weakling, Zelendanyi. Wouldn't you like a chance to fight me for your life?" "I have no desire to fight you, Ataroa, but I will defend myself if I must." "No, you will not fight me, because you know I would win. I am a woman. I have the power of Muna on my side. The Mother has honored women. They are the ones who bring forth life. They should be the leaders," Ataroa said. "No," Jandalar said. Some of the people watching flinched when the man disagreed so openly with Ataroa. Leadership doesn't necessarily belong to one who is blessed by the Mother any more than it does to one who is physically strong. The leader of the berry pickers, for instance, is the one who knows where the berries grow, when they will be ripe, and the best way to pick them. Jandalar was working up to a harangue of his own. A leader has to be dependable, trustworthy. Leaders have to know what they are doing. Ataroa was scowling. His words had no effect on her. She listened only to her own counsel, but she didn't like the scolding tone of his voice, as though he thought he had the right to speak so freely, or to presume to tell her anything. "It doesn't matter what the task is," Jandalar continued. "The leader of the hunt is the one who knows where the animals will be and when they will be there. He is the one who can track them. He's the one most skilled at hunting. Marthona always said leaders of people should care about the people they lead. If they don't, they won't be leaders for very long." Jondalar was lecturing, venting his anger, oblivious to Ataroa's glowering face. "Why should it matter if they are women or men?" "I will not allow men to be leaders any more," Ataroa interrupted. "Here men know that women are leaders. The young ones are raised to understand it. Women are the hunters here. We don't need men to track or lead. Do you think women cannot hunt?" "Of course women can hunt. My mother was a hunter before she became leader, and the woman I traveled with was one of the best hunters I know. She loved to hunt and was very good at tracking. I could throw a spear farther, but she was more accurate. She could knock a bird out of the sky or kill a rabbit on the run with a single stone from her sling." "More stories," Ataroa snorted. "It's easy enough to make claims for a woman that doesn't exist. My women didn't hunt. They weren't allowed to. When Brugar was leader, no women were even allowed to touch a weapon, and it was not easy for us when I became leader. No one knew how to hunt, but I taught them. Do you see these practice targets?" Ataroa pointed to a series of sturdy posts stuck in the ground. Jondalar had noticed them in passing before, though he hadn't known what they were for. Now he saw a large section of a horse carcass hanging from a thick wooden peg near the top of one. A few spears were sticking out of it. "All the women must practice every day, and not just jabbing the spears hard enough to kill, throwing them too. The best of them become my hunters. But even before we learned to make and use spears, we were able to hunt. There's a certain cliff north of here, near the place I grew up. People there chase horses off that cliff at least once every year. We learned to hunt horses like that. It is not so difficult to stampede horses off a cliff, if you can entice them up." Ataroa looked at Epidoa with obvious pride. Epidoa discovered how much horses like salt. She makes the women save the water they pass and uses it to lead the horses along. "My hunters are my wolves," Ataroa said, smiling in the direction of the women with spears who had gathered around. They took evident pleasure in her praise, standing taller as she spoke. Jondalar hadn't paid much attention to their clothing before, but now he realized that all of the hunters wore something that came from a wolf. Most of them had a fringe of wolf fur around their hoods, and at least one wolf tooth, but often more, dangling around their necks. Some of them also had a fringe of wolf fur around the cuffs of their parkas, or the hem, or both, plus additional decorative panels. Epidoa's hood was entirely wolf fur, with a portion of a wolf's head with fangs bared decorating the top. Both the hem and cuffs of her parka were fringed. Wolf paws hung down from her shoulders in front, and a bushy tail hung behind from a center panel of wolf skin. "Their spears are their fangs. They kill in a pack and bring the food back. Their feet are their paws. They run steady all day and go a long way," Ataroa said in a rhythmic meter that he felt sure had been repeated many times. "Epidoa is their leader, Zelandanyi. I wouldn't try to outsmart her. She is very clever." "I'm sure she is," Jondalar said, feeling outnumbered. But he also couldn't help feeling a touch of admiration for what they had accomplished, starting with so little knowledge. "It just seems such a waste to have the men sitting idle when they could be contributing too, helping to hunt, helping to gather food, making tools. Then the women alone wouldn't have to be working so hard. I'm not saying women cannot do it, but why should they have to do it all, for both men and women?" Ataroa laughed, the harsh, demented laugh that gave him a chill. "I have wondered the same thing. Women are the ones who produce new life. Why do we need men at all? Some of the women don't want to give men up yet. But what good are they? For pleasures? It's men who get the pleasure. Here we don't worry about giving men pleasures anymore. Instead of sharing a hearth with a man, I have put women together. They share the work. They help each other with their children. They understand each other. When there are no men around, the mother will have to mix the spirits of women, and only female children will be born." Would it work? Jondalar wondered. Samadin had said that very few babies had been born in the last few years. Suddenly he remembered Ayla's idea that it was the pleasures that men and women shared that started new life growing inside a woman. Ataroa had kept the women and men separated. Could that be why there were so few babies? "How many children have been born?" he asked out of curiosity. "Not many. "But some, and where there are some, there can be more."
"Have they all been girls?" he asked then.
"The men are still too close. It confuses the mother. Soon enough all the men will be gone. Then we will see how many boy babies are born," Ataroa said.
"Or how many babies are born at all," Jandalar said. "The great Earth Mother made both women and men, and like her, women are blessed to give birth to both male and female. But it is the mother who decides which man's spirit is mingled with the woman's. It is always a man's spirit. Do you really think you can alter what she has ordained?"
"Don't try to tell me what the mother will do. You are not a woman, Zelendanyi," she said contemptuously. "You just don't like to be told how worthless you are, or perhaps you don't want to give up your pleasures. That's it, isn't it?" Suddenly Ataroa changed her tone, affecting a purr of attraction. "Do you want pleasures, Zelendanyi? If you will not fight me, what will you do to gain your freedom? Ah, I know, pleasures. For such a strong, handsome man, Ataroa might be willing to give you pleasures. But can you give Ataroa pleasures?" Sarmuna's change to speaking about the woman rather than as her made him suddenly aware that all the words he had heard had been translated. It was one thing to speak as the voice of Ataroa, the head woman. It was quite another to speak as the voice of Ataroa, the woman. Sarmuna could translate the words, she just couldn't take on the intimate persona of the woman. As Sarmuna continued to translate, Jandalar heard both of them. "So tall, so fair, so perfect, he could be the mate of the mother herself. Look, he is even taller than Ataroa, and not many men are. You have given many women pleasure, haven't you? One smile from the big, tall, handsome man with his blue eyes, and women clamor to climb into his furs. Do you pleasure them all, Zelendanyi man?" Jandalar refused to answer. Yes, there was once a time when he enjoyed pleasuring many women, but now he only wanted Ayla. A wrenching pain of grief threatened to overcome him. What would he do without her? Did it matter if he lived or died? "Come, Zelendanyi, if you give Ataroa great pleasure, you can have your freedom. Ataroa knows you can do it." The tall, attractive head woman walked seductively toward him. "See, Ataroa will give herself to you. Show everyone how a strong man gives a woman pleasures. Share the gift of Muna, the great Earth Mother, with Ataroa, Jandalar of the Zelendanyi." Ataroa put her arms around his neck and pressed herself against him. Jandalar did not respond. She tried to kiss him, but he was too tall for her, and he would not bend down. She was not used to a man who was taller. It wasn't often that she had to reach up to a man, especially one she could not bend. It made her feel foolish and flamed her anger. "Zelendanyi, I am willing to couple with you and give you a chance for your freedom." "I won't share the mother's gift of pleasures under these circumstances," Jandalar said. His quiet, controlled voice belied his great anger, but he did not hide it. How did she dare to insult the mother like that? "The gift is sacred, meant to be shared with willingness and joy. Coupling like this would be contemptuous of the mother. It would defile her gift and anger her just as much as taking a woman against her will. I choose the woman I want to couple with, and I have no desire to share her gift with you, Ataroa." Jandalar might have responded to Ataroa's invitation, but he knew it was not genuine. He was an exciting, handsome man to most women. He had gained skill at pleasing them, and experience in the ways of mutual attraction and invitation. For all her sinuous walking, there was no warmth to Ataroa, and she gave him no spark of desire. He sensed that even if he had tried, he could not have pleased her. But Ataroa looked stunned when she heard the translation. Most men had been more than willing to share the gift of pleasures with the handsome woman to gain their freedom. Visitors unfortunate enough to pass through her territory and get caught by her hunters had usually jumped at the chance to get away from the wolf women of the Sarmunai so easily. Though some had hesitated, doubtful and wondering what she was up to, none had ever refused her outright. They soon found out they were right to doubt. "You refuse?" The head woman sputtered, unbelieving. The translation was spoken without feeling, but her reaction was clear enough. "You refuse, Ataroa? How dare you refuse?" she screamed, then turned to her wolf women. "Strip him and tie him to the practice target." That had been her intention all along, just not so soon. She had wanted Jondalar to keep her occupied through the whole long dreary winter. She enjoyed tantalizing men with promises of freedom in exchange for pleasures. To her it was the height of irony. From that point she led them into further acts of humiliation or degradation, and she usually managed to get them to do whatever she wanted before she was ready to play her final game. They would even strip themselves when she told them she would let them go if they did, hoping it would please her enough. But no man could give Ataroa pleasure. She had been used badly when she was a girl, and she had looked forward to mating the powerful leader of another group. Then she discovered that the man she had joined with was worse than the situation she had left behind. His pleasures were always done with painful beatings and humiliation, until she finally rebelled and caused his painful, humiliating death. But she had learned her lesson too well. Warped by the cruelty she received, she could not feel pleasure without causing pain. Ataroa cared little for sharing the mother's gift with men or even women. She gave herself pleasures watching men die slow and painful deaths. When there was a long time between visitors, Ataroa had even played with Sarmunai men, but after the first 2 or 3 fell to her pleasures, they knew her game and would not play it. They just pleaded for their lives. She usually, but not always, gave in to those who had a woman to plead their case. Some of the women were not as cooperative. They didn't understand it was for them that she needed to eliminate men, but they could usually be controlled through the males to whom they were tied. So she kept them alive. Travelers ordinarily came during the warmer season. People seldom traveled very far in the cold of winter, especially those on a journey, and there had been fewer travelers lately, none the previous summer. A few men, by a lucky fluke, managed to escape, and some women ran away. They warned others. Most people who heard the stories passed them on as rumors or fantastic tales of storytellers, but the rumors of the vicious wolf women had been growing, and people were staying away. Ataroa had been delighted when Jondalar was brought back, but he turned out to be worse than one of her own men. He wouldn't go along with her game, and he didn't even give her the satisfaction of watching him plead. If he had, she might have even let him live a little longer, just to savor the pleasure of seeing him bend to her will. At her command, Ataroa's wolf-women rushed Jondalar. He swung out wildly, knocking aside spears and landing hard blows that would have telling after-effects. His struggles to get free were almost successful, but he was eventually overwhelmed by sheer force of numbers. He continued to fight while they cut the lashing closures of his tunic and trousers to strip him of his clothes, but they expected it and held sharp blades to his neck. After they tore off his tunic and bared his chest, they tied his hands together with a length of slack rope between them, then lifted him up and hung him with his hands over his head from the high peg on the target post. He kicked while they pulled off his boots and trousers, landing a few strong blows that would leave bruises, but all his resistance only served to make the women want to get back at him, and they knew they could. Once he was hanging naked from the post, they all stood back and looked him over with self-satisfied smirks, pleased with themselves. Big and strong as he was, his fighting had done him no good. Jondalar's toes touched the ground, but just barely, and it was clear that most men would have dangled there. It gave him some slight feeling of security to touch the ground, and he sent a vague, unvoiced appeal to the great Earth Mother to somehow deliver him from this unexpected and fearful predicament. Ataroa was interested in the massive scar on his upper thigh and groin. It had healed well. He had given no hint that he had sustained such a serious injury, no limping or favoring of that leg. If he was that strong, perhaps he would last longer than most. He might give her some enjoyment yet. She smiled at the thought. Ataroa's detached appraisal gave Jondalar second thoughts. He felt a breeze raise goosebumps, and he shivered, but not only with the cold. When he looked up, he saw Ataroa smiling at him. Her face was flushed and her breathing fast. She looked pleased and strangely sensual. Her enjoyment was always greater if the man she pleasured herself with was handsome. Attracted in her own way to the tall man with the unconscious charisma, she anticipated making this one last as long as possible. He looked across at the fence post made of poles, and he knew the men were watching through the cracks. He wondered why they hadn't warned him. It was obviously not the first time something like this had happened. Would it have done any good if they had? Would he have just anticipated with fear? Perhaps they thought he would be better off not knowing. In truth, some of the men had talked about it. They all liked the Zelendanyi and admired his tool-making skills. With the sharp knives and tools that were his legacy, they each hoped they might find an opportunity to break away. They would always remember him for that, but each of them knew in his heart that if there was too long a time between visitors, Ataroa was likely to hang one of them from a target post. A couple of them had already been strung up once, and they knew that their abject pleadings would probably not move her to delay her deadly game again. They secretly cheered his refusal to give in to her demands, but they were afraid that any noise would call attention to themselves. Instead, they watched in silence as the familiar scene unfolded, each of them feeling compassion and fear, and a small stab of shame. Not only her wolf women, but all the women of the camp were expected to bear witness to the man's ordeal. Most of them hated to watch, but they feared Ataroa, even her hunters. They stood as far back as they dared. It made some of them sick, but if they did not appear, then any man they had spoken up for in the past was the next one chosen. Some women had tried to run away, and a few had managed it, but most were caught and brought back. If there were men in the holding they cared about, mates, brothers, sons, as punishment, the women were made to watch them suffer days in the cage without food or water, and occasionally, though rarely, they were put in the cage themselves. The women with boys were particularly fearful, not knowing what would become of their sons, especially after what she had done to Odovan and Artaban. But the women who feared the most were the two with infants and the one who was pregnant. Ataroa was delighted with them, gave them special treats, and asked after their welfare, but they each harbored a guilty secret and were afraid that if she ever found out, they would end up hanging from the target posts. The head woman stepped in front of her hunters and picked up a spear. Jondalar noticed it was rather heavy and clumsy, and in spite of himself, he thought about how he could make them a better one. But the poorly made thick point was none the less sharp and effective. He watched the woman take careful aim, and noticed she was aiming low. She did not mean to kill, but to maim. He was conscious of his naked exposure to whatever pain she chose to inflict on him, and he fought an urge to lift his legs to try to protect himself. But then he'd be dangling too, and he felt that would make him even more vulnerable and would expose his fear. Ataroa watched him through narrowed eyes, knowing that he feared her and enjoying it. Some of them begged. This one she knew would not, at least not immediately. She pulled her arm back as she prepared to make her throw. He closed his eyes and thought of Ayla, wondering if she was alive or dead, her body crushed and broken below a herd of horses at the bottom of the cliff. With a pain sharper than any spear could inflict, he knew that if she were dead, life had no meaning for him anyway. He heard a thunk as a spear landed on the target, but above him, not low and painful. Suddenly he dropped to his heels as his arms were freed. He looked at his hands and saw that the short length of slack in the rope which had been hung over the peg was severed. Ataroa still held her spear in her hand. The spear he heard had not come from her. Jondalar looked up at the target pole and saw a neat, somewhat small, flint-tipped spear embedded beside the peg, its feathered end still quivering. The thin, finely made point had cut the cord. He knew that spear. He turned back to look in the direction from which it had come. Directly behind Ataroa, he saw movement. His vision became blurry as his eyes filled with tears of relief. He could hardly believe it. Could it really be her? Was she really alive? He glanced down to blink several times so he could see more clearly. Looking up, he saw 4 nearly black horse legs attached to a yellow horse with a woman on her back.
"Ayla," he cried, "you're alive!" 29.
Ataroa spun around to see who had thrown the spear. From the far edge of the field that was just outside the camp, she saw a woman coming toward her riding on the back of a horse. The hood of the woman's fur parka was thrown back, and her dark blonde hair and the horse's dun-yellow coat were so nearly the same color that the fearful apparition seemed truly of one flesh. Could the spear have come from the woman-horse? She wondered. But how could anyone throw a spear from that distance? Then she saw that the woman had another spear close at hand. A chilling wash of fear crawled up Ataroa's scalp, the sensation of her hair rising, but the cold, tingling terror that she felt at that moment had little to do with anything so material as spears. The apparition she saw was not a woman, of that she was certain. In a moment of sudden lucidity, she knew the full and unspeakable atrocity of her heinous acts, and she saw the figure coming across the field as one of the spirit forms of the mother, a moon-eye, this one an avenging spirit sent to exact retribution. In her heart, Ataroa almost welcomed her. It would be a relief to have the nightmare of this life ended. The head woman was not alone in fearing the strange woman-horse. Jandalar had tried to tell them, but no one had believed him. No one had ever conceived of a human riding a horse. Even seeing it, it was hard to believe. Ayla's sudden appearance struck each person individually. For some, she was only intimidating because of the strangeness of a woman on horseback and their fear of the unknown. Others looked upon her uncanny entrance as a sign of otherworldly power and were filled with foreboding. Many of them saw her as Ataroa did, their own personal nemesis, a reflection of their own consciences about their wrongdoings. Encouraged or forced by Ataroa, more than one had committed appalling brutalities, or allowed and abetted them, for which, in the quiet moments of the night, they felt deep shame or fear of retribution. Even Jandalar wondered for a moment if Ayla had come back from the next world to save his life, convinced at that moment that if she had wanted to, she could. He watched her unhurried approach, studying every detail of her carefully and lovingly, wanting to fill up his vision with a sight he had thought he would never see again, the woman he loved, riding the familiar mare. Her face was ruddy with cold, and streamers of hair that had escaped the restraining thong at the nape of her neck whipped in the wind. Wispy clouds of warmed air streamed forth with each breath exhaled by both the woman and the horse, making Jandalar suddenly conscious of his exposed flesh and chattering teeth. She was wearing her carrying belt over her fur parka, and in a loop of it, the dagger made from the tusk of a mammoth that had been a present from Talut. The ivory-handled flint knife he had made for her also dangled in its sheath, and he saw his hatchet in her belt, too. The worn otter skin of her medicine bag hung down her other side. Riding the horse with easy grace, Ayla seemed dauntingly sure and confident, but Jandalar could see her tense readiness. She held her sling in her right hand, and he knew how swiftly she could let fly from that position. With her left hand, which he was sure held a couple of stones, she supported a spear, set in place on her spear-thrower and balanced diagonally across Winnie's withers, from Ayla's right leg to the mare's left shoulder. More spears stuck up from a woven grass holder just behind her leg. On her approach, Ayla had watched the tall head-woman's face reflecting her inner reactions, showing shock and fear and the despair of her moment of clarity. But as the woman on horseback drew closer, dark and deranged shadows clouded the leader's mind again. Ataroa narrowed her eyes to watch the blonde woman, then slowly smiled, a smile of twisted, calculating malice. Ayla had never seen madness, but she interpreted Ataroa's unconscious expressions, and she understood that this woman who threatened Jandalar was someone to be wary of. She was a hyena. The woman on horseback had killed many carnivores and knew how unpredictable they could be, but it was only hyenas that she despised. They were her metaphor for the very worst that people could be, and Ataroa was a hyena, a dangerously malignant manifestation of evil who could never be trusted. Ayla's angry glare was focused on the tall head-woman, though she was careful to keep an eye on the entire group, including the stunned wolf women, and it was fortunate that she did. When Winnie was within a few feet of Ataroa, in the periphery of her vision, Ayla caught a stealthy movement off to the side. With motion so swift they were hard to follow, a stone was in her sling, whipped around and flung. Epidoa squawked with pain and grabbed her arm as her spear clattered to the frozen ground. Ayla could have broken a bone if she had tried, but she had deliberately aimed for the woman's upper arm and checked her force. Even so, the leader of the wolf women would have a very painful bruise for some time. "Tell spear women stop, Ataroa," Ayla demanded. It took Jandalar a moment to comprehend that she was speaking in a strange language, because he found that he had understood her meaning. Then he was stunned when he realized that the words she spoke were in Sarmunai. How could Ayla possibly know how to speak Sarmunai? She had never heard it before, had she? It surprised the head woman, too, to hear a complete stranger address her by name, but she was more shocked to hear the peculiarity of Ayla's speech that was like the accent of another language, yet not. The voice aroused feelings Ataroa had all but forgotten, a buried memory of a complex of emotions, including fear, which filled her with a disquieting unease. It reinforced her inner conviction that the approaching figure was not simply a woman on a horse. It had been many years since she'd had those feelings. Ataroa hadn't liked the conditions that first provoked them, and she liked even less being reminded of them now. It made her nervous, agitated, and angry. She wanted to push the memory away. She had to get rid of it, destroy it completely, so it would never come back. But how? She looked up at Ayla sitting on the horse, and at that instant she decided it was the blonde woman's fault. She was the one who had brought it all back, the memory, the feelings. If the woman was gone, destroyed, it would all go away, and everything would be fine again. With her quick, if twisted intelligence, Ataroa began to consider how she could destroy the woman. A sly, crafty smile spread across her face.
"Well, it seems the Zelendanyi was telling the truth after all," she said. "You came just in time. We thought he was trying to steal meat, and we have barely enough for ourselves. Among the Sarmunai, the penalty for stealing is death. He told us some story about riding on horses, but you can understand why we found it so unbelievable."
Ataroa noticed her words were not being translated, and stopped.
"Sarmuna, you are not speaking my words," she snapped.
Sarmuna had been staring at Ayla. She recalled that one of the first hunters who had returned with the group carrying the man had revealed a frightening vision she'd had during the hunt, wanting her to interpret it. She told of a woman sitting on the back of one of the horses they were driving over the cliff, struggling to gain control of it, and finally making it turn back. When the hunters carrying the second load of meat talked about seeing a woman riding away on a horse, Sarmuna wondered at the meaning of the strange visions. Many things had been bothering the one who served the mother for some time, but when the man they brought in turned out to be a young man who seemed to have materialized out of her own past, and he told a story of a woman on horseback, it distressed her. It had to be a sign, but she had not been able to discern the meaning. The idea had preyed on Sarmuna's mind while she considered various interpretations of the recurring vision. A woman actually riding into their camp on the back of a horse gave the sign unprecedented power. It was the manifestation of a vision, and the impact of it put her in a turmoil. She hadn't been giving her full attention to Ataroa, but a part of her had heard, and she quickly translated the head woman's words into Zelendanyi. "Death to a hunter as a punishment for hunting is not the way of the Great Mother of all," Ayla said in Zelendanyi when she heard the translation, though she had understood the gist of Ataroa's statement. Sarmunai was so close to Mamutoi that she could understand much of it, and she had learned a few words. But Zelendanyi was easier, and she could express herself better. "The mother charges her children to share food and offer hospitality to visitors." It was when she was speaking in Zelendanyi that Sarmuna noticed Ayla's speech peculiarity. Though she spoke the language perfectly, there was something. But there was no time to think about it now. Ataroa was waiting.
"That is why we have the penalty,"
Ataroa smoothly explained, though the anger she was fighting to control was evident to both Sarmuna and Ayla.
"It discourages stealing, so there will be enough to share. But a woman like you, so good with weapons, how could you understand the way it was for us when no woman could hunt? Food was scarce. We all suffered."
"But the Great Earth Mother provides more than meat for her children. Certainly the women here know the foods that grow and can be gathered," Ayla said.
"But I had to forbid that. If I had allowed them to spend their time gathering, they would not have learned to hunt."
"Then your scarcity was of your own doing, and the choice of those who went along with you.
"That is not a reason to kill people who are not aware of your customs," Auel said. "You have taken on yourself the mother's right. She calls her children to her when she is ready. It is not your place to assume her authority. All people have customs and traditions that are important, and if their ways are broken, some of them require a punishment of death," Ataroa said. That was true enough. Auel knew it from experience. "But why should your custom require a punishment of death for wanting to eat?" she said. "The mother's ways must come before all other customs. She requires sharing of food and hospitality to visitors. You are discourteous and inhospitable, Ataroa." Discourteous and inhospitable? Jondalar fought to control a derisive laugh. More like murderous and inhuman. He had been watching and listening with amazement, and he was grinning with appreciation for Ayla's understatement. He remembered when she couldn't even understand a joke, much less make subtle insults. Ataroa was obviously irritated. It was all she could do to contain herself. She had felt the barb of Ayla's courteous criticism. She had been scolded as if she were a mere child, a bad girl. She would have preferred the implied power of being called evil, a powerfully evil woman to be respected and greatly feared. The mildness of the words made her seem laughable. Ataroa noticed Jondalar's grin and glared at him balefully. Certain that everyone watching wanted to laugh with him, she vowed to herself that he would be sorry, and so would that woman. Auel seemed to resettle herself on Whinny, but she had actually shifted her position unobtrusively in order to get a better grip on the spear-thrower. "I believe Jondalar needs his clothes," Auel continued, lifting the spear slightly, making it apparent that she held it without being overtly threatening. "Don't forget his outer fur, the one you are wearing. And perhaps you should send someone into your lodge to get his belt, his mitts, his water bag, his knife, and the tools he had with him." She waited for Sarmuna to translate. Ataroa clenched her teeth, but smiled, though it was more of a grimace. She signaled Epidoa with a nod. With her left arm, the one that wasn't sore, Epidoa knew she would also have a bruise on her leg where Jondalar had kicked her. The woman who was the leader of Ataroa's wolves picked up the clothes they had struggled so hard to pull off the man and dropped them down in front of him. Then she went inside the large earth lodge. While they waited, the head woman suddenly spoke up, trying to assume a friendlier tone. "You have traveled a long way. You must be tired. What did he say your name was? Ayla?" The woman on horseback nodded, understanding her well enough. This leader cared little for formal introductions, Auel noticed. Not very subtle. "Since you put such importance on it, you must allow me to extend the hospitality of my lodge. You will stay with me, won't you?" Before either Auel or Jondalar could respond, Sarmuna spoke up. "I believe it is customary to offer visitors a place with the one who serves the mother. You are welcome to share my lodge." While listening to Ataroa and waiting for the translation, the shivering man pulled on his trousers. Jondalar hadn't thought too much about how cold he was before, when his life was in immediate jeopardy, but his fingers were so stiff that he fumbled to tie knots in the severed cords that held his leg wear on. Though it was torn, he was grateful to have his tunic, but he stopped for a moment, surprised, when he heard Sarmuna's offer. Looking up after he pulled the tunic over his head, he noticed that Ataroa was scowling at the shaman. Then he sat down to put on his foot coverings and boots as quickly as he could. "She will hear from me later," Ataroa thought, but she said, "Then you must allow me to share food with you, Ayla. We will prepare a feast, and you will be the honored guests, both of you." She included Jondalar in her glance. "We have recently had a successful hunt, and I cannot allow you to leave thinking too badly of me." Jondalar thought her attempt at a friendly smile was ludicrous, and he had no desire to either eat their food or to stay in this encampment a moment longer. But before he could voice his opinion, Ayla answered, "We will be happy to accept your hospitality, Ataroa. When do you plan to have this feast? I would like to make something to bring, but it is late in the day." "Yes, it is late," Ataroa said, "and there are some things I will want to prepare too. The feast will be tomorrow, but of course you will share our simple meal tonight." "There are things I must do for my contribution to your feast. We will be back tomorrow," Ayla said. Then she added, Jondalar still needs his outer fur, Ataroa. Of course he will return the cloak he was wearing." The woman pulled the parka up over her head and gave it to the man. He smelled her female scent when he pulled it on, but he appreciated the warmth. Ataroa's smile was pure evil as she stood in the cold in her thin inner garment. "And the rest of his things?" Ayla reminded her. Ataroa glanced at the entrance to her lodge and motioned to the woman who had been standing there for some time. Epidoa quickly brought Jondalar's gear and put it on the ground some feet away from him. She was not happy about returning his things. Ataroa had promised some of them to her. She had particularly wanted the knife. She had never seen one so beautifully made. Jondalar tied on his belt, then put his tools and implements in their places, hardly believing he had everything back. He had doubted if he'd ever see them again. For that matter, he had doubted that he'd ever leave alive. Then, to everyone's surprise, he leaped up behind the woman on the horse. This was one camp he would be glad to see the last of. Ayla scanned the area, making sure no one was in a position to try to prevent them from leaving or to cast a spear after them. Then she turned whinny and left at a gallop.
"Follow them. I want them back. They aren't getting away that easily," Ataroa snarled to Epidoa as she stomped into her lodge in a hot rage, shivering with cold.
Ayla kept Whinny at a fast pace until they were some distance away and heading down the hill. They slowed when they entered a wooded stretch at the bottom near the river, then doubled back in the direction they had come, toward her camp, which was actually quite close to the Sarmunai settlement. Once they settled into a more steady pace, Jondalar became aware of Ayla's closeness, and he felt such an overwhelming gratitude to be with her again that it almost took his breath away. He put his arms around her waist and held her, feeling her hair on his cheek and breathing in her unique warm woman scent.
"You're here with me. It's so hard to believe. I was afraid you were gone, walking in the next world," he said softly. "I'm so grateful to have you back. I don't know what to say."
"I love you so much, Jondalar," she replied. She leaned back, pressing herself even more into his arms, feeling such a relief to be with him again. Her love for him welled up and filled her to overflowing. "I found a blood stain, and all the while I was following your trail, trying to find you, I never knew if you were alive or dead. When I realized they were carrying you, I thought you must be alive, but hurt bad enough that you couldn't walk. I was so worried, but the trail was not easy to follow, and I knew I was falling behind. Ataroa's hunters can travel very fast for being on foot, and they knew the way."
"You got here just in time. It's a good thing you arrived when you did. A little later and it would have been too late," Jondalar said.
"I didn't just get here."
"You didn't? When did you arrive?"
"I came right after the second load of horse meat. I was ahead of both of them at first, but the ones carrying the first load caught up with me at the river crossing. I was lucky that I saw 2 women going to meet them. I found a place to hide and waited for them to go past me, and followed them. But the hunters with the second load of meat were closer than I knew. I think they might have seen me, at least from a distance. I was riding at the time, and I rode away from the trail fast. Later I went back and followed again, but I was more careful in case there was a third load."
"That would explain the commotion Ardaman was talking about. He didn't know what it was, just knew everyone was nervous and talking after they brought in the second load. But if you've been here, why did you wait so long to get me out of there?" Jondalar asked.
"I had to keep watch for a long time, waiting for a chance to get you out of that fenced keeping place. What do they call it? A holding?" Jondalar made a sound of assent.
"Weren't you afraid someone would see you?"
"I've watched real wolves in their den. Next to them, Ataroa's wolves are noisy and easy to follow. I was close enough to hear them talking most of the time. There's a knoll behind the camp up the hill. From there you can see the whole settlement and directly into that holding. Behind it, if you look up, you can see 3 big white rocks in a row high in the hillside."
"I noticed them. I wish I'd known you were there. It would have made me feel better every time I saw those white rocks."
"I heard a couple of the women call them the 3 girls, or maybe the 3 sisters," Ayla said.
"They call it the Camp of the 3 Sisters," Jondalar said.
"I guess I don't know the language very well yet."
"You know more than I do. I think you surprised Ataroa when you spoke in their language."
"Sarmunai is so much like Mamutoi that it's easy to get a sense of the words," Ayla said.
"I never thought to ask if the white rocks had a name.
They make such a good landmark it seems logical that they would be named. That whole highland is a good landmark. You can see it from a long way. At a distance it resembles a sleeping animal, even on this side. There's a place ahead with a good view. You'll see. I'm sure the hill must have a name, too, especially since it's such a good location for hunting. But I've only seen a little of it when we went to funerals. There have been 2 of them just in the time I've been here, and the first time they buried 3 young people, Jondalar said, ducking his head to avoid the bare branches of a tree. I followed you to the second funeral, Ayla said. I thought I might be able to get you out then, but you were too closely watched, and then you found the flint and were showing everyone about spear throwers, Ayla said. I had to wait until the time was right so I could surprise them. I'm sorry it took so long. How did you know about the flint? We thought we were careful, Jondalar said. I was watching you all the time. Those wolf women really aren't very good watchers. You would have seen that and found a way to get out yourself if you hadn't gotten distracted with the flint. For that matter, they aren't very good hunters either, she said. When you consider that they didn't know anything to start with, they haven't done badly. Ataroa said they didn't know how to use spears, so they had to chase animals, Jondalar said. They waste their time going all the way to the Great Mother River to chase horses off a cliff when they could hunt better right here. Animals following this river have to go across a narrow stretch between the water and the highland, and you can easily see them coming, Ayla said. I saw that when we went to the first funeral. The place they were buried would be a good lookout, and someone has signaled with bale fires from up there before, though I don't know how recently. I could see the charcoal from large fires, Jondalar commented. Instead of building surrounds for men, they could have made one to hold animals and chased them into that, even without spears, Ayla said, then pulled Whinny to a halt. Look, there it is. She pointed to the limestone highland outlined against the horizon. It does look like an animal sleeping. And look, you can even see the 3 white stones, the 3 sisters, Jondalar said. They rode in silence for a while. Then, as though he had been thinking about it, Jondalar said, If it's so easy to get out of the holding, why haven't the men done it? I don't think they have really tried, Ayla said. Maybe that's why the women have stopped watching so closely, but a lot of the women, even some of the hunters, don't want the men kept in there anymore. They are just afraid of Ataroa. Ayla stopped then. This is where I have been camping, she said. As if to confirm it, Racer nickered a greeting as they entered a small, secluded place that was clear of brush. The young stallion was tied securely to a tree. Ayla had set up a minimal camp in the middle of the copse each night, but she had packed everything on Racer's back in the morning to be ready to leave immediately if it was necessary. You saved both of them from going over that cliff? Jondalar said. I didn't know if you had, and I was afraid to ask. The last thing I remember before I was hit on the head was seeing you on Racer's back, having some trouble controlling him. I had to get used to the rain, that's all. The biggest problem was that other stallion, but now he's gone, and I'm sorry. Whinny came to my whistle as soon as they stopped herding her away from me, Ayla said. Racer was just as glad to see Jondalar. He dropped his head, then flipped it up in greeting, and he would have walked to the man if he hadn't been tied. The stallion, his ears forward and his tail lifted high, whinnied to Jondalar with eager anticipation as he approached. Then he lowered his head to nuzzle the man's hand. Jondalar greeted the stallion like a friend he thought he would never see again, hugging, scratching, stroking, and talking to the animal. He frowned when he thought of another question, one he almost hated to ask. What about Wolf? Ayla smiled, then pierced the air with an unfamiliar whistle. Wolf came bounding out of the brush, so glad to see Jondalar that he couldn't keep still. He ran to him, wagging his tail, barked a little yip, then jumped up and put his paws on the man's shoulders and licked his jaw. Jondalar grabbed him by the ruff as he'd seen Ayla do so many times, roughed it up a bit, then pressed his forehead against the wolf's. He's never done that to me before, Jondalar said, surprised. He missed you. I think he wanted to find you as much as I did, and I'm not sure I would have been able to track you without him. We're quite a distance from the Great Mother River, and there were long stretches of rocky, dry ground that showed no tracks. But his nose found the trail, Ayla said. Then she greeted the wolf. But he was waiting there in that brush all the time, and he didn't come until you signaled? It must have been hard to teach him that. But why did you?
I had to teach him to hide because I didn't know who might be coming here, and I didn't want them to know about him. They eat wolf meat."
"Who eats wolf meat?"
Jondalar asked, wrinkling his nose with repugnance. "Ataroa and her hunters."
"Are they that hungry?"
Jondalar asked. "Maybe they were once, but now they do it as a ritual. I watched them one night. They were initiating a new hunter, making a young woman part of their wolf pack. They keep it a secret from the other women, go away from the lodges to a special place. They had a live wolf in a cage and killed it, butchered it, then cooked it and ate it. They like to think they are getting the strength and cunning of the wolf that way. It would be better if they just watched wolves. They'd learn more," Ayla said. No wonder she seemed so disapproving of the wolf women and their hunting skills, Jondalar thought, suddenly understanding why she didn't like them. Their initiation rites threatened her wolf.
"So you taught Wolf to stay in hiding until you called him. That's a new whistle, isn't it?" he said.
"I'll teach it to you, but even if he does stay in hiding, most of the time when I tell him, I still worry about him. Winnie and Racer, too. Horses and wolves are the only animals I've ever seen Ataroa's women kill," she said, looking around at her beloved animals.
"You've learned a lot about them, Ayla,"
Jondalar said. "I had to learn everything I could so I could get you out of there," she said. "But maybe I learned too much."
"Too much? How could you learn too much?"
"When I first found you, I only thought about getting you out of that place and then getting away from here as soon as we could. But now we can't go."
"What do you mean we can't go? Why not?"
Jondalar said, frowning. "We can't leave those children living in such terrible conditions, or the men either. We have to get them out of that holding," Ayla said. Jondalar became worried. He had seen that determined look before.
"It's dangerous to stay here, Ayla, and not just for us. Think what easy targets those two horses would make. They don't run away from people. And you don't want to see wolves' teeth hanging around Ataroa's neck, do you?"
"I want to help those people, too.
I lived inside that place, and no one should have to live like that, especially children. But what can we do? We are only two people."
He did want to help them, but he feared that if they stayed, Ataroa might harm Ayla. He thought he had lost her, and now that they were back together, he was afraid that if they stayed, he might really lose her. He was trying to find a strong reason to convince her to leave. "We are not alone. There are more than the two of us who want to change things. We have to find a way to help them," Ayla said, then paused, thinking. "I think Sarmuna wants us to come back. That's why she offered her hospitality. We must go to that feast tomorrow."
"Ataroa has used poison before. If we go back there, we may never leave," Jondalar cautioned her. "She hates you, you know."
"I know, but we have to go back anyway, for the sake of the children. We won't eat except what I bring, and only if it doesn't leave our sight." "Do you think we should change our camp or stay here?" Ayla said. "I have a lot to do before tomorrow."
"I don't think moving will help. They will just trail us. That's why we should leave now," Jondalar said, clasping both her arms. He looked into her eyes, concentrating, as if trying to will her to change her mind. Finally he let her go, knowing she wouldn't leave and that he would stay to help her. In his heart it was what he wanted to do, but he had to be convinced that he couldn't persuade her to go. He vowed to himself that he would let nothing harm her. "All right," he said. "I told the men you would never stand for anyone being treated like that. I don't think they believed me, but we will need to help them get out. I admit I was surprised to hear Sarmuna suggest that we stay with her," Jondalar said. "I don't think she does that very often. Her lodge is small and out of the way. She is not set up to accommodate visitors. But why do you think she wants us to go back?" "Because she interrupted Ataroa to ask. I don't think that headwoman was happy about it. Do you trust Sarmuna, Jondalar?" The man stopped to think. "I don't know. I trust her more than I trust Ataroa, but I guess that's not saying much. Did you know Sarmuna knew my mother? She lived with the ninth cave when she was young, and they were friends." "So that's why she speaks your language so well. But if she knows your mother, why didn't she help you?" "I wondered that myself. Maybe she didn't want to. I think something must have happened between her and Marthona.
I don't remember that my mother ever talked about knowing someone who came to live with them when she was young, either. But I have a feeling about Sarmuna. She did treat my injury, and though that's more than she's done for most of the men, I think she wants to do more. I don't think Ataroa will allow it." They unpacked Racer and set up their camp, although both of them felt uneasy. Jondalar started the fire while Ayla began to prepare a meal for them. She started with the portions she usually estimated for both of them, but then she remembered how little the men in the holding had been given to eat and decided to increase the quantity. Once he started eating again, he was going to be very hungry. Jondalar hunkered near the heat for a while after he had the fire blazing, watching the woman he loved. Then he walked over to her. "Before you get too busy, woman," he said, taking her into his arms, "I've greeted a horse and a wolf, but I haven't yet greeted the one who's most important to me." She smiled in the way that had always evoked a warm feeling of love and tenderness. "I'm never too busy for you," she said. He bent down to kiss her mouth, slowly at first, but then all his fear and anguish at the thought of losing her suddenly overcame him. "I was so afraid I would never see you again. I thought you were dead." His voice cracked with a sob of strain and relief as he held her close. "Nothing Ataroa could have done to me would be worse than losing you." He held her so tight she could hardly breathe, but she didn't want him to let her go. He kissed her mouth, then her neck, and he began to explore her familiar body with his knowing hands. "Jondalar, I'm sure Epidoa is following us." The man pulled back and caught his breath. "You're right. This is not the right time. We'd be too vulnerable if they came upon us." He should have known better. He felt a need to explain. "It's just that I thought I'd never see you again. It's like a gift from the mother to be here with you, and, well, the urge came over me to honor her." Ayla held him, wanting to let him know that she felt the same. The thought occurred to her that she had never heard him try to explain why he wanted her before. She didn't need an explanation. It was all she could do to keep herself from forgetting the danger they were in and giving in to her own desire for him. Then, as she felt her warmth for the man growing, she reconsidered their situation. "Jondalar?" The tone of her voice caught his attention. "If you really think about it, we are probably so far ahead of Epidoa it will take a while for her to track us here, and Wolf would warn us." As Jondalar looked at her and began to perceive her meaning, his frown of concern slowly eased into a smile, and his compelling blue eyes filled with his wanting and his love. "Ayla, my woman, my beautiful, loving woman," he said, his voice husky with need. It had been a long time, and Jondalar was ready, but he took the time to kiss her slowly and fully. The feel of her lips parting to give access to her warm mouth encouraged thoughts of other parting lips and warm, moist openings, and he felt the strivings of his manhood in anticipation. It was going to be difficult to hold back enough to pleasure her. Ayla held him close, closing her eyes to think only of his mouth on hers and his gently exploring tongue. She felt his turgid heat pressing against her, and her response was as immediate as his, an urge so strong that she didn't want to wait. She wanted to be closer to him, to be as close as only the feel of him within her could be. Keeping her lips on his, she slipped her arms down from around his neck to untie the waist closure of her fur leggings. She dropped them down, then reached for his ties. Jondalar felt her fumbling with the knots he had had to tie in the leather thongs that had been cut. He straightened up, breaking their contact, smiled into eyes that were the blue-gray color of a certain fine-quality flint, unsheathed his knife, and cut through his lacings again. They needed to be replaced anyway. She grinned, then held up her lower garment long enough to take a few steps to the sleeping rolls, then dropped down on top of them. He followed her while she unlaced her boots, then untied his own. Lying on their sides, they kissed again, as Jondalar reached beneath her fur parka and tunic for a firm breast. He felt her nipple harden in the middle of his palm, then pushed up her heavy garments to expose the tantalizing tip. It contracted with the cold until he took it in his mouth. Then it warmed, but did not relax. Not wanting to wait, she rolled to her back, pulling him with her, and opened to receive him. With a feeling of joy that she was as ready as he was, he knelt between her warm thighs and guided his eager member into her deep well. Her moist warmth enveloped him, caressing his fullness as he entered her depths with a moaning sigh of pleasure. Ayla felt him inside her, penetrating deeply, bringing him closer to the core of her being. She let herself forget everything except the warmth of him filling her as she arched to reach him. She felt him pulling back, caressing her from within, and then he filled her again. She cried out her welcome in delight as his long shaft withdrew and penetrated again, in just the right position, so that each time he entered his manhood rubbed against her small center of pleasure, sending shocks of excitement through her. Jondalar was building quickly. For a moment he feared it was too quickly, but he could not have held back if he'd tried, and this time he didn't try. He let himself advance and retreat as his need directed, sensing her willingness in the rhythm of her motion, matching his as he moved steadily faster. Suddenly, overpoweringly, he was there. With an intensity that met his, she was ready for him. She whispered, "Now, oh now," as she strained to meet him. Her encouragement was a surprise. She had not done it before, but it had an immediate effect. With the next stroke, his building force reached an explosive rush and burst through in an eruption of release and pleasure. She was only a step behind, and with a cry of exquisite delight, she reached her peak a moment later. A few more strokes, and they both lay still. Though it was over quickly, the moment had been so intense that it took the woman a while to come down from the culminating summit. When Jondalar, feeling his weight on her was becoming too much, rolled over and disengaged, she felt an inexplicable sense of loss and wished they could stay linked together longer. Somehow he completed her, and the full realization of how much she had feared for him and missed his presence struck her with such poignancy that she felt tears sting her eyes. Jondalar saw a transparent bead of water fall from the outside corner of her eye and run down the side of her face to her ear. He raised himself up and looked at her. "What's wrong, Ayla?" "I'm just so happy to be with you," she said, as another tear welled up and quivered at the edge of her eye before it spilled over. Jondalar reached for it with a finger and brought the salty drop to his mouth. "If you are happy, why are you crying?" he said, though he knew. She shook her head, unable to speak at that moment. He smiled with the knowledge that she shared his powerful feelings of relief and gratitude that they were together again. He bent down to kiss her eyes and her cheek, and finally her beautiful smiling mouth. "I love you, too," he whispered in her ear. He felt a faint stirring in his manhood, and he wished they could start all over again, but this was not the time. Epidoa was certain to be trailing them, and sooner or later she would find them. "There is a stream nearby," Ayla said. "I need to wash, and I might as well fill the water bags." "I'll go with you," the man said, partly because he still wanted to be close to her, and partly because he felt protective. They picked up their lower garments and boots, then the water bags, and walked to a fairly wide stream, nearly closed over with ice, leaving only a small section in the middle still flowing. He shivered with the shock of freezing water, and knew he washed himself only because she did. He would have been content to let himself dry off in the warmth of his clothes, but if she had any opportunity at all, even in the coldest water, she always cleaned herself. He knew it was a ritual her clan stepmother had taught her, although now she invoked the mother with mumbled words spoken in Mamutoi. They filled up the water bags, and as they walked back to their campsite, Ayla recalled the scene she had witnessed just before his lacings had been cut the first time. "Why didn't you couple with Ataroa?" she asked. "You damaged her pride in front of her people." "I have pride, too. No one is going to force me to share the mother's gift, and it wouldn't have made any difference. I'm sure it was her intention all along to make a target out of me, but now I think you are the one who has to be careful. Discourteous and inhospitable." He chuckled. Then he became more serious. "She hates you, you know. She'll kill us both, if she gets the chance." 30. As Ayla and Jondalar settled down for the night, both were wary of every sound they heard. The horses were staked nearby, and Ayla kept Wolf beside her bedroll, knowing he would warn her of anything unusual that he sensed. But she still slept poorly. Her dreams felt threatening, but amorphous and disorganized, with no messages or warnings that she could define, except that Wolf kept appearing in them. She awoke as the first glimmerings of day broke through the bare branches of willow and birch to the east near the stream. It was still dark in the rest of their secluded glen, but as she watched, she began to see thick-needled spruce and the longer-needled shafts of some stone pine defined in the growing light. A fine powdering of dry snow had sprinkled down during the night, dusting evergreens, tangled brush, dry grass, and bedrolls with white. But Ayla was cozily warm. She had almost forgotten how good it felt to have Jondalar sleeping beside her, and she stayed still for a while, just enjoying his nearness. But her mind would not stay still. She kept worrying about the day ahead and thinking over what she was going to make for the feast. She finally decided to get up, but when she tried to slip out of the furs, she felt Jondalar's arm tightening around her, holding her back.
"Do you have to get up? It's been so long since I felt you beside me, I hate to let you go," Jondalar said, nuzzling her neck. She settled back into his warmth.
"I don't want to get up either. It's cold, and I'd like to stay here in the furs with you, but I need to start cooking something for Ataroa's feast and make your morning meal. Aren't you hungry?"
"Now that you mention it, I think I could eat a horse," Jondalar said, eyeing the two nearby exaggeratedly.
"Jondalar," Ayla said, looking shocked.
He grinned at her. "Not one of ours, but that is what I've been eating lately, when I've had anything at all. If I hadn't been so hungry, I don't think I would have eaten horse meat, but when there is nothing else, you eat what you can get. And there's nothing wrong with it."
"I know, but you don't have to eat it any more. We have other food," she said. They snuggled together for a moment longer. Then Ayla pulled back the fur. "The fire has gone out. If you start a new one, I'll make our morning tea. We'll need a hot fire today and a lot of wood." For their meal the evening before, Ayla had prepared a larger-than-usual amount of hearty soup from dried bison meat and dried roots, adding a few pine nuts from the cones of the stone pines. But Jondalar had not been able to eat as much as he thought. After she put the rest aside, she had taken out a basket of small whole apples, hardly bigger than cherries, which she had found while trailing Jondalar. They had frozen but were still clinging to a dwarfed clump of leafless trees on the south face of a hillside. She had cut the hard little apples in half, seeded them, then boiled them for a while with dried rose hips. She left the result overnight near the fire. By morning it had cooled and thickened from the natural pectin to a sauce of a jelly-like consistency, with bits of chewy apple skin. Before she made their morning tea, Ayla added a little water to the soup that was left and put extra cooking stones in the fire to heat it for their breakfast. She also tasted the thickened apple mixture. Freezing had moderated the usual tart sourness of the hard apples, and adding rose hips had imparted a reddish tinge and a tangy, sweet flavor. She served a bowl to Jondalar along with his soup.
"This is the best food I've ever eaten," Jondalar said after the first few bites. "What did you put in it to make it taste so good?"
Ayla smiled. "It's flavored with hunger." Jondalar nodded, and between mouthfuls he said,
"I suppose you're right. It makes me feel sorry for the ones still in the holding."
"No one should have to go hungry when there is food available," Ayla said, her anger flaring for a moment. "It's another thing when everyone is starving."
"Sometimes near the end of a bad winter that can happen," Jondalar said. "Have you ever gone hungry?"
"I've missed a few meals, and favorite foods always seem to go first. But if you know where to look, you can usually find something to eat, if you are free to go looking."
"I've known of people who starved because they ran out of food and didn't know where to find more. But you always seem to find something to eat, Ayla. How do you know so much?"
"Isa taught me. I think I've always been interested in food and things that grow," Ayla said, then paused. "I guess there was a time when I nearly starved, just before Isa found me. I was young, and I don't remember much about it." A fond smile of remembrance flitted across her face. "Isa said that she never knew anyone who learned to find food as fast as I did, especially since I was not born with the memories of where or how to look for it. She told me that hunger taught me."
After he finished devouring a second large serving, Jondalar watched Ayla sort through her carefully hoarded preserved food supplies and begin preparations for the dish she wanted to make for the feast. She had been thinking about what container she could cook in that would be large enough to make the amount she would need for the entire Sarmunai camp, since they had cached most of their equipment and brought only bare essentials with them. She took down their largest water bag and emptied it into smaller bowls and cooking utensils, then separated the lining from the hide covering, which had been sewn together with the fur side out. The lining had been made from the stomach of an aurochs, which was not exactly waterproof, but seeped very slowly. The moisture was absorbed by the soft leather of the covering and wicked away by the hair, which kept the outside essentially dry. She cut open the top of the lining, tied it to a frame of wood with sinew from her sewing kit, then refilled it with water and waited until a thin film of moisture had seeped through. By then the hot fire they had started earlier had burned down to searing coals, and she placed the mounted water bag directly over them, making sure she had additional water close at hand to keep the skin pot filled. While she waited for it to boil, she started weaving a tight basket out of willow withes and yellowed grasses made flexible by moisture from the snow. When bubbles appeared, she broke strips of lean dried meat and some fatty cakes of traveling food into the water to make a rich, meaty broth. Then she added a mixture of various grains. Later she planned to mix in some dry roots, wild carrots and starchy ground nuts, plus other pod and stem vegetables and dried currants and blueberries. She flavored it all with a choice selection of herbs, including coltsfoot, ramsons, sorrel, basil, and meadowsweet, and a bit of salt saved since they had left the Mamutoi summer meeting, which Jondalar didn't even know she still had. He had no desire to go very far, and he stayed nearby gathering wood, getting more water, picking grasses, and cutting willow withes for the baskets she was weaving. He was so happy to be with her that he didn't want to let her out of his sight. She was just as happy to be in his company again. But when the man noticed the large quantity of their food supplies she was using, he became concerned. He had just been through a very hungry time and was unusually aware of food. "Ayla, a lot of our emergency food stores are in that dish. If you use up too much, it could leave us short."
"I want to make enough for all of them, the women and the men of Ataroa's camp, to show them what they could have in their own storage if they worked together," Ayla explained.
"Maybe I should take my spear thrower and see if I can find fresh meat," he said with a worried frown. She glanced up at him, surprised at his concern. By far the majority of the food they had eaten on their journey had been gleaned from the land they passed through, and most of the time when they did dip into their stores, it was more for convenience than necessity. Besides, they had more food supplies stashed away with the rest of their things near the river. She looked at him closely. For the first time she noticed that he was thinner, and she began to understand his uncharacteristic misgivings. "That might be a good idea," she agreed. "Maybe you should take Wolf with you. He's good at finding and flushing out game, and he could warn you if anyone was near. I'm sure Epidoa and Ataroa's wolf women are looking for us." "But if I take Wolf, who will warn you?" Jondalar said.
"Winnie will. She'll know if strangers are approaching. But I would like to leave here as soon as this is done and head back to the Sarmunai settlement."
"Will you be very long?"
he asked. His forehead knotted deeper as he weighed his alternatives. "Not too long, I hope, but I'm not used to cooking this much at one time, so I'm not sure."
"Maybe I should wait and go hunting later."
"It's up to you, but if you stay here, I could use more wood," she said.
"I'll get you some wood," he decided.
Looking around, he added,
"And I'll pack up everything you're not using so we'll be ready to go."
It took Ayla longer than she expected, and around mid-morning Jondalar did take Wolf to survey the area, more to make sure that Epidoa was not nearby than to look for game. He was a little surprised at how eager the wolf was to accompany him, once Ayla told him to go. He had always thought of the animal as hers alone, and never considered taking Wolf along with him. The animal turned out to be good company, and he did flush something, but Jondalar decided to let him make a meal of the rabbit by himself. When they came back, Ayla handed Jandalar a large hot serving of the delicious mixture she had prepared for the camp. Though they usually ate no more than twice a day, as soon as he saw the bowl piled high with food, he realized that he was very hungry. She took some herself and gave a little to Wolf as well. It was just after noon before they were ready to leave. While the food was cooking, Ayla had completed 2 rather steep-sided bowl-shaped baskets, both of good size, but one somewhat larger than the other, and both were filled with the thick, rich combination. She had even added some oily pine nuts from the cones of the stone pines. She knew with their diet of mostly lean meat, it was the richness of fats and oils that would be most appealing to the people of the camp. She also knew, without entirely understanding why, that it was what they needed the most, especially in winter, for warmth and energy, and, along with the grains, to make everyone feel full and satisfied. Ayla covered the heaping bowls with inverted shallow baskets used as lids, lifted them to Winnie's back, and secured them in a roughly made holder of dry grass and willow withes that she had worked together quickly, since it would be used only once and then disposed of. Then they started back to the Sarmunai settlement, using a different route. On the way, they discussed what to do with the animals once they reached Ataroa's camp. "We can hide the horses in the woods by the river, tie them to a tree, and walk the rest of the way," Jandalar suggested. "I don't want to tie them. If Ataroa's hunters happen to find them, they'd be too easy to kill," Ayla said. "If they are free, at least they'd have a chance to get away, and they'll be able to come when we whistle. I would rather have them close by, where we can see them." "In that case, the field of dry grass next to the camp might be a good place for them. I think they would stay there without being tied. They usually stay close by if we put them where they have something to graze," Jandalar said. "And it would make a big impression on Ataroa and the Sarmunai if we both ride horses into the camp. If they're like everyone else we've met, the Sarmunai are probably a little afraid of people who can control horses. They all think it has to do with spirits or magical powers or something. But as long as they're afraid, it gives us an edge. With only 2 of us, we need every advantage we can get." "That's true," Ayla said, frowning, both because of her concerns for them and the animals, and because she hated the thought of taking advantage of the unfounded fears of the Sarmunai. It made her feel as if she were lying, but their lives were at stake, and very likely the lives of the boys and men in the holding. It was a difficult moment for Ayla. She was being required to make a choice between 2 wrongs, but she was the one who had insisted that they return to help, even though it would put their own lives in jeopardy. She had to overcome her ingrained compulsion to be absolutely truthful. She had to choose the lesser wrong, to adapt, if they were to have any chance of saving the boys and men of the camp, and themselves, from the madness of Ataroa.
"Ayla,"
Jandalar said.
"Ayla?"
he repeated when she had not responded to his question. Yes?"
"I said, what about Wolf? Are you going to take him into the camp, too?"
She paused to think about it. "No, I don't think so. They know about the horses, but they don't know about a wolf. Considering what they like to do with wolves, I don't see any reason why we should give them an opportunity to get too close to him. I'll tell him to stay in hiding. I think he will if he sees me once in a while."
"Where will he hide? It's mostly open country around the settlement."
Ayla thought for a moment. "Wolf can stay where I was hiding when I watched you, Jandalar. We can go around from here to the uphill side. There are some trees and brush along a small stream leading up to the place. You can wait for me there with the horses, then we can go back around and ride into the camp from another direction." No one noticed them entering the field from the fringe of woods, and the first ones who saw the woman and man, each on a separate horse, cantering across the open land toward the settlement, had the feeling that they had simply appeared. By the time they reached Ataroa's large earth lodge, everyone who could had gathered to watch them. Even the men in the holding were crowded behind the fence watching through the cracks. Ataroa stood with her hands on her hips and her legs apart, assuming her attitude of command. Though she would never admit it, she was shocked and more than a little concerned to see them, and this time both on horses. The few times that anyone had ever gotten away from her, he had run as far and as fast as he could. No one had ever voluntarily come back. What power did these two possess that they felt confident enough to return? With her underlying fear of reprisal from the Great Mother and her world of spirits, Ataroa wondered what the reappearance of the enigmatic woman and the tall, handsome man might signify. But her words showed none of her worry.
"So you did decide to come back,"
she said, looking to Sarmuna to translate. Jandalar thought the shaman seemed surprised too, but he sensed her relief. Before she translated Ataroa's words into Zelandanyi, she spoke to them directly.
"No matter what she says, I would advise you not to stay in her lodge, son of Marthona. My offer is still open to both of you," she said, before repeating Ataroa's comment. The head woman eyed Sarmuna, sure she had spoken more words than were necessary to translate, but without knowing the language, she couldn't be sure. "Why shouldn't we come back, Ataroa? Weren't we invited to a feast in our honor?" Ayla said. "We have brought our contribution of food." As her words were translated, Ayla threw her leg over and slid down from Winnie's back, then lifted the largest bowl and set it on the ground between Ataroa and Sarmuna. She picked up the basket cover, and the delicious aroma from the huge mound of grains cooked with other foods made everyone stare in wonder as their mouths watered. It was a treat they had seldom enjoyed in recent years, especially in winter. Even Ataroa was momentarily overwhelmed. "There seems to be enough for everyone," she said.
"That is only for the women and children," Ayla said. Then she took the slightly smaller woven bowl that Jandalar had just brought and put it down beside the first. She lifted the lid and announced, "This is for the men." A murmuring undercurrent arose from behind the fence and from the women who had come out of their lodges, but Ataroa was furious.
"What do you mean for the men?"
"Certainly when the leader of a camp announces a feast in honor of a visitor, it includes all the people. I presumed that you were the leader of the entire camp, and that I was expected to bring enough for all. You are the leader of everyone, aren't you?"
"Of course I am the leader of everyone,"
Ataroa sputtered, caught at a loss for words. "If you aren't ready yet, I think I should take these bowls inside so they don't freeze," Ayla said, picking up the larger bowl again and turning toward Sarmuna. Jandalar took the other. Ataroa quickly recovered.
"I invited you to stay in my lodge," she said.
"But I'm sure you are busy with preparations," Ayla said, "and I would not want to impose on the leader of this camp. It is more appropriate for us to stay with the one who serves the mother." Sarmuna translated, then added,
"It is the way it is always done."
Ayla turned to go, saying to Jandalar under her breath, "Start walking toward Sarmuna's lodge." As Ataroa watched them go with the shaman, a smile of pure evil slowly altered her features, turning a face that could have been beautiful into a hideous subhuman caricature. They were stupid to come back here, she thought, knowing that their return had given her the opportunity she wanted, her chance to destroy them. But she also knew she would have to catch them off guard. When she thought about it, she was glad to let them go with Sarmuna. It would get them out of the way. She wanted time to think and discuss plans with Epidoa, who had not yet returned. For the time being, however, she would have to go along with this feast. She signaled one of the women, the one who had a baby girl and was a favorite, and told her to tell the other women to prepare some food for a celebration.
"Make enough for everyone," the head woman said, "including the men in the holding."
The woman looked surprised, but she nodded and turned away.
"I would guess you are ready for some hot tea,"
Sarmuna said, after she showed Ayla and Jandalar to their sleeping places, expecting Ataroa to come charging in at any moment. But after they had drunk their tea without being disturbed, she relaxed a little. The longer Ayla and Jandalar were there without the head woman objecting, the more it was likely they would be allowed to stay. But as the tension of worrying about Ataroa eased, an uncomfortable silence descended on the three people seated around the hearth. Ayla studied the woman who served the mother, trying not to be too obvious. Her face had a peculiar skew. The left side was much more prominent than the right, and she guessed Sarmuna might even have some pain in the underdeveloped right jaw when she chewed. The woman did nothing to hide the abnormality, wearing her graying light brown hair with straightforward dignity, pulled back and up in a smooth bun near the top of her head. For some inexplicable reason, Ayla felt drawn to the older woman. Ayla could not help but notice, however, a hesitancy in her manner, and she sensed that Sarmuna was pulled by indecision. She kept glancing toward Jandalar, as if she wanted to say something to him, but found it hard to begin, as if she were trying to find a delicate way to broach a difficult subject. Acting on instinct, Ayla spoke up. "Jandalar told me that you knew his mother, Sarmuna," she said. "I wondered where you learned to speak his language so well." The woman turned to the visitor with a look of surprise. His language, she thought, not hers. Ayla almost felt the shaman's sudden, intense evaluation of her, but her return gaze was just as strong. "Yes, I knew Marthona, and the man she mated as well." It seemed as though she wanted to say more, but instead she was silent. Jandalar filled the void, eager to talk about his home and family, especially with someone who once knew them.
"Was Jokonan the leader of the 9th cave when you were there?"
Jandalar asked. "No, but I'm not surprised that he became leader."
"They say Marthona was almost a co-leader, like a Mamutoi headwoman, I suppose. That's why after Jokonan died—"
"Jokonan is dead?" Sarmuna interrupted. Ayla sensed her shock and noted an expression that showed something akin to grief. Then she seemed to gather her composure. "It must have been a difficult time for your mother."
"I'm sure it was, although I don't think she had much time to think about it or to grieve too long. Everyone was pressing her to be leader. I don't know when she met Dalinar, but by the time she mated him, she had been leader of the 9th cave for several years. Zelendani told me she was already blessed with me before the mating, so it should have been lucky, but they severed the knot a couple of years after I was born, and he chose to leave. I don't know what happened, but sad stories and songs about their love are still recalled. They embarrass Mother."
It was Ayla who prompted him to continue, for her own interest, although Sarmuna's interest was also obvious. "She mated again and had more children, didn't she? I know you had another brother," Jandalar continued, directing his comments at Sarmuna.
"My brother Thonelin was born to Willamar's hearth, and my sister Folara, too. I think that was a good mating for her. Marthona is very happy with him, and he was always very good to me. He used to travel a lot, go on trading missions for my mother. He took me with him sometimes, Thonelin, too, when he got old enough. For a long time I thought of Willamar as the man of my hearth, until I went to live with Dalinar and got to know him a little better. I still feel close to him, although Dalinar was also very kind to me, and I grew to love him, too. But everyone likes Dalinar. He found a flint mine, met Jerica, and started his own cave. They had a daughter, Joplea, my close cousin." It suddenly occurred to Ayla that if a man was as much responsible for starting a new life growing inside a woman as the woman was, then the cousin he called Joplea was actually his sibling, as much a sister as the one named Folara. Close cousin, he had called her. Was that because they recognized it was a closer tie than the relationship to the children of a mother's sisters or the mates of her brothers? The conversation about Jandalar's mother had gone on while she pondered the implications of Jandalar's kin. "Then my mother turned the leadership over to Joharan, although he insisted that she stay on as advisor to him," Jandalar was saying. "How did you happen to know my mother?" Sarmuna hesitated for a while, staring into space as though she were seeing an image from the past. Then, slowly, she began to speak. "I was little more than a girl when I was taken there. My mother's brother was leader here, and I was his favorite child, the only girl born to either of his two sisters. He had made a journey when he was young and had learned of the renowned Zelendania. When it was felt that I had some talent or gift to serve the mother, he wanted me to be trained by the best.
He took me to the 9th cave, because your Zelendani was first among those who serve the mother."
"That seems to be a tradition with the 9th cave. When I left, our Zelendani had just been chosen first,"
Jondalar commented. "Do you know the former name of the one who is first now?" Sarmuna asked, interested. Jondalar made a wry smile, and Ayla thought she understood why.
"I knew her as Zolina."
"Zolina? She's young to be first, isn't she? She was just a pretty little girl when I was there."
"Young, perhaps, but dedicated," Jondalar said.
Sarmuna nodded, then picked up the thread of her story. "Marthona and I were close to the same age, and the hearth of her mother was one of high status. My uncle and your grandmother, Jondalar, made an arrangement for me to live with her. He stayed just long enough to make sure I was settled." Sarmuna's eyes held a faraway look. Then she smiled. "Marthona and I were like sisters, even closer than sisters, more like twins. We liked the same things and shared everything. She even decided to train to be Zelendani along with me."
"I didn't know that," Jondalar said. "Maybe that's where she gained her leadership qualities."
"Perhaps, but neither of us were thinking about leadership then. We were just inseparable and wanted the same things. Until it became a problem."
Sarmuna stopped speaking then. "Problem?" Ayla encouraged. "There was a problem with feeling so close to a friend?"
She had been thinking about Diji and how wonderful it had been to have a good friend, if only for a little while. She would have loved knowing someone like that when she was growing up. Uba had been like a sister, but as much as she had loved her, Uba was clan. No matter how close she felt, there were some things they could never understand about each other, such as Ayla's innate curiosity and Uba's memories. "Yes," Sarmuna said, looking at the young woman, suddenly aware of her unusual accent again. "The problem was that we fell in love with the same man. I think Jokonen may have loved us both. Once he talked of a double mating, and I think Marthona and I would have been willing, but by then the old Zelendani had died, and when Jokonen went to the new one for advice, he told him to choose Marthona. I thought then it was because Marthona was so beautiful and her face wasn't twisted. But now I think it may have been because my uncle had told them he wanted me to come back. I didn't stay for their matrimonial. I was too bitter and angry. I started back soon after they told me."
"You came back here alone?" Jondalar asked. "Across the glacier by yourself?"
"Yes," the woman said.
"Not many women make such long journeys, especially by themselves. It was a dangerous and a brave thing to do alone," Jondalar said.
"Dangerous, yes. I almost fell into a crevasse, but I'm not sure how brave it was. I think my anger sustained me, but when I got back, everything had changed. I had been gone for many years. My mother and aunt had moved north, where many other Sarmunai live, along with my cousins and brothers, and my mother had died there. My uncle was dead too, and another man was leader, a stranger named Brugar. I'm not sure where he came from. He seemed charming at first, not handsome, but very attractive in a rugged sort of way. But he was cruel and vicious."
Brugar, Jondalar said, closing his eyes and trying to remember where he had heard the name. "Wasn't he Ataroa's mate?"
Sarmuna got up, suddenly very agitated. "Would anyone like more tea?" she asked. Ayla and Jondalar both accepted. She brought them each fresh hot cups of the herbal beverage, then got one for herself. But before she sat down, she addressed the visitors. "I've never told all this to anyone before."
"Why are you telling us now?"
Ayla asked. "So you will understand." She turned to Jondalar. "Yes, Brugar was Ataroa's mate. Apparently he began to make changes shortly after he became leader, and he started by making men more important than women. Small things at first. Women had to sit and wait until they were granted permission to speak. Women were not allowed to touch weapons. It didn't seem so serious at first, and the men were enjoying the power. But after the first woman was beaten to death as punishment for speaking her mind, the rest began to realize things were very serious. By then, people didn't know what had happened or how to change things back. Brugar brought out the worst in men. He had a band of followers, and I think the others were scared not to go along.
I wonder where he ever got such ideas, Jondalar said.
With a sudden inspiration, Ayla asked, "What did this Brugar look like?"
He was strong-featured, rugged, as I said, but very charming and appealing when he wanted to be.
"Are there many people of the clan, many Flatheads in this area?" Ayla asked.
There used to be, but not too many anymore. There are a lot more of them to the west of here. Why?
How do the Sarmunai feel toward them, particularly those of mixed spirits?
Well, they are not considered abominations the way they are among the Zelendanyi. Some men have taken Flathead women as mates, and the offspring are tolerated, but they are not well accepted by either side, as I understand it.
"Do you think Brugar could have been born of mixed spirits?" Ayla asked.
Why are you asking all these questions?
"Because I think he must have lived with, perhaps grown up with, the ones you call Flatheads," Ayla replied.
"What makes you think so?"
the shaman asked. "Because the things you describe are clan ways."
"Clan?"
"That's what Flatheads call themselves," Ayla explained, then began to speculate. "But if he could speak so well that he was charming, he could not have lived with them always. He probably was not born to them, but went to live with them later, and as a mixture he would have been barely tolerated, and perhaps considered deformed. I doubt if he really understood their ways, so he would have been an outsider. His life was probably miserable." Sarmuna was surprised. She wondered how Ayla, a complete stranger, could know so much.
"For someone you never met, you seem to know a great deal about Brugar."
"Then he was born of mixed spirits?"
Jondalar said.
"Yes. Ataroa told me about his background, what she knew of it. Apparently his mother was a full mixture, half human, half Flathead. She had been born to a full Flathead mother," Sarmuna began.
"Probably a child caused by some man of the others who forced her," Ayla thought, like the baby girl at the clan meeting who was promised to Dirk.
"Her childhood must have been unhappy. She left her people when she was barely a woman, with a man from a cave of the people who lived to the west of here."
"The Losadunai?"
Jondalar asked.
"Yes, I think that's what they are called. Anyway, not long after she ran away, she had a baby boy. That was Brugar," Sarmuna continued.
"Brugar, but sometimes called Brug?" Ayla interjected.
"How did you know?"
"Brug could have been his clan name."
"I guess the man his mother ran away with used to beat her. Who knows why? Some men are like that."
"Women of the clan are raised to accept that," Ayla said. "The men are not allowed to strike each other, but they can hit a woman to reprimand her. They are not supposed to beat them, but some men do." Sarmuna nodded with understanding.
"So perhaps in the beginning Brugar's mother took it for granted when the man she lived with hit her, but it must have gotten worse. Men like that usually do, and he started beating on the boy, too. That may have been what finally prompted her to leave. Anyway, she took him and ran away from her mate, back to her people," Sarmuna said.
"And if it was hard on her to grow up with the clan, it must have been worse for her son, who was not even a full mixture," Ayla said.
"If the spirits mixed as expected, he would have been 3 parts human and only 1 part Flathead," Sarmuna said.
Ayla suddenly thought of her son, Dirk. Proud is bound to make his life difficult. What if he turns out like Brugar? But Dirk is a full mixture, and he has Uba to love him and Brun to train him. Brun accepted him into the clan when he was leader, and Dirk was a baby. He will make sure Dirk knows the ways of the clan. I know he would be capable of talking if there was someone to teach him, but he may also have the memories. If he does, he could be full clan, with Brun's help." Sarmuna had a sudden inkling about the mysterious young woman.
"How much do you know about Flatheads, Ayla?" she asked.
The question caught Ayla by surprise. She wasn't on her guard, as she would have been with Ataroa, and she wasn't prepared to evade it.
Instead, she blurted out the truth. "I was raised by them," she said. "My people died in an earthquake and they took me in." "Your childhood must have been even more difficult than Brugar's," Sarmuna said. "No, I think in a way it was easier. I wasn't considered a deformed child of the clan. I was just different. One of the others, which is what they call us. They didn't have expectations of me. Some of the things I did were so strange to them that they didn't know what to think of me. Except I'm sure some of them did think I was rather slow because I had such a hard time remembering things. I'm not saying it was easy growing up with them. I had to learn to speak their way, and I had to learn to live according to their ways, learn their traditions. It was hard to fit in, but I was lucky. Isa and Kreb, the people who raised me, loved me, and I know that without them I would not have lived at all." Nearly all of her statements raised questions in Sarmuna's mind, but the time was not appropriate to ask them. "It is a good thing that you have no mixture in you," she said, giving Jondalar a significant look, "especially since you are going to meet the Zalendanyi." Ayla caught the look, and she had an idea what the woman meant. She recalled the way Jondalar had first reacted when he discovered who had raised her, and it was even worse when he found out about her son of mixed spirits. "How do you know she hasn't met them already?" Jondalar asked. Sarmuna paused to consider the question. How had she known? She smiled at the man. "You said you were going home, and she said his language, not hers." Suddenly a thought came to her, a revelation. The language, the accent. Now I know where I've heard it before. Brugar had an accent like that. Not quite as much as yours, Ayla, though he didn't speak his own language as well as you speak Jondalar's. But he must have developed that speech mannerism, it isn't quite an accent, when he lived with the Flatheads. There is something about the sound of your speech, and now that I hear it, I don't think I'll ever forget again." Ayla felt embarrassed. She had worked so hard to speak correctly, but she had never been quite able to make some sounds. For the most part, it had ceased to bother her when people mentioned it, but Sarmuna was making such an issue of it. The shaman noticed her discomfiture. "I'm sorry, Ayla. I don't mean to embarrass you. You really do speak Zelendanyi very well, probably better than I do since I've forgotten so much, and it isn't really an accent you have. It's something else. I'm sure most people don't even notice. It's just that you have given me such an insight into Brugar, and that helps me to understand Ataroa." "Helps you to understand Ataroa?" Jondalar asked. "I wish I could understand how someone could be so cruel." "She wasn't always so bad. I really grew to admire her when I first came back, although I felt very sorry for her too. But in a way, she was prepared for Brugar as few women could have been." "Prepared? That's a strange thing to say. Prepared for what?" "Prepared for his cruelty," Sarmuna explained. "Ataroa was used badly when she was a girl. She never said much about it, but I know she felt her own mother hated her. I learned from someone else that her mother did abandon her, or so it was thought. She left and nothing was heard from her again. Ataroa was finally taken in by a man whose mate had died in childbirth under very suspicious circumstances, the baby with her. The suspicions were borne out when it was discovered that he beat Ataroa and took her before she was even a woman. But no one else wanted responsibility for her. It was something about her mother, some question about her background. But it left Ataroa to be raised with and warped by his cruelty. Finally the man died, and some people of her camp arranged for her to be mated to the new leader of this camp." "Arranged without her consent?" Jondalar asked. "They encouraged her to agree, and they brought her to meet Brugar. As I said, he could be very charming, and I'm sure he found her attractive." Jondalar nodded agreement. He had noticed that she could have been quite attractive. "I think she looked forward to the mating," Sarmuna continued. "She felt it would be a chance for a new beginning. Then she discovered the man with whom she had joined was even worse than the one she had known before. Brugar's pleasures were always done with beatings and humiliation and worse. In his way, he did, I hesitate to say he loved her, but I think he did have feeling for her. He was just so twisted. Yet she was the only one who dared to defy him, in spite of everything he did to her.
Sarmuna paused, shook her head, and then continued. Brugar was a strong man, very strong, and he liked to hurt people, especially women. I really think he enjoyed causing women pain. You said the Flatheads don't allow men to hit other men, though they can hit women. That might have something to do with it, but Brugar liked Ataroa's defiance. She was a good deal taller than he was, and she is very strong herself. He liked the challenge of breaking down her resistance, and he was delighted when she fought him. It gave him an excuse to hurt her, which seemed to make him feel powerful.
Ayla shuddered, recalling a situation not too dissimilar, and she felt a moment of empathy and compassion for the head woman. He bragged about it to the other men, and they encouraged him, or at least they went along with him, the older woman said. The more she resisted, the worse he made it for her, until she finally broke. Then he would want her. I used to wonder, if she had been complacent in the beginning, would he have grown tired of her and stopped beating her? Ayla thought about that. Braud had grown tired of her when she stopped resisting. But somehow I doubt it, Sarmuna continued. Later, when she was blessed and did stop fighting him, he didn't change. She was his mate, and as far as he was concerned, she belonged to him. He could do whatever he wanted to her. I was never Braud's mate, Ayla thought, and Brunn wouldn't let him beat me, not after the first time. Though it was his right, the rest of Brunn's clan thought his interest in me was strange. They discouraged his behavior.
Brugar didn't stop beating her, even when Ataroa became pregnant? Jondalar asked, appalled.
No, although he seemed pleased that she was going to have a baby, the woman said. I became pregnant too, Ayla thought. Her life and Ataroa's had many similarities. Ataroa came to me for healing, Sarmuna was continuing, closing her eyes and shaking her head as if to dispel the memory. It was horrible, the things he did to her. I cannot tell you. Bruises from the beatings were the least of it.
Why did she put up with it? Jondalar asked.
She had no other place to go. She had no kin, no friends. The people of her other camp had made it clear to her that they didn't want her, and at first she was too proud to go back and let them know that her mating to the new leader was so bad. In a way, I knew how she felt, Sarmuna said. No one beat me, although Brugar did try it once, but I believed there was no other place for me to go, even though I do have relatives. I was the one who served the mother, and I couldn't admit how bad things had become. It would have seemed that I had failed. Jondalar nodded his understanding. He, too, had once felt that he was a failure. He glanced at Ayla, and he felt his love for her warm him. Ataroa hated Brugar, Sarmuna continued, but in a strange way she may have loved him too. Sometimes she provoked him on purpose, I think. I wondered if it was because when the pain was over he would take her and, if not love her or even pleasure her, at least make her feel wanted. She may have learned to take a perverse kind of pleasure from his cruelty. Now she wants no one. She pleasures herself by causing men pain. If you watch her, you can see her excitement.
I almost pity her, Jondalar said.
Pity her if you want, but do not trust her, the shaman said. She is insane, possessed by some great evil. I wonder if you can understand. Have you ever been filled with such rage that all reason leaves you? Jondalar's eyes were huge as he felt compelled to nod his assent. He had felt such rage. He had beaten a man until he was unconscious, and still he had been unable to stop. With Ataroa, it is as though she is constantly filled by such a rage. She doesn't always show it. In fact, she is very good at hiding it. But her thoughts and feelings are so full of this evil rage that she is no longer able to think or to feel the way ordinary people do. She is not human anymore, the shaman explained.
Surely she must have some human feeling, Jondalar said.
"Do you recall the funeral shortly after you came here?" Sarmuna asked.
Yes, 3 young people, 2 men, and I wasn't sure about the third, even though they were all dressed the same. I remember wondering what had caused their deaths. They were so young.
"Ataroa caused their deaths," Sarmuna said. "And the one you weren't sure of? That was her own child."
They heard a sound and turned as one toward the entrance of Sarmuna's earth lodge. 31. A young woman stood in the entrance passage of the earth lodge, looking nervously at the 3 people within. Jondalar noticed immediately that she was quite young, hardly more than a girl. Ayla noticed that she was quite pregnant.
"What is it, Kavoa?"
Sarmuna said.
Epidoa and her hunters just returned, and Ataroa is yelling at her.
"Thank you for telling me,"
the older woman said, then turned back to her guests.
"The walls of this earth lodge are so thick that it is hard to hear anything beyond them. Perhaps we should go out there."
They hurried out, past the pregnant young woman who tried to pull back to let them by. Ayla smiled at her. "Not wait much more," she said in Sarmunai. Kavoa smiled nervously, then looked down. Ayla thought she seemed frightened and unhappy, which was unusual for an expectant mother. But then, she reasoned, most women expecting their first were a little nervous. As soon as they stepped outside, they heard Ataroa.
"Tell me you found where they camped. You missed your chance. You're not much of a wolf woman if you can't even track,"
the head woman railed in loud derision. Epidoa stood tight-lipped, anger flaring from her eyes, but made no reply. A crowd had gathered, not too closely, but the young woman dressed in wolfskins noticed that most of them had turned to look in another direction. She glanced to see what had commanded their attention, and she was startled at the sight of the blonde woman coming toward them, followed, even more surprisingly, by the tall man. She had never known a man to return once he got away.
"What are you doing here?" "I told you, you missed your chance," Ataroa sneered. "They came back on their own."
"Why shouldn't we be here?" Ayla said. "Weren't we invited to a feast?" Sarmuna translated.
"The feast is not ready yet. Tonight,"
Ataroa said to the visitors, dismissing them curtly, then addressing her head wolf woman.
"Come inside, Epidoa. I want to talk to you."
She turned her back on all the watchers and entered her lodge. Epidoa stared at Ayla, a deep frown indenting her forehead. Then she followed the head woman. After she was gone, Ayla looked out across the field a bit apprehensively. After all, Epidoa and the hunters were known to hunt horses. She felt relieved when she saw Whinny and Racer at the opposite end of the sloping field of dry, brittle grass, some distance away. She turned and studied the woods and brush on the uphill slope outside of the camp, wishing she could see Wolf, yet glad that she could not. She wanted him to stay in hiding, but she did make a point of standing in plain sight looking in his direction, hoping that he could see her. As the visitors walked back with Sarmuna toward her dwelling, Jondalar recalled a comment she had made earlier that had piqued his curiosity. "How did you keep Brugar away from you?" he asked. "You said he once tried to beat you like he did the other women. How did you stop him?" The older woman halted and looked hard at the young man, then at the woman beside him. Ayla felt the shaman's indecision and sensed she was evaluating them, trying to decide how much to tell them.
"He tolerated me because I am a healer. He always referred to me as a medicine woman," Sarmuna said. "But more than anything, he feared the world of the spirits."
Her comments brought a question to Ayla's mind. "Medicine women have a unique status in the clan," she said, "but they are only healers. Mogurs are the ones who communicate with the spirits."
"The spirits known to the Flatheads, perhaps, but Brugar feared the power of the mother. I think he realized that she knew the harm he did and the evil that corrupted his spirit. I think he feared her retribution. When I showed him that I could draw on her power, he didn't bother me any more," Sarmuna said. "You can draw on her power? How?" Jondalar asked. Sarmuna reached inside her shirt and pulled out a small figure of a woman, perhaps 4 inches high. Both Ayla and Jondalar had seen many similar objects, usually carved out of ivory, bone, or wood. Jondalar had even seen a few that had been carefully and lovingly sculpted out of stone, using only stone tools. They were mother figures, and except for the clan, every group of people either of them had met, from the mammoth hunters in the east to Jondalar's people to the west, depicted some version of her. Some of the figures were quite rough, some were exquisitely carved, some were highly abstract, some were perfectly proportional images of full-bodied, mature women, except for certain abstract aspects. Most of the carvings emphasized the attributes of bountiful motherhood, large breasts, full stomachs, wide hips, and purposely de-emphasized other characteristics. Often the arms were only suggested, or the legs ended in a point rather than feet, so the figure could be stuck in the ground, and invariably they lacked facial features. The figures were not meant to be a portrait of any particular woman, and certainly no artist could know the face of the great Earth Mother. Sometimes the face was left blank or was given enigmatic markings. Sometimes the hair was elaborately styled and continued all around the head, covering the face. The only portrayal of a woman's face that either of them had ever seen was the sweet and tender carving Jondalar had made of Auel when they were alone in her valley, not long after they had met. But Jondalar sometimes regretted his impulsive indiscretion. He had not meant it to be a mother figure. He had made it because he had fallen in love with Auel and wanted to capture her spirit. But he realized after it was made that it carried tremendous power. He feared it might bring her harm, particularly if it ever got into the hands of someone who wanted to have control over her. He was even afraid to destroy it, for fear that its destruction might harm her. He had decided to give it to her to keep safely. Auel loved the small sculpture of a woman with a carved face that bore a resemblance to her own, because Jondalar had made it. She never considered any power it might have. She just thought it was beautiful. Although the mother figures were often considered beautiful, they were not nubile young women made to appeal to some male canon of beauty. They were symbolic representations of woman, of her ability to create and produce life from within her body, and to nourish it with her own bountiful fullness. And by analogy, they symbolized the great Mother Earth, who created and produced all life from her body, and nourished all her children with her wondrous bounty. The figures were also receptacles for the spirit of the great Mother of all, a spirit that could take many forms. But this particular mother figure was unique. Sarmuna gave the munai to Jondalar. "Tell me what this is made of," she said. Jondalar turned the small figure over in his hands, examining it carefully. It was endowed with pendulous breasts and wide hips. The arms were suggested only to the elbow. The legs tapered, and though a hairstyle was indicated, the face bore no markings. It was not much different in size or shape from many he had seen, but the material from which it was made was most unusual. The color was uniformly dark. When he tried, he could make no indentation in it with his fingernail. It was not made of wood or bone or ivory or antler. It was as hard as stone, but smoothly formed, with no indication or marks of carving. It was not any stone he knew. He looked up at Sarmuna with a puzzled expression. "I have never seen anything like this before," he said. Jondalar gave the figure to Auel, and a shiver went through her at the moment she touched it. "I should have taken my fur parka when we went out," she said to herself, but she could not help feeling that it was more than the cold that had made her feel such a sharp chill. "That munai began as the dust of the earth," the woman stated. "Dust," Auel said, "but this is stone." "Yes, it is now. I turned it to stone." "You turned it to stone? How can you turn dust to stone?" Jondalar said, full of disbelief. The woman smiled. "If I tell you, would it make you believe my power?" "If you can convince me," the man retorted. "I will tell you, but I won't try to convince you. You will have to convince yourself. I started with hard, dry clay from the river's edge and pounded it to dusty earth. Then I mixed in water." Sarmuna paused for a moment, wondering if she should say anything more about the mixture. She decided against it for now. "When it was the right consistency, it was shaped. Fire and hot air turned it to stone, the shaman stated, watching to see how the two young strangers would react, whether they would show disdain or be impressed, whether they would doubt or believe her. The man closed his eyes, trying to recall something. I remember hearing, from a Losadunai man, I think, something about mother figures made of mud.
Sarmuna smiled.
Yes, you could say we make Munai out of mud. Animals, too, when we have need to call upon their spirits. Many kinds of animals. Bears, lions, mammoths, rhinos, horses, whatever we want. But they are mud only while they are being shaped. A figure made of the dust of the earth mixed with water, even after it has hardened, will melt in water back to the mud from which it was formed, then turn to dust. But after it is brought to life by her sacred flame, it is forever changed. Passing through the mother's searing heat makes the figures as hard as stone. The living spirit of the fire makes them endure.
Ayla saw the fire of excitement in the woman's eyes, and it reminded her of Jandalar's excitement when he was first developing the spear-thrower. She realized that Sarmuna was reliving the thrill of discovery, and it convinced her.
They are brittle, even more than flint, the woman continued. The mother herself has shown how they can be broken, but water will not change them. A Munai made of mud, once touched by her living fire, can stay outside in the rain and snow, can even soak in water, and will never melt.
You do indeed command the power of the mother, Ayla said. The woman hesitated an instant, then asked,
Would you like to see?
Oh, yes, I would, Ayla said at the same time as Jandalar replied,
Yes, I'd be very interested.
Then come, I will show you.
Can I get my parka? Ayla said.
Of course, Sarmuna said. We should all put warmer clothes on, although if we were having the fire ceremony, it would be so hot that if you were anywhere near it, you would not need furs, not even on a day like this. Everything is nearly ready. We would have made the fire and begun the ceremony tonight, but it takes time and the proper concentration. We'll wait until tomorrow. Tonight we have an important feast to attend.
Sarmuna stopped for a moment and closed her eyes, as though listening or considering a thought that had occurred to her.
Yes, a very important feast, she repeated, looking straight at Ayla.
Does she know the danger that threatens her? The shaman wondered. If she is who I think, she must. They ducked into the shaman's lodge and slipped on their outer garments. Ayla noticed the young woman had left. Then Sarmuna led them some distance beyond her dwelling, to the farthest edge of the settlement, toward a group of women working around a rather innocuous construction that resembled a small earth lodge with a sloped roof. The women were bringing dried dung, wood, and bone into the small structure, materials for a fire, Ayla realized. She recognized the pregnant young woman among them and smiled at her. Kavoa smiled shyly back. Sarmuna went into the low entrance of the small structure, ducking her head, then turned and beckoned to the visitors when they held back, not sure if they were supposed to follow. Inside, a fireplace with lambent flames licking at glowing coals kept the small, somewhat circular anteroom quite warm. Separate piles of bone, wood, and dung filled almost the entire left half of the space. Along the right curved wall were several rough shelves, flattish shoulder and pelvic bones of mammoths supported by stones, displaying many small objects. They moved closer and were surprised to see that the objects were figurines that had been shaped and molded out of muddy clay and left to dry. Several of the figures were of women, mother figures, but some of them were not complete, just the distinguishing parts of women, the lower half of the body, including the legs, for example, or the breasts. On other shelves were animals, again not always in their complete form, heads of lions and of bears, and the distinctive shapes of mammoths with high domed heads, humped withers, and sloping backs. The figurines seemed to have been made by different people. Some were quite crude, showing little artistic skill. Other objects were sophisticated in concept and well made. Though neither Ayla nor Jandalar understood why the molders of the pieces made the particular shapes they did, they felt that each was inspired by some individual reason or feeling.
Opposite the entrance was a smaller opening that led to an enclosed space within the structure, which had been scooped out of the lowest soil of a hillside. Except that it opened into the side, it reminded Ayla of a large ground oven, the kind that was dug into the earth, heated with hot rocks, and used to cook food. But she felt that no food had ever been cooked in this oven. When she went to look inside, she saw a fireplace within the second room. From the bits of charred material in the ash, she realized bone was burned as fuel, and looking closer, she recognized that it was a fire pit similar to the ones used by the Mamutoi, but even deeper. Ayla looked around, wondering where the indrawing air vent was. In order to burn bone, a very hot fire was needed, which required that air be forced in. The Mamutoi fire pits were fed by the constantly blowing wind outside, brought in through trench vents that were controlled by dampers. Jondalar examined the interior of the second room closely and drew similar conclusions. From the color and hardness of the walls, he was sure that very hot fires had been sustained within the space for long periods of time. He guessed that the small clay objects on the shelves were destined for the same treatment. The man had been right when he said he had never before seen anything like the mother figure Sarmuna showed him. The figure made by the woman standing in front of him had not been manufactured by modifying, carving or shaping or polishing a material that occurred naturally. It was made of ceramic, fired clay, and it was the first material ever created by human hand and human intelligence. The heating chamber was not a cooking oven, it was a kiln. The first kiln ever devised was not invented for the purpose of making useful waterproof containers. Long before pottery, small ceramic sculptures were fired into impermeable hardness. The figures they had seen on the shelves resembled animals and humans, but the images of women, no men were made, only women, and other living creatures were not considered actual portrayals. They were symbols, metaphors, meant to represent more than they showed, to suggest an analogy, a spiritual similarity. They were art. Art came before utility. Jondalar indicated the space that would be heated, and he said to the shaman,
"This is the place where the mother's sacred fire burns?"
It was as much statement as question. Sarmuna nodded, knowing he believed her now. The woman had known before she saw the place. It had taken the man a little longer. Ayla was glad when the woman led them out of the place. She didn't know if it was the heat from the fire inside the small space, or the clay objects, or something else, but she had begun to feel quite uneasy. She sensed it could be dangerous in there.
"How did you discover this?"
Jondalar asked, waving his arm to take in the entire complex of ceramic objects and kiln. "The mother led me to it," the woman said.
"I'm certain of that, but how?"
he asked again. Sarmuna smiled at his persistence. It seemed appropriate that a son of Marthona would want to understand. "The first idea came when we were building an earth lodge," she said. "Do you know how we make them?"
"I think so. Yours seem to be similar to the Mamutoi lodges, and we helped to loot and the others make an addition to Lion Camp," Jondalar said. "They started with the supporting frame made of mammoth bones, and over that attached a thick thatch of willow withes, followed by another thatch of grasses and reeds, then a layer of sod. On top of that they spread a coating slurry of river clay, which got very hard when it dried." "That is essentially what we do," Sarmuna said. "It was when we were adding that last coating of clay that the mother revealed the first part of her secret to me. We were finishing up the final section, but it was getting dark, so we built a big fire. The clay slurry was thickening, and some of it was accidentally dropped in the fire. It was a hot fire, using a lot of bone for fuel, and we kept it going most of the night. In the morning, Brugar told me to clean out the fireplace, and I found some of the clay had hardened. I noticed in particular a piece that resembled a lion." "Ayla's protective totem is a lion,"
Jondalar commented. The shaman glanced at her, then nodded as though to herself as she continued. "When I discovered that the lion figure didn't soften in water, I decided to try to make more. It took a lot of trying, and other hints from the mother before I finally worked it out."
"Why are you telling us your secrets, showing us your power?" Ayla asked. The question was so direct that it caught the woman off guard, but then she smiled.
"Do not imagine I am telling you all my secrets. I am only showing you the obvious. Brugar thought he knew my secrets too, but he soon learned."
"I'm sure Brugar must have been aware of your trials," Ayla said. "You can't make a hot fire without everyone knowing about it. How were you able to keep secrets from him?"
"At first he didn't really care what I was doing, so long as I supplied my own fuel, until he saw some of the results. Then he thought he would make figures himself, but he did not know all that the mother had revealed to me."
The smile of the one who served showed her sense of vindication and triumph.
"The mother rejected his efforts with great fury. Brugar's figures burst apart with loud noises and broke into many pieces when he tried to fire them. The Great Mother flung them away with such speed that they caused painful injuries to the people close by. Brugar feared my power after that, and he stopped trying to control me."
Ayla could imagine being inside the small anteroom with pieces of red-hot clay flying around at great speeds. "But that still doesn't explain why you are telling us so much about your power. It's possible that someone else who can understand the ways of the mother could learn your secrets."
Sarmuna nodded.
She had almost expected as much from the woman, and she had already decided that complete openness would be the best course to follow.
"You're right, of course. I do have a reason. I need your help. With this magic, the mother has given me great power, even over Ataroa. She fears my magic, but she is shrewd and unpredictable, and someday she will overcome her fear. I'm sure of it. Then she will kill me."
The woman looked at Jandalar.
"My death would not be very important, except to me. It's the rest of my people, this whole camp, that I fear the most for. When you talked about Marthona passing the leadership on to her son, it made me realize how bad things have become. I know Ataroa would never willingly turn over leadership to anyone, and by the time she is gone, I'm afraid there may be no camp left."
"What makes you so certain? If she is so unpredictable, couldn't she just as easily grow tired of it all?" Jandalar asked.
"I'm certain she has already killed one person to whom she might have passed on her leadership, her own child."
"She killed her child?" Jandalar said. "When you said Ataroa caused the death of the 3 young people, I assumed it was an accident."
"It was not an accident. Ataroa poisoned them, though she doesn't admit to it."
"Poisoned her own child? How could anyone kill her own child?" Jandalar said. "And why?"
"Why? For plotting to help a friend. Kavoa, the young woman you met, she was in love with a man and was planning to run away with him. Her brother was trying to help them too. All 4 were caught. Ataroa spared Kavoa only because she was pregnant, but she has threatened that if the baby is a boy, she will kill them both."
"No wonder she seems so unhappy and afraid," Ayla said.
"I must also be held responsible," Sarmuna said, the blood draining from her face as she said the words.
"You? What did you have against those young people?" Jandalar said.
"I had nothing against them. Ataroa's child was my acolyte, almost like my own child. I feel for Kavoa, hurt for her, but just as surely as if I had fed them the poison myself, I am responsible for their deaths. If it were not for me, Ataroa would not have known where to get the poison and how to use it."
They could see that the woman was obviously distraught, though she controlled it well. "But to kill her own child," Ayla said, shaking her head as if to rid herself of the idea. She was horror-stricken by the mere thought. How could she?
"I don't know. I will tell you what I do know, but it is a long story. I think we should go back to my lodge," Sarmuna suggested, looking around.
She did not want to spend any more time talking about Ataroa in such a public place. Ayla and Jandalar followed her back to her earth lodge, doffed their outdoor clothes, then stood by the fire while the older woman added more fuel and cooking stones for hot tea. When they were settled with the warming herbal drink, Sarmuna paused to collect her thoughts.
"It's hard to know where it all began. probably with the early difficulties of Ataroa and Brugar, but it didn't stop there. Even when Ataroa was far along in her pregnancy, Brugar continued to beat her. When she went into labor, he did not send for me. I only knew about it when I heard her crying out in pain. I went to her, but he refused to let me attend her when she gave birth. It was not an easy delivery, and he would allow nothing to help her with the pain. I am convinced he wanted to watch her suffer. Apparently the baby was born with some deformity. My guess is that it was caused by all the beatings he gave Ataroa, and though it wasn't obvious at birth, it soon became apparent that the spine of the child was bent and weak. I was never allowed to make an examination, so I'm not sure, but there may have been other problems, Sarmuna said.
Was her child a boy or a girl? Jandalar asked, realizing it hadn't been made clear.
I don't know, Sarmuna declared.
I don't understand. How can you not know? Ayla said.
No one did, except Brugar and Ataroa, and for some reason they kept it a secret. Even as an infant, the child was never allowed to appear in public without clothes, the way most babies and young children are, and they chose a name with neither a male nor a female ending. The child was called Auel, the woman explained.
Did the child never say? Ayla asked.
No, Auel kept the secret too. I think Brugar may have threatened dire consequences to them both if the child's gender was ever revealed, Sarmuna said.
There must have been some hint, especially as the child grew older. The body that was buried appeared to be of adult size, Jandalar said.
Auel did not shave, but could have been a male late in developing, and it was hard to tell if breasts developed. Auel wore loose clothing that disguised the shape. Auel did grow to be quite tall for a female in spite of the crooked spine, but quite thin. Perhaps it was because of the weakness, but Ataroa herself is very tall, and there was a certain delicacy there that men don't usually have.
Did you have no sense of the child as it was growing up? Ayla asked.
The woman is perceptive, Sarmuna thought, then nodded. In my heart, I always thought of Auel as a girl, but perhaps that is what I wanted. Brugar wanted people to think of the child as male.
You are probably right about Brugar, Ayla said. In the clan, every man wants his mate to have sons. He thinks of himself as less than a man if she doesn't have at least one. It means his totem spirit is weak. If the infant was a girl, Brugar might have been trying to hide the fact that his mate had given birth to a female, Ayla explained, then paused and considered a different point of view. But deformed newborns are usually taken away and left exposed, so it could be that if the baby was born deformed, especially if it was a boy and unable to learn the necessary hunting skills required of a man, Brugar might have wanted to hide that.
It's not easy to interpret his motivations, but whatever they were, Ataroa went along with them.
But how did Auel die? And the two young men? Jandalar asked.
It's a strange, complicated story, Sarmuna said, not wanting to be rushed. In spite of all the problems and secrecy, the child became Brugar's favorite. Auel was the only person he never struck or tried to hurt in some way. I was glad, but I often wondered why.
Did he suspect that he might have caused the deformity because he beat Ataroa so much before birth? Jandalar asked. Was he trying to make up for it?
Perhaps, but Brugar laid the blame on Ataroa. He often told her she was an inadequate woman who could not deliver a perfect baby. Then he'd become angry and beat her. But his beatings were no longer a prelude to pleasures with his mate. Instead, he demeaned Ataroa and showered affection on the child. Auel began to treat Ataroa the same way that he did, and as the woman felt more estranged, she became jealous of her own offspring, jealous of the affection Brugar showed the child, and even more of the love Auel felt for Brugar.
That would have been very hard to bear, Ayla said.
Yes, Brugar had discovered a new way to cause Ataroa pain, but she wasn't the only one who suffered because of him, Sarmuna continued. As time went on, all the women were treated worse and worse by Brugar and the other men. The men who tried to resist his ways were sometimes beaten too, or they were forced out. Finally, after a particularly bad occasion that left Ataroa with a broken arm and several broken ribs from being jumped on and kicked, she rebelled. She swore she would kill him, and she begged me to give her something to do it with.
"Did you?"
Jandalar asked, unable to restrain his curiosity. One who serves the mother learns many secrets, Jandalar, often dangerous secrets, especially one who has studied with the Zelandania, Sarmuna explained. But those who are admitted into the motherhood must swear by the sacred caves and the elder legends that the secrets will not be misused. One who serves the mother gives up name and identity and takes on the name and identity of her people, becomes the link between the great Earth Mother and her children, and the means by which Earth's children communicate with the world of the spirits. Therefore, to serve the mother means to serve her children as well.
"I understand that,"
Jandalar said. But you may not understand that the people become engraved on the spirit of the one who serves. The need to consider their welfare becomes very strong, second only to the needs of the mother. It is often a matter of leadership, not directly usually, but in the sense of showing the way. One who serves the mother becomes a guide to understanding and to finding the meaning inherent in the unknown. Part of the training is to learn the lore, the knowledge to enable the one to interpret the signs, visions, and dreams sent to her children. There are tools to help and ways to seek guidance from the world of the spirits, but ultimately it all comes down to the one's own judgment. I wrestled with the thought of how best to serve, but I'm afraid my judgment was clouded by my own bitterness and anger. I came back here hating men, and watching Brugar, I learned to hate them more.
"You said that you felt responsible for the death of the 3 young people. Did you teach her about poisons?"
Jandalar asked, unable to let it go. "I taught Ataroa many things, Marthona's son, but she was not training to be one who serves. However, she has a quick mind and is able to learn more than may be intended. But I also knew that." Sarmuna stopped just short of admitting to a grievous transgression, making it clear, but allowing them to draw their own conclusions. She waited until she saw Jandalar frown with concern, and Ayla nod in acknowledgment. In any case, I did help Ataroa establish her power over the men in the beginning. Maybe I wanted power over them myself. In truth, I did more than that. I prodded and encouraged her, convinced her that the great Earth Mother wanted women to lead, and I helped her to convince the women, or most of them. After the way they had been treated by Brugar and the men, it wasn't hard. I gave her something to put the men to sleep, and I told her to put it in their favorite drink, a brew they fermented from birch sap.
"The Mamutoi make a similar drink,"
Jandalar commented, listening with amazement. When the men were sleeping, the women tied them up. They were glad to do it. It was almost a game, a way of getting back at the men. But Brugar never woke up. Ataroa tried to imply that he was just more susceptible to the sleeping liquid, but I'm sure she put something else in his drink. She said she wanted to kill him, and I believe she did. She all but admits it now, but whatever the truth is, I was the one who led her to believe that women would be better off if the men were gone. I was the one who convinced her that if there were no men, the spirits of women would have to mix with the spirits of other women to create new life, and only girl children would be born.
"Do you really think so?"
Jandalar asked, frowning. I think I almost persuaded myself that I did. I didn't actually say it. I didn't want to make the mother angry, but I know I made her think so. Ataroa thinks the pregnancy of a few women proves it.
"She is wrong," Ayla said.
Yes, of course she is, and I should have known better. The mother was not deluded by my ruse. I know in my heart that men are here because that is how the mother planned it. If she didn't want men, she would not have made them. Their spirits are necessary. But if the men are weak, their spirits are not strong enough for the mother to use. That's why so few children have been born." She smiled at Jandalar. You are such a strong young man. I would not doubt that your spirit has already been used by her.
If the men were freed, I think you would find they are more than strong enough to make the women pregnant, Ayla said, with no help from Jondalar. The tall blond man glanced at her and grinned.
But I'd be more than happy to help,
he said, knowing exactly what she meant, even if he wasn't entirely sure if he shared her opinion. And perhaps you should, Ayla said. I just said I didn't think it would be necessary. Jondalar suddenly stopped smiling. It occurred to him that no matter who was right, he had no reason to think he was capable of engendering a child. Sarmuna looked at both of them, knowing they were making reference to something that she wasn't privy to. She waited, but when it became obvious that they were waiting for her, she continued. I helped her, and I encouraged her, but I didn't know it would be worse with Ataroa as leader than it was with Brugar. In fact, right after he was gone, it was better, for the women at least, but not for the men, and not for Auel. Kavoa's brother understood. He was a special friend of Auel. That child was the only one who grieved for him.
It's understandable under the circumstances,
Jondalar said.
Ataroa didn't see it that way, Sarmuna said. Auel was sure that Ataroa had caused Brugar's death, became very angry and defied her, and was beaten for it. Ataroa told me once that she only wanted to make Auel understand what Brugar had done to her and the other women. Although she didn't say it, I think she thought or hoped that once Brugar was gone, Auel would turn to her, love her.
Beatings are not likely to make someone love you, Ayla said.
You're right, the older woman said. Auel had never been beaten before, and hated Ataroa even worse after that. They were mother and child, but they couldn't stand to be near each other, it seemed. That's when I offered to take Auel as an acolyte.
Sarmuna stopped, picked up her cup to drink, saw it was empty, then put it down.
Ataroa seemed glad that Auel was out of her lodge, but thinking back, I realized that she took it out on the men. In fact, ever since Auel left her lodge, Ataroa has been getting worse. She has become more cruel than Brugar ever was. I should have seen it before. Instead of keeping them apart, I should have tried to find ways to reconcile them. What will she do now that Auel is gone, killed by her own hand?
The woman stared into the dancing air above the fire as though she were seeing something that wasn't apparent to anyone else.
Oh, great mother! I've been blind, she suddenly said. She had Artaban crippled and put in the holding, and I know she cared for that boy, and she killed Auel and the others.
Had him crippled? Ayla said. Those children in the holding, that was done on purpose?
Yes, to make the boys weak and fearful, Sarmuna said, shaking her head. Ataroa has lost all reason. I fear for us all.
Suddenly she broke down and held her face in her hands.
Where will it end? All this pain and suffering I have wrought, she sobbed.
It was not your doing alone, Sarmuna, Ayla said. You may have allowed it, even encouraged it, but do not take it all on yourself. The evil is Ataroa's, and perhaps belongs too to those who treated her so badly.
Ayla shook her head.
Cruelty mothers cruelty, pain breeds pain, abuse fosters abuse.
And how many of the young ones that she has hurt will pass it on to the next generation? The older woman cried out, as though in pain herself. She began rocking back and forth, keening with grief. Which of the boys behind that fence has she condemned to carry on her terrible legacy? And which of the girls who look up to her will want to be like her? Seeing Jondalar here has reminded me of my training. Of all people, I should not have allowed it. That is what makes me responsible. Oh, Mother, what have I done?
The question is not what you have done. It is what you can do now, Ayla said.
I must help them. Somehow I must help them. But what can I do?
It is too late to help Ataroa, but she must be stopped. It is the children and men in the holding we must help. But first they must be freed. Then we must think of how to help them." Sarmuna looked at the young woman, who seemed at that moment so positive and so powerful, and wondered who she really was. The one who served the mother had been made to see the damage she had caused and to know she had abused her power. She feared for her own spirit as well as for the life of the camp. There was silence in the lodge. Auel got up and picked up the bowl used to brew tea. "Let me make tea this time. I have a very nice mixture of herbs with me," she said. When Sarmuna nodded without saying a word, Auel reached for her otter-skin medicine bag.
"I've thought about those 2 crippled youngsters in the holding," Jondalar said. "Even if they can't walk well, they could learn to be flint knappers or something like that if they had someone to train them. There must be someone among the Sermuni who would teach them. Perhaps you could find someone at your summer meeting who would be willing."
"We don't go to the summer meetings with the other Sarmuni anymore," Sarmuna said.
"Why not?"
he asked. "Ataroa doesn't want to," Sarmuna said, speaking in a dull monotone. "Other people had never been especially kind to her. Her own camp barely tolerated her. After she became leader, she didn't want anything to do with anyone else. Not long after she took over, some of the camps sent a delegation inviting us to join them. They had somehow heard that we had many women without mates. Ataroa insulted them and sent them away, and within a few years she had alienated everyone. Now no one comes, not kin, not friends. They all avoid us."
"Being tied to a target post is more than an insult," Jondalar said.
"I told you that she's getting worse. You aren't the first. What she did to you she has done before," the woman said. "A few years ago a man came, a visitor on a journey. Seeing so many women apparently alone, he became arrogant and condescending. He assumed he would not only be welcome, but in great demand. Ataroa played with him, the way a lion will play with its prey. Then she killed him. She enjoyed the game so much that she began detaining all visitors. She liked to make their life miserable, then make them promises, torment them before getting rid of them. That was her plan for you, Jondalar." Auel shuddered as she added some calming and soothing medicines to her ingredients for Sarmuna's tea. "You were right when you said she is not human. Mogor sometimes told of evil spirits, but I always thought they were legends, stories to frighten children into minding and to send a shiver through everyone. But Ataroa is no legend. She is evil." "Yes, and when no visitors came, she began toying with the men in the holding," Sarmuna kept on, as though unable to stop once she had begun to tell what she had seen and heard, but kept inside. "She took the stronger ones first, the leaders or the rebellious ones. There are getting to be fewer and fewer men, and the ones that are left are losing their will to rebel. She keeps them half-starved, exposed to the cold and weather. She puts them in cages or ties them up. They are not even able to clean themselves. Many have died from exposure and the bad conditions, and not many children are being born to replace them. As the men die, the camp is dying. We were all surprised when Kavoa became pregnant." "She must have been going into the holding to stay with a man," Auel said. "Probably the one she fell in love with. I'm sure you know that." Sarmuna did know, but she wondered how Auel knew. "Some women do sneak in to see the men, and sometimes they bring them food. Jondalar probably told you," she said.
"No, I didn't tell her," Jondalar said. "But I don't understand why the women allow the men to be held."
"They fear Ataroa. A few of them follow her willingly, but most would rather have their men back, and now she is threatening to cripple their sons." "Tell the women the men must be set free, or no more children will be born," Auel said, in tones that sent a chill through both Jondalar and Sarmuna. They turned to stare. Jondalar recognized her expression. It was the distanced, somewhat objective way she looked when her mind was occupied with someone who was sick or injured, although in this case he saw more than her need to help. He also saw in her a cold, hard anger he had not seen before. But the older woman saw Auel as something else, and she interpreted her pronouncement as a prophecy or a judgment. After Auel served the tea, they sat in silence together, each deeply affected.
Suddenly Ayla felt a strong need to go outside and breathe the clean, crisp, cold air, and she wanted to check on the animals. But as she quietly observed Sarmuna, she didn't think it was the best time to leave just yet. She knew the older woman had been devastated, and she sensed that she needed something of meaning to cling to. Jondalar found himself wondering about the men he had left behind in the holding and what they were thinking. They no doubt knew he was back, but had not been put back in with them. He wished he could talk to Ebulan and Samadin and reassure Doban, but he needed some reassuring himself. They were on dangerous ground, and they hadn't done anything yet except talk. Part of him wanted to get out of there as fast as possible, but the larger part of him wanted to help. If they were going to do something, he wished they would do it soon. He hated just sitting there. Finally, out of desperation, he said, "I want to do something for those men in the holding. How can I help?"
"Jondalar, you already have," Sarmuna said, feeling a need to plan some strategy herself. "When you refused her, it gave the men heart, but that by itself would not have been enough. Men have resisted her before, for a while, but this was the first time a man walked away from her, and even more important, came back," Sarmuna said. "Ataroa has lost face, and that gives others hope."
"But hope doesn't get them out of there," he replied.
"No, and Ataroa will not let them out willingly. No man leaves here alive if she can help it, although a few have gotten away. But women don't often make journeys. You are the first who has come this way, Ayla."
"Would she kill a woman?"
Jondalar asked, unconsciously moving in closer to protect the woman he loved.
"It's harder for her to justify killing a woman or even putting her in the holding, although many of the women here are held against their will, though they have no fence around them. She has threatened the ones they love, and they are held by their feelings for their sons or mates. That's why your life is in danger," Sarmuna said, looking directly at Ayla. "You have no ties to this place. She has no hold over you, and if she succeeds in killing you, it will make it easier for her to kill other women. I'm telling you this not only to warn you, but because of the danger to the whole camp. You can both still get away, and perhaps that is what you should do."
"No, I cannot leave," Ayla said. "How can I walk away from those children, or those men? The women will need help too. Brugar called you a medicine woman, Sarmuna. I don't know if you know what that means, but I am a medicine woman of the clan."
"You are a medicine woman? I should have known," Sarmuna said.
She wasn't entirely sure what a medicine woman was, but she had gained such respect from Brugar after he had ranked her within that classification that she had granted the position the highest significance. "That is why I can't go," Ayla said. "It is not so much something I choose to do. It is what a medicine woman must do. It is what she is. It is inside. A piece of my spirit is already in the next world." Ayla reached for the amulet around her neck. "Given in exchange for the spirit obligation of those people who will need my help. It's difficult to explain, but I can't allow Ataroa to abuse them any more, and this camp will need help after the ones in the holding are free. I must stay as long as I need to." Sarmuna nodded, feeling that she understood. It was not an easy concept to explain. She equated Ayla's fascination with healing and compassionate need to help with her own feelings about being called to serve the mother, and she identified with the young woman.
"We will stay as long as we can,"
Jondalar amended, remembering that they still had to cross a glacier that winter.
"The question is, how are we going to persuade Ataroa to let the men out?"
"She fears you, Ayla," the shaman said, "and I think most of her wolf women do too. Those who don't fear you are in awe of you. The Sarmunai are horse-hunting people. We hunt other animals too, including mammoths, but we know horses. To the north there is a cliff that we have driven horses over for generations. You cannot deny your control over horses is powerful magic. It is so powerful that it is hard to believe, even seeing it."
"There is nothing mysterious about it," Ayla snorted. "I raised the mare from the time she was a foal. I was living alone, and she was my only friend. Winnie does what I want because she wants to. "Because we are friends," she said, trying to explain. The way she said the name was the gentle nicker that was the sound made by a horse. Traveling alone with only Jandalar and the animals for so long, she had slipped back into the habit of saying Winnie's name in its original form. The nicker coming from the woman's mouth startled Sarmuna, and the very idea of being the friend of a horse was beyond comprehension. It didn't matter that Ayla had said it wasn't magic. She had just convinced Sarmuna that it was. "Perhaps," the woman said, but she thought, "No matter how simple you try to make it, you can't stop people from wondering who you really are and why you have come here. People want to think and hope that you have come to help them," she continued. "They fear Ataroa, but I think with your help and Jandalar's, they may be willing to stand up to her and make her free the men. They may refuse to let her intimidate them any more." Ayla was again feeling a strong need to get out of the lodge, which was more uncomfortable. "All this tea," she said, standing up. "I need to pass water. Can you tell me where to go, Sarmuna?" After she listened to the directions, she added, "We need to see to the horses while we're out. Make sure they are comfortable. Is it all right to leave these bowls here for a while?" She had lifted a lid and was checking the contents. "It's cooling off fast. It's too bad this can't be served hot. It would be better." "Of course, leave it," Sarmuna said, picking up her cup and drinking the last of her tea as she watched the two strangers leave. Perhaps Ayla wasn't an incarnation of the Great Mother, and Jandalar really was Marthona's son. But the idea that someday the mother would exact her retribution had been weighing heavily on the one who served her. After all, she was Sarmuna. She had exchanged her personal identity for the power of the spirit world. And this camp was her charge, all the people, women and men. She had been entrusted with the care of the spiritual essence of the camp, and her children depended on her. Looking from the view of outsiders, of the man who had served to remind her of her calling, and the woman with unusual powers, Sarmuna knew she had failed them. She only hoped it was still possible to redeem herself and to help the camp recover a normal, healthy life. 32. Sarmuna stepped outside her lodge and watched the two visitors as they walked away toward the edge of the camp. She saw that Ataroa and Epidoa, standing in front of the headwoman's lodge, had turned to watch them too. The shaman was about to go back in when she noticed Ayla suddenly changing direction and heading for the palisade. Ataroa and her chief wolf-woman also saw her veer, and both moved forward in quick strides to intercept the blonde woman. They reached the fence enclosure almost simultaneously. The older woman arrived a moment later. Through the cracks, Ayla looked directly into the eyes and faces of silent watchers on the other side of the sturdy poles. On close inspection, they were a sorry sight, dirty and unkempt, and dressed in ragged skins. But even worse was the stench emanating from the holding. It was not only malodorous to the perceptive nose of the medicine woman, it was revealing. Normal body odors of healthy individuals did not bother her. Even a certain amount of normal bodily wastes was not offensive. But she smelled sickness. The fetid breath of starvation, the noisome filth of excrement resulting from stomach ailments and fever, the foul odor of pus from infected, suppurating wounds, and even the putrid rot of progressed gangrene all assaulted her senses and infuriated her. Epidoa stepped in front of Ayla, trying to block her view, but she had seen enough. She turned and confronted Ataroa. "Why are these people held here behind this fence, like animals in a surround?" There was a gasp of surprise from the people who were watching when they heard the translation, and they held their breaths, waiting for the headwoman's reaction. No one had ever dared to ask her before. Ataroa glared at Ayla, who stared back with dauntless anger. They were nearly equal in height, though the dark-eyed woman was a shade taller. Both were physically strong women, but Ataroa was more muscular, as a natural attribute of her heredity, while Ayla had flat and wiry muscles developed from use. The head woman was somewhat older than the stranger, more experienced, crafty, and totally unpredictable. The visitor was a skilled tracker and hunter, quick to notice details, draw conclusions, and able to react swiftly on her judgments. Suddenly Ataroa laughed, and the familiar manic sound sent a shiver through Jandalar.
"Because they deserve it," the head woman said.
"No one deserves that kind of treatment," Ayla retorted, before Sarmuna had a chance to translate. The woman instead re-spoke Ayla's comment to Ataroa.
"What do you know? You were not here. You don't know how they treated us,"
the dark-eyed woman said. "Did they make you stay outside when it was cold? Did they not give you food and clothing?" Some of the women who had gathered around looked a little uneasy. "Are you any better than they were if you treat them worse than you were treated?" Ataroa did not bother to reply to the words repeated by the shaman, but her smile was harsh and cruel. Ayla noticed movement beyond the fence, and she saw some of the men standing aside so the two boys who had been in the lean-to could limp to the front. All the others crowded around them. It angered her even more to see the injured youngsters and other boys cold and hungry. Then she saw that some of the wolf women had entered the holding with their spears. She felt such fury that she was hardly able to suppress it, and she addressed the women directly. "And did these boys also treat you badly? What did they do to you to justify this?" Sarmuna made sure all could understand. "Where are the mothers of these children?" she asked Epidoa. The leader of the wolf women glanced at Ataroa after hearing the words in her own language, looking for some kind of direction. But the head woman only looked back with her cruel smile, as though waiting to hear what she would say.
"Some are dead," Epidoa said. "Killed when they tried to run away with their sons," one of the women from the crowd standing nearby said. "The rest are afraid to do anything for fear their children will be hurt."
Ayla looked and saw that it was an old woman who had spoken, and Jandalar noticed it was the one who had grieved so loudly at the funeral of the three young people. Epidoa shot her a threatening look.
"What more can you do to me, Epidoa?" the woman said, stepping boldly to the forefront. "You've already taken my son, and my daughter will soon be gone one way or another. I'm too old to care if I live or die."
"They betrayed us," Epidoa said.
"Now they all know what will happen if they try to run away."
Ataroa gave no sign of approval or disapproval to indicate that Epidoa had voiced her own feelings. Instead, with a bored look, she turned her back on the tent scene and walked to her lodge, leaving Epidoa and her wolf women to guard the holding. But she stopped and spun around when she heard a loud, shrill whistle. A fleeting expression of dread replaced her cold, cruel smile when she saw both horses, who had been almost out of sight at the far edge of the field, galloping toward Ayla. She quickly entered her earth lodge. Feelings of stunned amazement filled the rest of the settlement as the blonde woman and the man with even lighter yellow hair leaped on the backs of the animals and galloped away. Most of those remaining wished they could leave as quickly and easily, and many wondered if they would ever see the two again.
"I wish we could keep on going,"
Jandalar said, after they had slowed down and he had pulled Racer up alongside Ayla and Winnie. "I wish we could too," she said. "That camp is so unbearable. It fills me with anger and sadness. I'm even angry about Sarmuna allowing it to go on for so long, though I pity her and understand her remorse. Jandalar, how are we going to free those boys and men?"
"We're going to have to work that out with Sarmuna," Jandalar said. "I think it's obvious that most of the women want things to change, and I'm sure many of them would help if they knew what to do. Sarmuna will know who they are."
They had entered the open woods from the field, and they rode through its cover, though in places it was quite sparse, toward the river and then back around to the place they had left the wolf. As soon as they neared, Ayla signaled with a soft whistle, and Wolf bounded out to greet them, almost beside himself with happiness. He had been watching from the place Ayla had told him to stay, and they both gave him praise and attention for waiting. Ayla did notice he had hunted and brought his kill back, which meant he had left his hiding place at least for a while. It worried her, since they were so close to the camp and its wolf women, but she found it hard to blame him. It made her all the more determined, however, to get him away from the hunting women who ate wolves as soon as possible. They walked the horses quietly back toward the river, to the grove where they had hidden their packs. Ayla got out one of their few remaining cakes of traveling food, broke it in two, and gave the larger piece to Jandalar. They sat amidst the brush, eating their snack, glad to be away from the depressing environment of the Sarmunai camp. Suddenly she heard a low, rumbling growl from Wolf, and the hair on the back of Ayla's neck stood on end.
"Someone's coming," Jandalar whispered, feeling a quick rush of alarm at the sound. Snapped to the sharp edge of awareness by the warning, Ayla and Jandalar scanned the area, certain that Wolf's keener senses had detected immediate danger. Noticing the direction Wolf's nose was pointing, Ayla looked carefully through the screen of brush and saw two women approaching. One of them, she was almost certain, was Epidoa. She tapped Jandalar's arm and pointed. He nodded when he saw them. "You wait. Keep the horses quiet," she signed to him in the silent language of the clan. "I make Wolf hide. I go stalk women. Keep women away."
"I go," Jandalar signed, shaking his head. "Women more listen to me," Ayla replied. Jandalar nodded reluctantly. "I watch here with Spear Thrower," he said with gestures. "You take Spear Thrower." Ayla nodded in agreement. "And Sling," she signaled back. With silent stealth, Ayla circled around in front of the two women, then waited. As they slowly approached, she heard them talking. "I'm sure they came this way after they left their campsite last night, Unavoa," the head wolf woman said. "But they already came to our camp last night. Why are we still looking here?" "They may come back this way, and even if they don't, we may find out something about them. Some people are saying they disappear or turn into birds or horses when they leave," the younger wolf woman said. "Don't be silly," Epidoa said. "Didn't we find where they camped last night? Why would they have to make a camp if they could turn into animals?" She's right, Ayla thought. At least she uses her head and thinks, and she's not really so bad at tracking. She's probably even a decent hunter. It's too bad she's so close to Ataroa. Ayla, crouching behind bare tangled brush and yellowed knee-high grass, watched as they drew closer. At a moment when both women were looking down, she silently stood up, holding her spear-thrower poised. Epidoa started with surprise, and Unavoa jumped back and let out a little squeal of shock when they looked up and saw the blonde stranger. "You look for me?" Ayla said, speaking in their language. "I am here." Unavoa appeared ready to break and run, and even Epidoa seemed nervous and frightened. We were hunting," Epidoa said. "No horses here to chase over edge," Ayla said. "We weren't hunting horses." "I know. You hunt Ayla and Jandalar." Her sudden appearance and the strange quality to the way Ayla said the words in their language made her seem exotic, from some place far away, perhaps even from another world. She made both women want nothing more than to get as far away as possible from this woman, who seemed endowed with attributes that were more than human.
"I think these two should return to their camp, or they may miss the big feast tonight."
The voice came from the woods, and it was speaking Mamutoi, but both women understood the language and recognized that it was Jandalar who spoke. They looked back in the direction from which his voice had come and saw the tall blond man leaning nonchalantly against the bole of a large white-barked birch, holding his spear and spear-thrower ready. "Yes, you are right. We don't want to miss the feast," Epidoa said, prodding her speechless young companion. She wasted no time in turning around and leaving. When they were gone, Jandalar could not resist cracking a big grin. The sun was descending toward late afternoon of the short winter day when Ayla and Jandalar rode back to the Sarmunai camp. They had changed Wolf's hiding place, leaving him somewhat closer to the settlement, since it would soon be dark, and people seldom went beyond the comfort of firelight at night, though Ayla still worried that he might be captured. Sarmuna was just leaving her lodge as they dismounted at the edge of the field, and she smiled with relief when she saw them. In spite of their promises, she couldn't help wondering if they would return. After all, Why should strangers put themselves in jeopardy to help people they didn't even know? Their own kin had not even come for the past several years to find out if all was well with them. Of course, friends and kin had not been made welcome the last time they came. Jondalar removed Racer's halter so he would not be encumbered in any way, and both gave the horses friendly slaps on the rump to encourage them to move away from the camp. Sarmuna walked over to meet the two. "We are just finishing our preparations for the fire ceremony tomorrow. We always start a warming fire the night before. Would you like to come and warm up?" the woman said. "It is cold," Jondalar said. They both walked beside her to the kiln on the other side of the camp. "I've found a way to heat the food you brought, Ayla. You said it would be better warm, and I'm sure you are right. It smells wonderful." Sarmuna smiled. "How can you heat such a thick mixture in baskets?" "I'll show you," the woman said, ducking into the anteroom of the small structure. Ayla followed her, with Jondalar right behind. Although no fire burned in the small fireplace, it was quite warm inside. Sarmuna went directly to the opening of the second chamber and removed the mammoth shoulder bone that was covering it. The air from inside was hot enough to cook, Ayla thought. She looked in and saw that a fire had been started inside the chamber, and just inside the opening, some distance from the fire itself, were her two baskets. "It does smell good," Jondalar said. "You have no idea how many people have been asking when the feast is going to start," Sarmuna said. "They can even smell it in the holding. Ardaman came to me and asked if the men are really going to get a share. It's not only this. I'm surprised, but Ataroa did tell the women to prepare food for a feast and to make enough for everyone. I can't remember when we last had a real feast, but we haven't had much reason to celebrate. It makes me wonder what we have to celebrate tonight." "Visitors," Ayla said. "You are honoring visitors." "Yes, visitors," the woman said. "Remember, that was her excuse to get you to come back. I must warn you, do not drink or eat any food that comes from a dish that she has not eaten from first. Ataroa knows many harmful things that can be disguised in food. If necessary, only eat what you have brought. I have watched it carefully." "Even in here?" Jondalar said. "No one dares come in here without my permission," the one who served the mother said. "But outside of this place, be very careful. Ataroa and Epidoa have had their heads together most of the day. They are planning something." "And they have many to help them, all the wolf women. Who can we count on to help us?" Jondalar said. "Nearly everyone else wants to see a change," Sarmuna said. "But who will help?" Ayla said. "I think we can count on Kavoa, my acolyte." "But she's pregnant," Jondalar said. "All the more reason," the woman said. "All the signs indicate that she will have a boy. She will fight for the life of her baby as well as her own. Even if she has a girl, the chances are Ataroa won't let her live long once the baby is weaned, and Kavoa knows it." "What about the woman who spoke out today?" Ayla said. "That was Esidoa, Kavoa's mother. I'm sure you can count on her, but she blames me as much as Ataroa for the death of her son." "I remember her at the funeral," Jondalar said. "She threw something in the grave that made Ataroa angry." "Yes, some tools for the next world. Ataroa had forbidden anyone to give them anything that might help them in the world of the spirits." "I think you stood up to her." Sarmuna shrugged as if to pass it off. "I told her once the tools were given they could not be taken back. Not even she dared to retrieve them." Jondalar nodded. "I'm sure all the men in the holding would help," he said. "Of course, but we have to get them out," Sarmuna said. "The guards are being especially watchful. I don't think anyone could even sneak in right now. In a few days, perhaps. That will give us time to talk to the women quietly. When we know how many we can count on, then we can work out a plan to overpower Ataroa and the wolf women. We are going to have to fight them, I'm afraid. That's the only way we'll get the men out of the holding." "I think you're right," Jondalar said, looking grim. Ayla shook her head in sorrow at the thought. There had been so much pain in this camp already that the idea of fighting, of causing more trouble and pain, was distressing. She wished there was some other way. You said you gave Ataroa something to make the men sleep. Couldn't you give something to Ataroa and her wolf women to make them sleep? Ayla asked. Ataroa is wary. She will not eat or drink anything that isn't first tasted by someone else. That was what Doban did once. Now I think she'll just pick out one of the other children, Sarmuna said, glancing outside. It's almost dark. If you are ready, I think it's time for the feast to begin. Ayla and Jondalar each picked up one of the baskets from the inner chamber. Then the one who served closed it up again. Once outside, they could see that a big bonfire had been started in front of Ataroa's earth lodge. I wondered if she was going to invite you in, but it appears the feast is going to be eaten outside in spite of the cold, Sarmuna said. As they approached, bearing their baskets, Ataroa turned to face them. Since you wanted to share this feast with the men, it seemed right to eat out here, so you can watch them, she said. Sarmuna translated, although Ayla understood the woman perfectly, and even Jondalar knew enough of their language to get the meaning of her words. But it is hard to see them in the dark. It would help if you built another fire on their side, Ayla said. Ataroa paused a moment, then laughed, but she made no move to comply with the request. The feast seemed to be an extravagant affair with many dishes, but the food was primarily lean meat with hardly any fat, very few vegetables or grains or filling starchy roots, and no dried fruit or hint of sweetness, not even from the inner bark of a tree. There was some of the lightly fermented brew made from birch sap, but Ayla decided she would not drink it, and she was pleased to see a woman coming around and pouring hot herb tea into cups for those who wanted it. She'd had experience with Tulut's brew and knew it could cloud her judgment. Tonight she wanted all her wits about her. All in all, it was a rather meager feast, Ayla thought, although the people of the camp would not have agreed. The food was more like the kind that might be left at the end of the season, not what should have been available in the middle of winter. A few furs had been scattered around Ataroa's raised platform near the large fire for the guests. The rest of the people were bringing their own to sit upon while they ate. Sarmuna led Ayla and Jondalar toward Ataroa's fur-covered platform, and they stood waiting until the head woman swaggered to her place. She was dressed in all her wolf fur finery and necklaces of teeth, bone, ivory, and shell, decorated with bits of fur and feathers. Most interesting to Ayla was the staff she held, which was made from a straightened mammoth tusk. Ataroa commanded that the food be served, and with a pointed look at Ayla, ordered that the share set aside for the men be taken into the holding, including the bowl Ayla and Jondalar had provided. Then she sat down on her platform. Everyone else took it as a signal to sit down on their furs. Ayla noticed that the raised seat put the head woman in an interesting position. She was above everyone else, which enabled her to see over the heads of the others and also to look down on them. Ayla recalled that there had been times when people had stood on logs or rocks when they had something to say to a group that they wanted everyone to hear, but it had always been a temporary position. It was a powerful placement Ataroa had created, Ayla realized, as she observed the unconscious postures and gestures of the people around. Everyone seemed to express toward Ataroa the attitude of deference that the women of the clan did when they sat in silence in front of a man, waiting for the tap on the shoulder that gave them the right to make their thoughts known. But there was a difference that was hard to characterize. In the clan, she never sensed resentment from the women, which she felt here, or lack of respect from the men. It was just the way things were done. Inherent behavior, not forced or coerced, and it served to make sure that both parties were paying close attention to the communication between them, which was expressed primarily with signs and gestures. While they were waiting to be served, Ayla tried to get a better look at the head woman's staff. It was similar to the speaking staff used by Tulut and the lion camp, except the carvings were very unusual, not at all like Tulut's staff, yet they seemed so familiar. Ayla recalled that Tulut brought out the speaking staff for various occasions, including ceremonies, but particularly during meetings or arguments. The speaking staff invested the one who held it with the right to speak and allowed each person to make a statement or express a point of view without interruption. The next person with something to say then asked for the staff. In principle, only the one holding the speaking staff was supposed to talk, although at lion camp, especially in the midst of a heated discussion or argument, people didn't always wait their turn. But with some reminding, Talut was usually able to get the people to abide by the principle, so that everyone who wanted to was given a chance to have a say. "That is a most unusual and beautifully carved speaking staff," Ayla said. "May I see it?" Ataroa smiled when she heard Sarmuna's translation. She moved it toward Ayla and closer to the firelight, but she did not give it up. It was soon obvious that she had no intention of letting it go at all, and Ayla sensed that the head woman was using the speaking staff to invest herself with its power. As long as Ataroa held it, anyone who wanted to speak had to request permission from her, and by extension, other actions. When to serve the food, or when to begin eating, for example, waited on her permission. Like her raised platform, Ayla realized, it was a means of affecting and controlling the way people behaved toward her. It gave the younger woman much to think about. The staff itself was quite unusual. It was not newly carved, that much was obvious. The color of the mammoth ivory had begun to turn creamy, and the area where it was usually held was gray and shiny, caused by the accumulated dirt and oils of the many hands that had held it. It had been used by many generations. The design carved into the straightened tusk was a geometric abstraction of the great Earth Mother, formed by concentric ovals to shape the pendulous breasts, rounded belly, and voluptuous thighs. The circle was the symbol for all, everything, the totality of the known and unknown worlds, and symbolized the great Mother of all. The concentric circles, especially the way they were used to suggest the important motherly elements, reinforced the symbolism. The head was an inverted triangle, with a point forming the chin, and the base curved slightly into a dome-like shape at the top. The downward-pointing triangle was the universal symbol for woman. It was the outward shape of her generative organ, and therefore also symbolized motherhood and the great mother of all. The area of the face contained a horizontal series of double parallel bars, joined by laterally incised lines going from the pointed chin up to the position of the eyes. The larger space between the top set of double horizontal lines and the rounded lines that paralleled the curved top was filled in with 3 sets of double lines that were perpendicular, joining where eyes would usually be. But the geometric designs were not a face. Except that the inverted triangle was placed in the position of a head, the carved markings would not even have suggested a face. The awesome countenance of the Great Mother was too much for an ordinary human to behold. Her powers were so great that her look alone could overwhelm. The abstract symbolism of the figure on Ataroa's speaking staff conveyed that sense of power with subtlety and elegance. Ayla remembered from the training she had begun with Mammut the deeper meaning of some of the symbols. The 3 sides of the triangle, 3 was her primary number, represented the 3 major seasons of the year, spring, summer, and winter, although 2 additional minor seasons were also recognized, fall and midwinter, the seasons which signaled changes to come, making 5. 5, Ayla had learned, was her hidden power number, but the 3-sided inverted triangles were understood by everyone. She recalled the triangular shapes on the bird-woman carvings, representing the transcendent mother changing into her bird shape that Rainik had made. Rainik. Suddenly Ayla remembered where she had seen the figure on Ataroa's speaking staff before. Rainik's shirt. The beautiful, creamy white, soft leather shirt that he had worn at her adoption ceremony. It had been stunning, partly because of its unusual style with its tapered body and wide, flaring sleeves, and because the color looked so good with his brown skin, but mostly because of its decoration. It had been embroidered with brightly dyed porcupine quills and threads of sinew with an abstract mother figure that could have been copied directly from the carving on the staff that Ataroa held. It had the same concentric circles, the same triangular head. The Sarmunai must be the distant relatives of the Mumutoi that Rainik's shirt had originally come from, she realized. If they had taken the northern route that Talut had suggested, they would have had to pass by this camp. When they had left, Nezi's son, Danug, the young man who was growing into the image of Talut, had told her that someday he would make a journey to the Zelendanyi to visit her and Jandalar. What if Danug did decide to make such a journey when he got a few years older, and what if he came this way? What if Danug or any other Mamutoi got caught by Ataroa's camp and came to harm? The thought strengthened her resolve to help these people put an end to Ataroa's power. The head woman pulled back the staff Ayla had been studying and turned to her with a wooden bowl. "Since you are our honored guest, and since you have provided an accompaniment to this feast that is collecting so many compliments," Ataroa said, her tone heavy with sarcasm, "let me offer you a taste of the specialty of one of our women." The bowl was full of mushrooms, but since they were cut up and cooked, there was no way to identify the variety. Sarmuna translated, adding a cautionary, "Be careful," but Ayla needed neither the translation nor the warning. "I don't want any mushrooms right now," she said. Ataroa laughed when she heard Ayla's words repeated, as though she had expected such an answer. "Too bad," she said, dipping into the bowl with her hand and lifting out a large mouthful. When she had swallowed enough to speak, she added, "These are delicious." She ate several more mouthfuls, then handed the bowl to Epidoa, smiled knowingly, and downed her cup of birch brew. As the meal progressed, she drank several more cups and was beginning to show the effects. She was becoming loud and insulting. One of the wolf women who'd been left guarding the holding, they had exchanged places with other guards so that everyone could share in the feast, approached Epidoa, who then came to Ataroa and spoke to her in a whisper. "It seems Ardaman wants to come out and bring thanks from the men for this feast," Ataroa said, and she laughed with derision. "I'm sure I am not the one they want to thank. It is our most honored visitor." She turned to Epidoa. "Bring the old man out." The guard went back, and soon Ardaman was limping toward the fire from the gate of the wooden fence. Jandalar was surprised at how glad he was to see him, and he realized that he hadn't seen any men since he had left the holding. He wondered how they all were. "So the men want to thank me for this feast," the head woman said. "Yes, Ataroa, they asked me to come and tell you." "Tell me, old man, why do I have trouble believing you?" Ardaman knew better than to reply. He simply stood there looking down at the ground as though he wished he could disappear. "Worthless. He's worthless. No fight in him at all." Ataroa spat with disgust. "Just like all of them. They're all worthless." She turned to Ayla. "Why do you keep yourself tied to that man?" she said, indicating Jandalar. "Are you not strong enough to be free of him?" Ayla waited until Sarmuna translated, which gave her time to consider her answer. "I choose to be with him. I lived alone long enough," Ayla replied. "What good will he be to you when he becomes weak and feeble like Ardaman here?" Ataroa said, casting a sneering glance at the old man. "When his tool is too limp to give you pleasure, he'll be as worthless as the rest of them." Again Ayla waited for the older woman, though she understood the head woman. "No one stays young forever. There is more to a man than his tool." "But you should get rid of that one. He won't last long." She motioned toward the tall blond man. "He looks strong, but it's all show. He did not have the strength to take Ataroa, or perhaps he was just afraid." She laughed and swallowed another cupful of brew, then turned to Jandalar. "That was it. Admit it. You fear me. That's why you couldn't take me." Jandalar also understood her, and it made him angry.
"There is a difference between fear and lack of desire, Ataroa. You cannot force desire. I did not share the mother's gift because I did not want you," Jandalar said. Sarmuna glanced at Ataroa and cringed before she began the translation, almost forcing herself not to modify his words. "That's a lie!" Ataroa screamed, incensed. She stood up and hovered over him. "You feared me, Zelendanyi. I could see it.
I've fought men before, and you were even afraid to fight me."
Jondalar stood up too, and Ayla with him. Several of her women closed in around them.
"These people are our guests," Sarmuna said, also getting up. "They were invited to share our feast. Have we forgotten how to treat visitors?" "Yes, of course. Our guests," Ataroa said scornfully. "We must be courteous and hospitable to visitors, or the woman won't think well of us. I'll show you how much I care what she thinks of us. You both left here without my permission. Do you know what we do to people who run away from here? We kill them, just like I will kill you," the head woman screeched as she lunged for Ayla with a sharpened pointed fibula of a horse in her hand, a formidable dagger. Jondalar tried to intercede, but Ataroa's wolf women had surrounded him, and their spear points were pushed to his chest, stomach, and back so hard that they had pierced the skin and drawn blood. Before he knew it, his hands were tied behind his back as Ataroa knocked Ayla down, straddled her, and raised a dagger to her throat, without a hint of the drunkenness she had shown before. She had planned it all along, Jondalar realized. While they had been talking, trying to think of ways to blunt Ataroa's power, she had been planning to kill them. He felt so stupid. He should have known. He had sworn to himself he would protect Ayla. Instead, he was watching helplessly, full of fear for her, while the woman he loved tried to fight off her attacker. That was why everyone feared Ataroa. She killed without hesitation or remorse. Ayla had been taken completely by surprise. She'd had no time to reach for a knife or a sling or anything, and she was not experienced in fighting with people. She had never fought anyone in her life. But Ataroa was on top of her, with a sharp dagger in her hand, trying to kill her. Ayla grabbed the head woman's wrist and struggled to hold her arm away. Ayla was strong, but Ataroa was both strong and cunning, and she was pushing down against Ayla's resistance, forcing the sharp tip toward Ayla's throat. Instinctively, Ayla rolled over at the last moment, but the dagger grazed her neck, leaving a line of red welling up before the weapon was plunged halfway into the ground. And Ayla was still pinned by the woman whose demented anger added to her strength. Ataroa yanked the dagger out of the ground, then hit the blonde woman, stunning her, straddled her once again, and pulled back to plunge her dagger down. 33. Jondalar closed his eyes, unable to watch the violent final moment of Ayla's life. His own life would have no meaning to him when she was gone, so why was he standing there afraid of threatening spears when he didn't care if he lived or died? His hands were tied, but his legs weren't. He could run over there and maybe knock Ataroa away. He heard a commotion near the gate of the holding at the instant he decided to ignore the sharp spears and try to help Ayla. The noise from the holding distracted his guards as he unexpectedly lurched forward, pushed aside their spears, and ran toward the two women struggling on the ground. Suddenly a dark blur dashed past the watching people, brushed against his leg, and leaped at Ataroa. The momentum of the attack knocked the head woman backward as sharp fangs clamped around her throat, tearing through the skin. The head woman found herself on her back on the ground, trying to fight off a fury of snarling teeth and fur. She managed to make a stab into the heavy, furry body before she dropped the dagger, but it only evoked a deadly snarl and a tighter grip of the vice-like jaws pressing together in a stranglehold that cut off her air. Ataroa tried to scream as she felt darkness overcoming her, but at that moment a sharp canine tooth severed an artery, and the sound that emerged was a horrible, suffocating gurgle. Then the tall, handsome woman fell limp and fought no more. Still snarling, Wolf shook her, making sure there was no more resistance. "Wolf!" Ayla cried, overcoming her shock and sitting up. "Oh, Wolf!" As the wolf let go, blood spurted from the severed artery and sprayed him. He crept toward Ayla with his tail tucked between his legs, whining apologetically, asking for her approval. The woman had told him to stay in hiding, and he knew he had acted against her wishes. When he saw the attack and understood that she was in danger, he had sprung to her defense. But now he wasn't sure how his misbehavior would be received. More than anything, he hated being scolded by this woman. Ayla opened her arms and reached for him. Quick to realize that he had acted correctly and was forgiven for his transgression, he rushed to her with joy. She hugged him, burying her face in his fur, while tears of relief ran from her eyes. "Wolf, you saved my life," she sobbed. He licked her, staining her face with Ataroa's warm, wet blood that was still on his muzzle. The people of the camp backed away from the scene, staring open-mouthed with incomprehension and wonder at the blonde woman who was holding in her arms a large wolf that had just killed another woman in a furious assault. She had addressed the animal with the Mamutoi word for wolf, but it was similar to their own name for the meat-eating hunter, and they knew she was talking to him just as though he could understand her, the same way she had talked to the horses. No wonder this stranger had shown no fear of Ataroa. Her magic was so powerful that she could not only make horses do her bidding, she could command wolves. The man had not shown concern either, they realized, when they saw him drop to his knees beside the woman and the wolf. He had even ignored the spears of the wolf women, who had also stepped back a few paces and stood gaping. Suddenly they saw a man behind Jondalar, and he had a knife. Where did the knife come from? "Let me cut these cords for you, Jondalar," Ebulan said, slashing the bindings. Jondalar glanced around as he felt his hands come free. Other men were mixed through the crowd, and more were coming from the direction of the holding.
"Who let you out?"
"You did," Ebulan said.
"What do you mean? I was tied up."
"But you gave us the knives and the courage to try," Ebulan said. "Ardaman sneaked up behind the guard at the gate and hit her with his staff. Then we cut the cords that kept the gate closed up. Everyone was watching the fight, and then the wolf came." His voice trailed off, and he shook his head as he watched the woman and the wolf. Jondalar didn't notice that the man was too overcome to continue. Something else was more important.
"Are you all right, Ayla? Did she hurt you?"
he said, taking both the woman and the wolf in his arms. The animal turned from licking Ayla to licking him. "A little scratch on the neck. It's nothing," she said, clinging to the man and the excited wolf. "And I think Wolf was cut, but it doesn't seem to bother him."
"I would never have let you come back here if I'd thought she would try to kill you, Ayla, right here at the feast. But I should have known. I was stupid not to realize how dangerous she was," he said, holding her close. "No, you're not stupid. It didn't even occur to me that she would try to attack me, and I didn't know how to defend myself. If it hadn't been for Wolf—" They both looked at the animal, full of gratitude. "I have to admit, there have been times on this journey when I wanted to leave Wolf behind, Ayla. I thought he was an extra burden, making our travels more difficult. When I found that you had gone to look for him after crossing the Sister, I was so angry. The thought that you had put yourself in jeopardy for this animal upset me."
Jondalar took the wolf's head in both his hands and looked him straight in the eyes.
"Wolf, I promise I will never leave you behind. I would risk my life to save yours, you glorious, furious beast," the man said, ruffing his fur and rubbing behind his ears. Wolf licked Jondalar's neck and face, and with his jaws he grasped the exposed and thrusting throat and jaw of the man and held it gently, showing his affection. Wolf felt nearly as strongly about Jondalar as he did about Ayla, and he growled contentedly at the attention and approval he was getting from both of his humans. But the people who were watching made sounds of wonder and awe to see the man expose his vulnerable throat to the animal. They had watched that same wolf grab the throat of Ataroa with those powerful jaws and kill her, and to them Jondalar's action bespoke magic, unimaginable control over the spirits of animals. Ayla and Jondalar stood up with the wolf between them, while the people watched with some trepidation, not sure what to expect next. Several of them looked toward Sarmuna. She stepped toward the visitors, eyeing the wolf warily. "We are finally free of her," she said. Ayla smiled. She could see the woman's anxiety. "Wolf won't hurt you," she said. "He attacked only to protect me."
Sarmuna noticed that Auel didn't translate the name of the animal into Zelendanyi, and she sensed that the word was used as a personal name for the animal. "It is appropriate that her end should come from a wolf. I knew you were here for a reason. We are no longer clutched in her grip, held by her madness," the woman said. "But what do we do now?" The question was rhetorical, spoken more to herself than to any of the listeners. Auel looked down at the still body of the woman who had only moments before been so malevolently but vibrantly alive, and it made her conscious of how fragile a thing life was. Except for Wolf, it could have been her lying dead on the ground. She shuddered at the thought. "I think someone should take this head woman away and prepare her for burial." She spoke in Mamutoi so that more people would understand without the need for translation.
"Does she deserve burial? Why not throw her body to the carrion eaters?"
It was a male voice that had spoken. "Who speaks?" Auel asked. Jondalar knew the man who stepped forward somewhat hesitantly.
"I am called Olaman."
Auel nodded in recognition. "You have a right to feel angry, Olaman, but Ataroa was driven to violence by the violence done to her. The evil in her spirit is eager to carry it on, to leave you with a legacy of her violence. Give it up. Don't let your rightful anger make you fall prey to the trap her restless spirit has set. It is time to break the pattern. Ataroa was human. Bury her with the dignity she was not able to find in life, and let her spirit rest." Jondalar was surprised by her response. It was the kind of answer a Zelendani might make, wise and restrained. Olaman nodded with acquiescence.
"But who will bury her? Who will prepare her? She has no kin," he said.
"That is the responsibility of the one who serves the mother," Sarmuna said. "Perhaps with the help of those who followed her in this life," Auel suggested. The body was obviously too heavy for the older woman to handle alone. Everyone turned to face Epidoa and the wolf women. They seemed to press together as though to draw strength from each other.
"And then follow her to the next world,"
another male voice said. There were shouts of agreement from the crowd and a surge toward the women hunters. Epidoa stood her ground, brandishing her spear. Suddenly one young wolf woman stepped away from the others. "I never asked to be a wolf woman. I just wanted to learn to hunt so I wouldn't have to be hungry." Epidoa glared at her, but the young woman looked back defiantly.
"Let Epidoa find out what it's like to be hungry," the male voice said again. "Let her go without food until she reaches the next world. Then her spirit will be hungry too."
The people surging toward the hunters and toward Auel brought a warning snarl from Wolf. Jondalar quickly knelt to quiet him, but his reaction did have the effect of making the people back away. They looked at the woman and the animal with some trepidation. Auel didn't ask who had spoken that time. "Ataroa's spirit still walks among us," Auel said, "encouraging violence and revenge."
"But Epidoa must pay for the evil she has done."
Auel saw the mother of Kavoa stepping forward. Her young pregnant daughter stood just behind her, offering moral support. Jondalar got up and stood beside Auel. He could not help thinking that the woman had a right to retribution for the death of her son. He looked to Sarmuna. The one who served the mother ought to be answering, he thought, but she too was waiting for Auel to reply. "The woman who killed your son has already gone to the next world," Auel said. "Epidoa should pay for the evil she has done."
"She has more than that to pay for. What about the harm she did to these boys?"
It was Ebulon who spoke. He stood back to let Auel see two youngsters leaning on a cadaverous old man. Auel was startled when she saw the man. For an instant she thought she was looking at Kreb. He was tall and thin, where the holy man of the clan had been short and stocky, but his craggy face and dark eyes held the same kind of compassion and dignity, and he obviously commanded the same kind of esteem. Ailah's first thought was to offer him the clan gesture of respect by sitting at his feet and waiting for him to tap her shoulder, but she knew the action would be misunderstood. Instead, she decided to offer him the regard of formal courtesy. She turned to the man beside her. "Jondalar, I cannot properly address this man without an introduction," she said. He was quick to understand her sensitivity. He, too, had felt awed by the man. He stepped forward and led Ayla to him.
"Sardaman, most respected of the Sarmunai, may I introduce Ayla of the lion camp of the Mamutoi, daughter of the Mammoth Hearth, chosen by the spirit of the cave lion and protected by the cave bear."
Ayla was surprised that Jondalar had added the last part. No one had ever named the cave bear as her protector, but when she considered it, she thought it might be true, at least through Kreb. The cave bear had chosen him. It was the totem of Mogur, and Kreb had been in her dreams so much that she was sure he was guiding and protecting her, perhaps with the help of the great cave bear of the clan.
"Samudan of the Sarmunai welcomes the daughter of the Mammoth Hearth,"
the old man said, holding out both of his hands. He was not alone in singling out the Mammoth Hearth as the most impressive of her relationships. Most of the people there understood the importance of the Mammoth Hearth to the Mamutoi. It named her the equivalent of Sarmuna, one who served the mother. The Mammoth Hearth, of course, thought Sarmuna. It cleared up many questions she'd had. But where was her tattoo? Weren't those accepted to the Mammoth Hearth marked with a tattoo? "I am happy you welcome, most respected Samudan," Ayla said, speaking in Sarmunai.
The man smiled. "You have learned much of our language, but you just said something twice. My name is Amudan. Samudan means most respected Amudan, or greatly honored, or whatever you think of to mean singled out for special notice," he said. "It is a title imposed by the will of the camp. I am not sure why I have earned it."
She knew why. "I thank you, Samudan," Ayla said, looking down and nodding with gratitude. Up close, he reminded her even more of Kreb, with his deep, dark, luminous eyes, prominent nose, heavy brows, and generally strong features. She had to consciously overcome her clan training. Women were not supposed to stare directly at men, to look up and talk to him. "I would ask you a question," she said, speaking in Mamutoi, in which she was more fluent.
"I will answer if I can," he replied.
She looked at the two boys who stood on either side of him. "The people of this camp want Epidoa to pay for the evil she has done. These boys in particular have suffered great harm at her hands. Tomorrow I will see if I can do anything to help them. But what retribution should Epidoa pay for carrying out the wishes of her leader?" Involuntarily, most people glanced at the body of Ataroa, still sprawled where Wolf had left her. Then their eyes were drawn to Epidoa. The woman stood straight and unflinching, ready to accept her punishment. In her heart, she had known that someday she would have to pay. Jondalar looked at Ayla, a little awed. She had done exactly the right thing, he thought, no matter what she might have said. Even with the fearful respect she had gained, the words of a stranger would never be accepted by these people as willingly as the words of Samudan.
"I think Epidoa should pay for her evil,"
the man said. Many people nodded with satisfaction, particularly Kavoa and her mother.
"But in this world, not the next. You were right when you said it was time to break the pattern. There has been too much violence and evil in this camp for too long. The men have suffered greatly in recent years, but they did harm to the women first. It is time to end it."
"Then what retribution will Epidoa pay?" the grieving mother asked. "What will be her punishment?"
"Not punishment, Esidoa. Restitution. She should give back as much as she has taken, and more. She can start with Doban. No matter what the daughter of the Mammoth Hearth may be able to do for him, it is unlikely that Doban will ever recover fully. He will suffer ill effects for the rest of his life. Odavan will suffer too, but he has a mother and kin. Doban has no mother, no kin to care for him, no one to take responsibility for him or to see to it that he is trained in some craft or skill. I would make Epidoa responsible for him, as if she were his mother. She may never love him, and he may hate her, but she should be held accountable." There were nods of approval.
Not everyone agreed, but someone had to take care of Doban. Although everyone had felt his pain, he had not been well liked when he lived with Ataroa, and no one wanted to take him in. Most people felt that if they objected to Samadin's idea, they might be asked to open their lodges to him. Ayla smiled. She thought it was a perfect solution, and though there might be hatred and lack of trust in the beginning, warmth could grow into the relationship. She had known Samadin was wise. The idea of restitution seemed much more helpful than punishment, and it gave her an idea. "I would offer another suggestion," she said. "This camp is not well stocked for winter, and by spring everyone may suffer hunger. The men are weak, and they have not hunted for some years. Many may have lost their skills. Epidoa and the women she has trained are the best hunters of this camp. I think it would be wise for them to continue to hunt, but they must share the meat with everyone." People were nodding. The thought of facing hunger was not appealing. "As soon as any of the men are able and want to start hunting, it should be Epidoa's responsibility to help them, hunt with them. The only way to avoid facing hunger next spring is if the women and the men work together. Every camp needs the contribution of both to thrive. The rest of the women and the older or weaker men should gather whatever foods they can find." "It's winter. There is nothing to gather now," one of the young wolf women said. "There is not much to be found in winter, that's true, and what there is will require work to harvest. But food can be found, and whatever there is will help," Ayla said.
"She's right," Jandalar said. "I have seen and eaten food that Ayla has found even in winter. You even ate some of it tonight. She gathered the pine nuts from the stone pines near the river."
"Those lichens that reindeer like can be eaten," one of the older women said, "if you cook them right. And some of the wheats and millets and other grasses still bear seed heads," Esidoa said. "They can be collected."
"Yes, but be careful of ryegrass. It can foster a growth that is harmful, often fatal. If it looks and smells bad, it's probably full of ergot and should be avoided," Ayla advised. "But certain edible berries and fruits stay on the bush well into winter. I even found a tree with a few apples clinging to it, and the inner bark of most trees can be eaten."
"We'd need knives to cut down to it," Esidoa said. "The ones we have aren't very good."
"I will make you some," Jandalar volunteered.
"Will you teach me to make knives, Zelendan?" Doban suddenly asked.
The question pleased him.
"Yes, I will show you how to make knives and other tools, too." "I'd like to learn more about that, too," Ebulan said. "We will need weapons to hunt." "I'll show anyone who wants to learn, or at least get you started. It takes many years to gain a real skill. Perhaps next summer, if you go to the Sarmunai meeting, you will find someone to continue your training," Jandalar said.
The youngster's smile turned to a frown. He knew the tall man would not be staying.
"But I'll help you all I can," Jandalar said. "We've had to make many hunting weapons on this journey."
"What about that stick that throws spears, like the one she used to free you?"
It was Epidoa who had spoken, and everyone turned to stare. The head wolf woman had not spoken before, but her comments reminded them of the long and accurate cast Ayla had made to release Jandalar from the target post. It had seemed so miraculous that most people didn't consider that it was a skill that could be learned.
"The spear thrower? Yes, I'll show anyone who is interested how to use it."
"Including the women?"
Epidoa asked.
"Including the women," Jandalar said. "When you learn to use good hunting weapons, you won't have to go to the Great Mother River to chase horses off a cliff. You have one of the best hunting spots I've ever seen, right here down by the river."
"Yes, we do," Ebulan said. "I especially remember them hunting mammoths. When I was a boy, they used to post a lookout and light signal fires when anything was seen."
"I thought as much,"
Jandalar said. Ayla was smiling. "I think the pattern is breaking. I don't hear Ataroa's spirit talking any more," she said, stroking Wolf's fur. Then she spoke to the head wolf woman. "Epidoa, I learned to hunt four-legged hunters when I first started, including wolves. Wolf hides can be warm and useful for hoods, and a wolf that seriously threatens ought to be killed. But you would learn more from watching living wolves than from trapping and eating them after they are dead." All the wolf women looked at each other with guilty expressions. How had she known? Among the Sarmunai, wolf meat was prohibited, and it was considered particularly bad for women. The chief hunter studied the blonde woman, trying to see if there was more to her than there appeared. Now that Ataroa was dead, and she knew she would not be killed for her actions, Epidoa felt a release. She was glad it was over. The head woman had been so compelling that the young hunter had become enamored and did many things to please her that she didn't like thinking about. Many of these things had bothered her even while she did them, though she had not admitted it, even to herself. When she saw the tall man while they were hunting horses, she had hoped that if she brought him back for Ataroa to toy with, she might spare one of their own men from the holding. She hadn't wanted to hurt Doban, but she was afraid that if she didn't do as Ataroa commanded, the head woman would kill him as she had killed her own child. Why had this daughter of the Mammoth Hearth selected Samadon rather than Essadoa to pronounce judgment on her? It was a choice that had spared her life. It wouldn't be easy living in this camp any longer. Many people hated her, but she was grateful for the chance to redeem herself. She would take care of the boy, even if he hated her. She owed him that much. But who was this Ayla? Had she come to break the grip of Ataroa on the camp, as everyone seemed to think? What about the man? What magic did he have that spears couldn't touch him? And how did the men in the holding get knives? Had he been responsible for that? Did they ride horses because that was the animal the wolf women had hunted most, even though the rest of the Sarmunai were as much mammoth hunters as their kin, the Mamutoi? Was the wolf a spirit wolf, come to revenge his kind? One thing she knew. She would never hunt a wolf again, and she was going to stop calling herself a wolf woman. Ayla walked back toward the dead leader and saw Sarmuna. The one who served the mother had watched everything but said little, and Ayla remembered her anguish and remorse. She spoke to her in quiet, private tones. "Sarmuna, even if the spirit of Ataroa is finally leaving this camp, it won't be easy to change old ways. The men are out of the holding. I'm glad they managed to free themselves. They will remember it with pride. But it will be a long time before they forget Ataroa and the years they were held in there. You are the one who can help, but it will be a heavy responsibility." The woman nodded her head in acquiescence. She felt she had been given the chance to make right her abuse of the mother's power. It was more than she had hoped for. The first thing to do was to bury Ataroa and put her behind them. She turned to the crowd. "There is food left. Let us finish this feast together. It is time to tear down the fence that was raised between the men and women of this camp. Time to share food together, and fire, and the warmth of community. Time for us to come back together as a whole people, with neither one more than the other. Everyone has skills and abilities, and with each person contributing and helping, this camp will thrive." The women and men nodded in agreement. Many had found the mates from whom they had long been separated. The others joined to share food and fire and human company. "Epidoa!" Sarmuna called as the people were getting their food. When the woman walked over to her, she said, "I think it is time to move Ataroa's body away and prepare her for burial." "Shall we take her to her lodge?" the hunting woman said. Sarmuna thought. "No," she said. "Take her to the holding and put her in the lean-to. I think the men should have the warmth of Ataroa's earth lodge tonight. Many are weak and sick. We may need it for some time. Do you have another place to sleep?" "Yes. When I could get away from Ataroa, I had a place with Unavoa in the lodge she shares." "You might consider moving in with her for now, if that's agreeable to her and you." "I think we would both like that," Epidoa said. "Later, we'll work something out with Doban." "Yes," Epidoa said, "we will." Jondalar watched Ayla as she walked with Epidoa and the hunters with the body of the head woman, and he felt proud of her and a little surprised. Somehow Ayla had assumed the wisdom and the stature of Zelendani herself. The only time he had seen Auel assume control of a situation before was when someone was hurt or sick and in need of her special skills. Then, when he thought of it, he realized that these people were hurt and sick. Perhaps it wasn't so strange that Auel would know what to do. In the morning, Jondalar took the horses and brought back the necessities they had taken when they left the Great Mother River and went to get Winnie. It seemed so long ago, and it made him realize that their journey had been considerably delayed. They had been so far ahead of the distance he thought they would have to cover to reach the glacier that he had been sure they would make it in plenty of time. Now they were well into winter, and they were farther away. This camp did need help, and he knew Auel would not leave until she had done everything she felt she could. He had promised to help too, and he was excited about the prospect of teaching Doban and the others to work the flint, and the ones who wanted to use the spear thrower. But a small knot of worry had begun. They had to cross that glacier before the spring melt made it too treacherous, and he wanted to get under way again, soon. Sarmuna and Auel worked together to examine and treat the boys and men of the camp. Their help was too late for one man. He died in Ataroa's lodge the first night out of the holding, of gangrene so advanced that both legs were already dead. Most of the rest needed treatment for some injury or illness, and they were all underfed. They also smelled of the sickness of the holding and were unbelievably filthy. Sarmuna decided to delay firing of the kiln. She didn't have time, and the feeling was wrong for it, though she did think it could be a powerful healing ceremony at the right moment. They used the inner fire chamber to heat water for bathing and treating of wounds instead, but the treatment that was needed most was food and warmth. After the healers had administered whatever help they could, those who were not in serious difficulty and had mothers or mates or other kin to live with moved back in with them. It was the youngsters, the ones who were nearing or barely into adolescence, that made Auel particularly angry. Even Sarmuna was appalled. She had closed her eyes to the severity of their situation. That evening, after another meal shared together, Auel and Sarmuna described some of the problems they had found, explaining general needs and answering questions. But the day had been long, and Auel finally said she had to rest. As she stood up to leave, someone asked a last question about one of the youngsters. When Auel replied, another woman made a comment about the evil headwoman, laying all blame at Ataroa's feet and self-righteously absolving herself of all responsibility. It raised Ayla's ire, and she made an announcement that came out of the deep anger that had been growing all day. Ataroa was a strong woman, with a strong will, but no matter how strong a person is, 2 people or 5 people or 10 people are stronger. If all of you had been willing to resist her, she could have been stopped long before this. Therefore, you are all, as a camp, women and men, partly responsible for the suffering of these children. And I will tell you now, any of those youngsters, or even any of the men who suffer for a long time as a result of this abomination, Auel struggled to contain her fury, must be cared for by this whole camp. You are all responsible for them, for the rest of their lives. They have suffered, and in their suffering have become the chosen of Muna. Anyone who refuses to help them will answer to her. Auel turned and left, and Jondalar followed, but her words carried more weight than she could know. Most people already felt that she was not an ordinary woman, and many were saying that she was an incarnation of the Great Mother herself, a living Munai in human form, who had come to take Ataroa and set the men free. What else could explain horses that came at her whistle, or a wolf, huge even for his own large northern breed, following her wherever she went and sitting quietly at her command? Wasn't it the great Earth Mother who had given birth to the spirit forms of all animals? According to the rumors, the Mother had created both women and men for a reason, and she had given them the gift of pleasures to honor her. The spirits of both men and women were necessary to make new life, and Muna had come to make it clear that anyone trying to create her children some other way was an abomination to her. Hadn't she brought the Zelendanyi to show them how she felt? A man who was the embodiment of her lover and mate, taller and more handsome than most men, and light and fair like the moon. Jondalar was noticing a difference in the way the camp was acting toward him, which made him uneasy. He didn't much like it. There had been so much to do the first day, even with both healers and help from most of the camp, that Ayla put off the special treatment she wanted to try on the boys with the dislocations. Sarmuna had even delayed the burial of Ataroa. The following morning a site was selected and the grave was dug. A simple ceremony conducted by one who served finally returned the head woman to the bosom of the great Mother Earth. A few even felt some grief. Epidoa had not expected to feel anything, and yet she did. Because of the way most of the camp felt, she couldn't express it, but Ayla could see from her body language, her postures and expressions, that she was struggling with it. Doban also exhibited strange behavior, and she guessed he was trying to deal with his own mixed emotions. For most of his young life, Ataroa had been the only mother he knew. He had felt betrayed when she turned on him, but her love had always been erratic, and he couldn't entirely let go of his feelings for her. Grief needed to be released. Ayla knew that from her own losses. She had planned to try to treat the boy right after the burial, but she wondered if she could wait longer. This might not be the right day for it, but maybe having something else to concentrate on would be better for both of them. She approached Epidoa on the way back to the camp. "I'm going to try to reset Doban's dislocated leg, and I'm going to need help. Will you assist me?" "Won't it be painful for him?" Epidoa said. She recalled only too well his screams of pain, and she was beginning to feel protective of him. He was, if not her son, at least her charge, and she took it seriously. Her life, she was sure, depended on it. "I will put him to sleep. He won't feel it, though he will have some pain when he wakes up, and he will have to be moved very carefully for some time," Ayla explained. "He won't be able to walk." "I will carry him," Epidoa said. When they got back to the big lodge, Ayla explained to the boy that she wanted to try to straighten his leg. He pulled away from her, looking very nervous, and when he saw Epidoa coming into the lodge, his eyes filled with fear. "No, she's going to hurt me!" Doban screamed at the sight of the wolf woman. If he could have run away, he would have. Epidoa stood straight and stiff beside the bed platform he was sitting on. "I will not hurt you. I promise you. I will never hurt you again," she said, "and I will never let anyone else hurt you, not even this woman." He glanced up at her, apprehensive but wanting to believe her, desperately wanting to believe her. "Sarmuna, please make sure he understands what I am going to say," Ayla said. Then she stooped down until she could look into his frightened eyes. "Doban, I'm going to give you something to drink. It won't taste very good, but I want you to drink it all anyway. After a while, you will begin to feel very sleepy. When you feel like it, you can lie down right here. While you are asleep, I'm going to try to make your leg a little better, put it back the way it was. You won't feel it because you will be sleeping. When you wake up, you will feel some pain, but it may feel better in a way, too. If it hurts too much, tell me or Sarmuna or Epidoa. Someone will be here with you all the time, and she will give you something to drink that will make the pain go away a little. Do you understand? Can Zelendan come here to see me?" "Yes, I will get him now if you want." "And Samadan?" "Yes, both of them if you want." Doban looked up at Epidoa. "And you won't let her hurt me?" "I promise. I won't let her hurt you. I won't let anyone hurt you." He looked at Sarmuna, then back at Ayla. "Give me the drink," he said. The process was not unlike the resetting of Rosario's broken arm. The drink both relaxed his muscles and put him to sleep. It took sheer physical strength to pull the leg straight, but when it slipped back into place, it was obvious to everyone. There had been some breakage, Ayla realized, and it would never be entirely right, but his body looked almost normal again. Epidoa moved back into the large earth lodge, since most of the men and boys had moved in with their kin, and she stayed near Doban almost constantly. Ayla noticed the tentative beginnings of trust developing between them. She was sure that was exactly what Samadin had envisioned. They went through a similar procedure with Odovan, but Ayla feared his healing process would be more difficult and that his leg would have a tendency to pop out and become dislocated more easily in the future. Sarmuna was impressed and a little in awe of Ayla, privately wondering if the rumors about her might not have some truth in them. She seemed like an ordinary woman, talked and slept and shared pleasures with the tall, fair man like any other woman, but her knowledge of the plant life that grew in the earth, and their medical properties in particular, was phenomenal. Everyone talked about it. Sarmuna gained prestige by association, and though the older woman learned not to fear the wolf, it was almost impossible to see him around Ayla and not believe that she controlled his spirit. When he wasn't following her, his eyes were. It was the same with the man, although he wasn't as obvious about it. The older woman didn't notice the horses as much because they were left to graze most of the time. Ayla said she was glad to give them the rest, but Sarmuna did see the two people ride them. The man rode the brown stallion easily enough, but seeing the young woman on the back of the mare made one think they were of the same flesh. But though she wondered, the one who served the mother was skeptical. She had been trained by the Zelandania, and she knew that such ideas were often encouraged. She had learned and often employed ways to misdirect people, to lead them into believing what she and they wanted to believe. She didn't think of it as trickery. No one was more convinced of the rightness of her calling, but she used the means at her disposal to smooth the way and persuade others to follow. People could often be helped by such means, especially some of those whose problems and illnesses had no discernible cause, except, perhaps, curses by powerful evil people. Though she herself was not willing to accept all the rumors, Sarmuna did not discourage them. The people of the camp wanted to believe that anything Ayla and Jandalar said was a pronouncement from the mother, and she used their belief to set in place some necessary changes. When Ayla talked about the Mamutoi Council of Sisters and Council of Brothers, for example, Sarmuna organized the camp to set up similar councils. When Jandalar mentioned finding someone from another camp to continue the training in flint tool-making that he had begun, she instigated plans to send a delegation to several other Sarmunai camps to renew ties with kin and re-establish friendships. On a night that fell so cold and clear the stars blazed from the heavens, a group of people were clustered outside the entrance of the former headwoman's large earth lodge, which was becoming a center for community activities after it had served as a place for healing and recovery. They were talking about the mysterious twinkling lights in the sky, and Sarmuna was answering questions and offering interpretations. She had to spend so much time in the place, healing with medicines and ceremonies, and gathering with people to make plans and discuss problems, that she had begun to move some of her things in, and she often left Ayla and Jandalar alone in her small lodge. The arrangement was starting to resemble other camps and caves that Ayla and Jandalar knew, with the lodging of the one who served the mother acting as a focus and gathering place for the people. After the two visitors left the stargazers, with Wolf at their heels, someone asked Sarmuna about the wolf that followed Ayla everywhere. The one who served the mother pointed to one of the bright lights in the sky. "That is the wolf star," was all she said. The days passed quickly. As the men and boys began to recover and no longer needed her as a medicine woman, Ayla went out with those who were collecting the sparse winter foods. Jandalar got caught up in teaching his craft and showing how to make spear throwers and hunt with them. The camp began to accumulate more supplies of a variety of foods that were easy to preserve and store in the freezing weather, particularly meat. At first there had been some difficulties in getting accustomed to the new arrangements, with the men moving into lodges that the women considered theirs, but they were working it out. Sarmuna felt that the timing was right to fire the figures in the kiln, and she had talked about establishing a new firing ceremony with her 2 visitors. They were at the kiln lodge, gathering some of the fuel she had collected over the summer and fall to burn for her firing, for medical purposes, and for everyday uses. She explained that they would have to gather more fuel, and it would be a lot of work. "Can you make some tree-cutting tools, Jandalar?" she asked.
"I'll be glad to make some axes and mauls and wedges, whatever you want, but green trees don't burn well," he said.
"I will be burning mammoth bone, too, but we have to get the fire good and hot first, and it has to burn for a long time. It takes a great deal of fuel for a firing ceremony." As they came out of the small lodge, Ayla looked across the settlement at the holding. Although people had been using bits and pieces of it, they hadn't torn it down. She had mentioned at one time that the poles could be used for a hunting surround, a corral into which animals could be chased. The people of the camp tended to avoid using the wood after that, and now that they had all become accustomed to it, they almost didn't see it. Suddenly Ayla said, "You don't need to cut down trees. Jandalar can make wood-cutting tools to cut up the wood of the holding." They all saw the fence in a new way, but Sarmuna saw even more. She began to see the outlines of her new ceremony. "That's perfect," she said. "The destruction of that place to create a new and healing ceremony. Everyone can take part, and everyone will be glad to see it go. It will mark the new beginning for us, and you'll be here too."
"I'm not sure about that," Jandalar said. "How long will it take?"
"It's not something that can be hurried. It's too important."
"That's what I thought. We have to be leaving soon," he said.
"But it will soon be the coldest part of winter," Sarmuna objected.
"And not long after that, the spring melt. You've crossed that glacier, Sarmuna. You know it can only be crossed in winter, and I promised some Losadunai that I would visit their cave on the way back and spend a little time with them. Though we couldn't stay long, it would be a good place to stop and prepare for the crossing."
Sarmuna nodded. "Then I will use the firing ceremony to ease your leaving as well. There are many of us who had hoped you would stay, and all will feel your absence."
"I had hoped to see a firing," Ayla said, "and Kavoa's baby. But Jandalar is right. It's time for us to leave."
Jandalar decided to make the tools for Sarmuna immediately. He had located a supply of good flint nearby, and with a couple of others he went to get some that could be made into axes and wood-cutting implements. Ayla went into the small lodge to gather together their belongings and see what else they might need. She had spread everything out when she heard a noise at the entrance. She looked up to see Kavoa.
"Am I bothering you, Ayla?" she asked.
"No, come in." The young, very pregnant woman entered and eased herself down on the edge of a sleeping platform across from Ayla.
"Sarmuna told me you are leaving."
"Yes, in a day or so."
"I thought you were going to stay for the firing."
"I wanted to, but Jandalar is anxious to go. He says we must cross a glacier before spring."
"I made something that I was going to give you after the firing," Kavoa said, taking a small leather package out of her shirt. "I'd still like to give it to you, but if it gets wet, it won't last."
She handed the package to Ayla. Inside the package was a small head of a lioness, powerfully modeled out of clay.
"Kavoa, this is beautiful. More than beautiful, it is the essence of a cave lioness. I didn't know you were so skilled."
The young woman smiled.
"You like it?"
"I knew a man, a Mamutoi man, who was a carver of ivory, a very fine artist. He showed me how to see things that are carved and painted, and I know he would love this," Ayla said.
"I have carved figures out of wood, ivory, antler. I've been doing it as long as I can remember. That's why Sarmuna asked me to train with her. She has been so wonderful to me. She tried to help us. She was good to Auel, too. She let Auel keep the secret and never made demands the way some would have. Many people were so curious."
Kavoa looked down and seemed to be struggling to hold back tears.
"I think you miss your friends," Ayla said gently. "It must have been difficult for Auel to keep a secret like that." "Auel had to keep that secret." "Because of Brugar?" "Sarmuna said she thought he might have threatened great harm." "No, not because of Brugar or Ataroa. I didn't like Brugar, and I remember how he blamed her for Auel, even though I was little. But I think he feared Auel more than Auel feared him, and Ataroa knew why." Ayla sensed what was bothering Kavoa. "And you knew too, didn't you?" The young woman frowned. "Yes," she whispered. Then she looked into Ayla's eyes. "I was hoping you would be here when the time comes. I want everything to be right with my baby, not like—" It wasn't necessary to say more or to explain in detail. Kavoa feared that her baby might be born with some abnormality, and naming an evil only gave it power. "Well, I'm not leaving yet, and who knows? It appears to me that you could have that baby any time," Ayla said. "Perhaps we will still be here." "I hope so. You have done so much for us. I only wish you had come before Auel and the others." Ayla saw tears glittering in her eyes. "You miss your friends. I know. But soon you will have a brand new baby all your own. I think that may help. Have you thought about a name?" "I didn't for a long time. I knew there wouldn't be much point in thinking about a boy's name, and I didn't know if I'd be allowed to name a girl. Now, if it's a boy, I don't know whether to name it after my brother or another man I knew. But if it's a girl, I want to name it for Sarmuna. She helped me to see him." A sob of anguish interrupted her words. Ayla took the young woman in her arms. Grief needed to be expressed. It was good for her to get it out. This camp was still full of grief that had to come out. Ayla hoped the ceremony that Sarmuna planned would help. When her tears finally abated, Kavoa pulled back and wiped her eyes with the side of her hand. Ayla looked around for something to give her to dry her tears, and she opened up a package she had carried with her for years to let the young woman use the soft leather wrapping. But when Kavoa saw what was inside, her eyes opened wide in disbelief. It was a moon-eye, a small figure of a woman carved out of ivory, but this moon-eye had a face, and the face was Ayla's. She averted her eyes as though she had seen something she shouldn't have, dried her eyes, and quickly left. Ayla frowned as she wrapped the carving Jondalar had made of her back in the soft leather. She knew it had frightened Kavoa. She tried to put it out of her mind as she packed their few things. She picked up the pouch that held their firestones, and she emptied it to see how many of the grayish-yellow metallic pieces of iron pyrite they had left. She wanted to give one to Sarmuna, but she didn't know how plentiful they would be near Jondalar's home, and she wanted to have some for gifts to his kin. She decided to part with one, but only one, and she selected a good-sized nodule, then put the rest away. When Ayla went out, she noticed Kavoa leaving the large earth lodge as she entered. She smiled at the young woman, who smiled nervously back, and when she went in, she thought Sarmuna looked at her strangely. Jondalar's carving had created some worry, it seemed. Ayla waited until another person had left the lodge, and Sarmuna was alone. "I have something I want to give you before I leave. I discovered this when I was living alone in my valley," she said, opening her palm to show her the stone. "I thought you might be able to make use of it for your fire ceremony." Sarmuna looked at it, then looked up at Ayla questioningly. "I know it doesn't look like it, but there is fire inside this stone. Let me show you." Ayla went to the fireplace, got out the tinder they used, and arranged small shavings of wood loosely around dried cattail fluff. She placed sticks of kindling nearby, then bent down low and struck the iron pyrite with flint. A large hot spark was drawn off and fell on the tinder, and when she blew on it, a small flame miraculously appeared. She added kindling to keep it going, and when she looked up, she saw the stunned woman gaping at her incredulously. "Kavoa told me she saw a moon-eye with your face, and now you make fire appear. Are you who they say you are?" Ayla smiled. "Jondalar made that carving because he loved me. He said he wanted to capture my spirit, and then he gave it to me. It's not a danyi or a moon-eye. It's just a token of his feeling, and I will be happy to show you how to make fire appear. It's not me. It's something in the firestone." "Should I be here?" the voice came from the entrance, and both women turned to look at Kavoa. "I forgot my mitts and came back for them." Sarmuna and Ayla looked at each other. "I don't see why not," Ayla said.
"Kavoa is my acolyte," Sarmuna remarked.
"Then I'll show both of you how the firestone works," Ayla said. When she had gone through the process again and let them both try it, they were feeling more relaxed, though they were no less amazed at the properties of the strange stone. Kavoa even felt brave enough to ask Ayla about the moon-eye. "That figure I saw, Jondalar made it for me not long after we met. It was meant to show his feeling for me," Ayla explained. "You mean, if I wanted to show a person how important I think that person is, I could make a carving of that person's face?" Kavoa said. "I don't see why not," Ayla said. "When you make a moon-eye, you know why you are making it. You have a special feeling inside you about it, don't you?" "Yes, and certain rituals go along with it," the young woman said. "I think it's the feeling you put into it that makes the difference. So I could carve someone's face if the feeling I put into it was good." "I don't think there would be anything wrong with that at all. You are a very fine artist, Kavoa."
"But perhaps it would be best," Sarmuna cautioned, "if you did not make the whole figure. If you just made the head, there would be no confusion."
Kavoa nodded in agreement. Then both of them looked at Ayla, as though waiting for her approval. In the recesses of their private thoughts, both women still wondered who this visitor really was. Ayla and Jondalar woke the next morning with every intention of leaving, but outside the lodge a dry snow was blowing so fiercely that it was hard even to see across the settlement.
"I don't think we'll be leaving today, not with a blizzard in the making," Jondalar said, though he hated the thought of the delay. "I hope it blows over soon."
Ayla went to the field and whistled for the horses to make sure they were all right. She was relieved to see them appear out of the haze of wind-driven snow, and she led them to an area nearer the camp that was protected from the wind. As she walked back, her mind was on their return trip to the Great Mother River, since she was the one who knew the way. She didn't hear her name whispered at first. "Ayla!" The whisper was louder. She looked around and saw Kavoa on the far side of the small lodge, staying out of view and beckoning to her. "What is it, Kavoa?" "I want to show you something, to see how you like it," the young woman said. When Ayla got close, Kavoa took off her mitt. In her hand was a small, roundish object, the color of mammoth ivory. She placed it carefully in Ayla's palm. "I just finished it," she said. Ayla held it up and smiled with a look of wonder. "Kavoa, I knew you were good. I didn't know you were this good," she said, carefully examining the small carving of Sarmuna. It was just the head of the woman, no hint of a body, not even a neck, but there was no doubt about who the carving was meant to depict. The hair was pulled up into a bun near the top of the head, and the narrow face was slightly skewed, with one side somewhat smaller than the other. Yet the beauty and the dignity of the woman were evident. It seemed to emanate from within the small work of art. "Do you think it's all right? Do you think she'll like it?" Kavoa said. "I wanted to make something special for her." "I would like it," Ayla said, "and I think it expresses your feeling for her very well. You have a rare and wonderful gift, Kavoa, but you must be sure to use it well. There could be great power in it. Sarmuna was wise to choose you as her acolyte." By evening, a howling blizzard was raging, making it dangerous to move more than a few feet beyond the entrance of a lodge. Sarmuna was reaching for a bunch of dried greenery hanging from the rack near the entryway, planning to add it to a new batch of herbs she was mixing together for a potent drink she was preparing for the fire ceremony. The fire in the fireplace was burning low, and Ayla and Jondalar had just gone to bed.
The woman planned to retire as soon as she finished. Suddenly, a blast of cold air and a flurry of snow accompanied the opening of the heavy drape stretched across the entrance to the anteroom. Esidoa pushed through the second drape in evident distress.
"Sarmuna, hurry! It's Kavoa! Her time has come!"
Ayla was out of bed, pulling on clothes before the woman could reply.
"She picked a good night for it,"
Sarmuna said, maintaining calm, in part to soothe the agitated, expectant grandmother.
"It will be all right, Esidoa. She won't have the baby before we reach your lodge." "She's not in my lodge. She insisted on going out in this storm to the big lodge. I don't know why, but she wants to have the baby there. And she wants Ayla to come, too. She says it's the only way to be sure the baby will be all right."
Sarmuna frowned with concern.
"No one is there tonight, and it wasn't wise for her to go out in this weather." "I know, but I couldn't stop her,"
Esidoa said, starting back out.
"Wait a moment," Sarmuna said. "We might as well all go together. You can get lost going from one lodge to the next in a storm like this."
"Wolf won't let us get lost," Ayla said, signaling the animal, who had been curled up beside their bed. "Would it be inappropriate for me to come?" Jandalar said. It wasn't so much that he wanted to be there for the birthing as that he was worried about Ayla going out in the blizzard. Sarmuna looked at Esidoa.
"I don't mind, but should a man be at a birthing?"
Esidoa said.
"There is no reason why not," Sarmuna said, "and it might be a good thing to have a man nearby, since she has no mate."
They all braved the brunt of the wind together as the three women and the man went out into the howling gale. When they reached the big lodge, they found the young woman huddled over a cold, empty fireplace, her body tense with pain and a look of fear in her eyes. She brightened with relief when she saw her mother arrive with the others. Within moments, Ayla had a fire lit, much to the surprise of Esidoa. Jandalar was back outside getting snow from a drift to melt for water. Esidoa found the bedding that had been put away and arranged it on a bed platform, and Sarmuna was selecting various herbs that she might need from the supply she had brought there before. Ayla settled the young woman, arranging everything so she could sit up comfortably or lie down if she chose, but she waited for Sarmuna, and then both examined her. After reassuring Kavoa and leaving her with her mother, the two healers walked back to the fireplace and spoke quietly with each other.
"Did you notice?"
Sarmuna asked. "Yes. Do you know what it means?" Ayla said.
"I have an idea, but I think we'll just have to wait and see."
Jandalar had been trying to stay out of the way, and he approached the two women slowly. Something about their expressions made him sense that they felt some concern, which caused him to worry as well. He sat down on a sleeping platform and absently stroked the wolf's head. As they waited, Jandalar paced nervously while Wolf watched him. He wished the time would pass more quickly, or that the storm would let up, or that he had something to do. He talked to the young woman a little, trying to be encouraging, and he smiled at her often, but he felt entirely useless. There was nothing he could do. Finally, as the night dragged on, he dozed a little on one of the beds, while the ghostly sound of the storm outside wailed in eerie counterpoint to the waiting scene inside, punctuated by periodic sounds of straining labor, slowly but inexorably drawing closer together. He awoke to the sound of excited voices amidst a flurry of activity. Light was coming through the cracks around the smoke hole. He got up, stretched, and rubbed his eyes. Ignored by the three women, he went outside to pass his morning water. He was glad to see the storm had abated, though a few dry flakes were swirling in the wind. As he started into the lodge, he heard the unmistakable squall of a newborn. He smiled, but waited outside, not sure if it was an appropriate moment to go back in. Suddenly, to his surprise, he heard another squall, which caused the first one to make it a duet. Two of them! He couldn't resist. He had to go in. Ayla, holding a swaddled infant in her arms, smiled as he came through the entrance. "A boy, Jandalar?" Sarmuna was lifting a second baby, preparing to tie